Yo, 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 mic check, mic check. What's going on, Stephanie? Peace and blessings. Good evening to everybody out there. So on tonight's episode, we're just gonna talk about goals, everybody's goals. If you have goals, you could talk about it in the comment section, or you could hop up on a panel. It is an open panel. Let me make sure my mic is working, y'all. Can y'all hear me good out there? Let me take down this banner. Maybe that'll help out a little bit, right? Okay, there we go. Hey Lisa, how's it going? Good evening. What's up, day one? So I guess the mic check is good, y'all. I'm gonna let a few more people tune in at the same time. Let me go ahead and drop the link in the comment section. It is a open panel tonight for anybody that wants to come on up. You're more than welcome. Not too much going on, just a average conversation, a little basic conversation. We're gonna start off talking about goals. Because at the end of the day, that is very important in life. And me personally, I feel like you should always have goals, no matter who you are. From when you able to understand goals, like that's something that we should be teaching our kids and so forth and so forth. Our friends, our loved ones, is something that needs to be talked about. I mean, because for the most part, we should all want to be something in life, right? Or have somewhere in life that we want to go. And goals could be anything. It could be you might want to meet a loved one out there. You might be in search for love. So it's like, what's your goals for that? One thing about goals is it's always good to write your goals down and your process that the process that needs to be taken to achieve your goal. Uh, oh yeah, let me drop this the link in the comment section. Oh yeah, so the link is in the comment section for anybody that want to hop on up. I got some people that should be coming up, but until then, just gonna keep it going. How's everybody doing in the comment section though? For the most part, you should be doing good if you're here, right? But yeah, goals, y'all, goals, accomplishments, dedication, all that is like, a major factor that plays a part in accomplishing goals. Yeah.
Well, little house on the prairie.
Sorry about that. Pause, you guys. I'm actually out in traffic right now, at Walmart.
All right.
What a 99-cent store, should I say. But yeah, back to goals, you guys. Very important in life. Once again, writing your goals down. I didn't start like realizing, well, I guess you could say I realized at a young age, at 11 years old. I actually got in trouble at 11, and I actually went to juvenile hall, um, messing with the wrong people, not knowing what's really right and what's wrong. But yeah, I got in a little bit of trouble, and it pretty much changed my life. But I learned also as being a young person. I was always like more advanced. Like I always been a younger person. That I guess you would say, got an old soul. Or even though I never acted old, but my intelligence level, like common sense level and maturity, was always more advanced than average. So the common mistakes that kids will make, like I will probably make them, but then I will live and I learn and like progress in life. Um, try to focus on, what's really important. Oh, preach it, Ray. Give me some advice for this boy.
Nephew.
I mean, that's hold on real quick, you guys. All right, yeah, yeah, day one. I mean, as far as this goes, that's one, good thing to always give a child advice in life is, make. I mean, I don't know. It's lots of goals. I mean, it's lots of advice to give to children. Of course, that's your job as a parent is to lead them in the right direction. But that's definitely good advice, to give any child that's raising them. Make sure they got goals. Even as being a child, I think that's one of the most important parts in life. One of the most important moments in life is to establish some goals. So, when they get to their adult age, 18, whatever the case may be, whenever you feel like you want to kick your kids out the house, right? No, but whenever that time comes, legally it's 18 years old and somewhat legally 21, but legal grown adult age is 18. But I believe it stretches out to 21 in certain cases, certain areas of legal, legalness. But yeah, being 11 years old, I already like kind of start setting my goals to being an adult, which was pretty much being in the roofing business, construction business, being an entrepreneur, working for myself. That's why I really never had like a legitimate tax paying job. Um, I guess you would say a 9 to 5 because at a young age, my mind state was I was, at 11, 13, 14 years old, I was already making my own business cards at the library out of paper, cutting them out and passing them out around town, which was in California City. That's another reason, y'all that's out there that know me from the beginning of my YouTube. And a lot of people might wonder why the hell I always stayed in California City so long, even though throughout my adult life I would move for a couple months or a year, then end up right back. But it was just because I always had business out there and always, can make money off of my roofing or, yeah, basically my roofing that I had, started out there. I got my name going in the streets at a young age. But them is goals that I set. And right now, I ain't no perfect person. I'm still not where I should be, of course. And probably could have been a lot further if I would have stayed more focused. But you know what life brings at times. You go through up and downs. One moment you're going this way, then you face this challenge, and then life goes the whole other way. Hold on real quick. I'm trying to get one of my buddies up here. He's having trouble. What is some positive things to do in Cal City? I have a teen boy who needs a direction. Honestly, the most fun that I ever had in Cal City is dirt biking. Trying to do the most out that desert because that's all that's really out there. And it's kind of like a gamble allowing your kids to go out there with other kids as far as like running streets and stuff. Apparently, all the stuff that's going on and this how this generation is, and your kid could easily get influenced by the next child. You know what I mean? Just it could be by music. You don't want your child to listen to this certain type of music, but you allow them to go to their friend's house and then boom. Yeah, so as far as just the desert in Cal City, the most fun I ever had and was able to do with my by myself or Because I grew up, it was just my mom, a single mother. I had my uncles and other family. And you got to remember, this was back in the days where it wasn't too much crime and stuff. So I was allowed to go out there a lot on my own. And so that, at most times that kept me away from other people. And usually, if I do connect with other people, we're out in the desert riding dirt bikes. But yeah, definitely dirt bikes for sure was like, and still to this day, I still think it's one of the best things that we could do in Cal City, especially like, if you got other kids and it's something that you could do with the whole family. And, in the summertime, say you got an RV or you got your trucks, you go out there and with your vehicles and you could go, you could camp out. Um, Besides that, in-house activities, whatever, keep them occupied. But as far as outside, dirt bikes, it's not really too much. It's not really too much to do out there. And it's so much fun because it's so big. It's like you can never get tired of it because it's so much scenery. Different scenery is 203 square miles of desert. And then the surrounding places outside of Cal City, which is very close. You could go to the mountains in Tehachapi. You got the Red Rock Mountains. You got Jawbone. You got what is it, Randsburg, Mojave out there. It's just you go to Ridgecrest, Boron, like man. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dirt bike, like an off-road vehicle, go-karts, four-wheelers, mini bikes, geez, buggies, whatever, whatever gets the job done. And it's just, I guess it would just be based on how you do it because it is a lot of concerns.
Which one she wants you?
All right, you guys, I'm back. Had to take a little pause real quick. Sounds like it would have been a fun place to grow up. Yeah, actually, I mean, and look, this is, everybody different. Yeah, I was born in Long Beach, which is everybody know where Long Beach is, Los Angeles area. So it's a big city, but me, I'm not a big city type person. Like I like privacy, I like peace, I like scenery. Unfortunately, this is the scenery that I was raised around. It's not like I was raised in um, how it is on the East Coast where it's all green and stuff, and or property on a forest. And that's another thing. My family does own property too outside of California City. So it's a lot of goals. Speaking back on goals, it's a lot of stuff that I want to do at my grandfather. It's my grandfather's property. We got 10 acres. And then like my mom got an acre. He has 4 kids. All his kids have an acre. And I tried to do something out there before, but I just wasn't financially ready yet because I want to start. I want to build from the ground up. But back to what I was saying though, it was it was fun though. It was fun, and then like I said, like even though I got in trouble, that was like a setting stone in my life to get. I needed to get in trouble at a young age to get to where I'm at right now, which put me in that mind state. That's why I always say I turned negative into a positive, even since a young kid. And it all came natural, y'all. It's like I had a couple OGs in my life. Like I said, my mom, she was always at work, and she used to work graveyards. So it was only so much she can do, and so I was pretty much out there just self-educating myself and observing everything else in life to become the man that I became. And my uncle was always a worker. My grandfather, he always was a hard worker, so they somewhat taught me about work. Well, they taught me like the morals and respect of work, how to be responsible, the responsibilities. Hey, what's up, Sade? But yeah, for the most part, man, I have fun. Of course, grew up with a lot of people. Know a lot of store owners out there. I know a lot of business owners out there. I've seen people become millionaires out there. I've seen people end up doing 25 in life over whatever. I've seen people get caught up in drugs. And, it's like every other city, man. The only difference between any other city is it's just going to be bigger or smaller or just like a little bit more crime rate statistically. At the end of the day, it's planet Earth, and it's everywhere. But yeah, eventually in life, one of my goals is, um, to come back and build on my on a family land, and started as a vacational place, and then eventually, retired. Eventually, like retire there and build my kids little houses or whatever I could build structures. Take it back to the Indian days. You know what I mean? Everything that they took from us, try to get some of that back. But back to the main topic of the whole live is goals. Before I get into that though, anybody want to hop on the panel and join me? I had somebody that was trying to get up. Let me see what he said in the text. Oh yeah, you good, day one. Owning property anywhere in Cali will be nice. It's so expensive here. Yeah, see the thing is, look, my grandpa bought that property over 30 years ago. I believe at the time my great grandmother, she lived in California City. I don't know how. That's everybody's like if you know Cal City, that's like the first question that everybody asks. How the hell did you end up here? But yeah, he was either in Compton or Long Beach, one of them. He seen a commercial, and back then, 30 years ago, 10 acres was only $20,000. So he ended up buying a property and still got it to this day. Well, look, let me tell you a real quick story about California City. It's some people that got very, very lucky with property out there because when this marijuana stuff came into the city, in certain parts of the city that was considered industrial, and that's where they allowed these marijuana manufacturers to come and manufacture the marijuana and grow it. but it's only in certain areas. And some of them areas that had property, I'm talking about no matter how much they paid for the property, it could have been 20,000 like back in the day, like how my grandpa did, but at the time sold for millions, millions of dollars. But the only thing with my grandpa property is it's on the outskirts of California City. It's not in the city limits. It's actually part of Kern County, but not the city limits. So, but it was almost close though. Maybe within the next couple of years, it might expand. I'm pretty sure he would sell it. I mean, he wouldn't want to sell it, but for some millions, come on, man. I think anybody would. What's up, GQ boy? Oh yeah, it's definitely getting cold. I think it dropped down to well, I'm in the middle of moving. I haven't been in California City in about 2 weeks. But I'm in Lancaster though right now. I know it got to 28 degrees last night. So I know in Cal City it was probably a little bit colder. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link in the comment section if anybody wanna hop on up. I don't know exactly where I'm moving to yet. And then at the same time, I'm not gonna dox myself, somewhere within the area, bro, the AV, in between, California City and the AV. But right now, I'm just looking pretty much for something like just to be in for a year. I was looking for a house, but then I just started thinking like, just goals, reality, and I want to start looking into buying a house. So I'm gonna just like get into something small like an apartment or maybe a small house for like a year, and then next year start looking into buying a home. Cause I'm the type that be thinking like, man, I love paying rent because I love to have somewhere to stay. I didn't been through them homeless moments and to where I told myself I ain't going back. I don't care if I gotta work just to pay rent. And that's just part of being grown, of course. You're living and you're learning. But at the same time, it's like, man, we paying all this rent. You might as well buy a house. At the end of the day, mortgage is gonna be cheaper than paying rent. So it's not that easy just to get a loan to buy a house, but it's ways. And let's get back to that, to the goals part. Sometimes you could write down goals that you may never think is possible. But if you write that goal down, you dedicate yourself to that goal every day, you have faith and you believe, you're gonna be able to achieve that goal. Put that, that's going back to putting that, in the atmosphere, let it come back, 10 times harder. What's going on, Fern? Keisha Day? Wonder what the weather gonna be like on the 21st. What is it already? You should usually the forecast will tell like 2 weeks ahead of time. So what is that next week? Yeah, Keish, you should be able to look the weather up for next week on the 21st. But geez, what it's been looking like, man, we ain't been getting too much bad weather. It seems like we probably getting the worst of it right now with these clouds and stuff. The most action that we seen. You should wait a year or two when the prices go down. How you know they're gonna go down in a year or two, man? It seems like everything is going on a rise for the permanent. But it's always up and down. But Every goal is a mind thing. As long as you press, you will succeed. Yeah, exactly, Keisha all day. That's kind of the message that encourage. I want to spread that message, encourage people, just to remind people. Because even at times, like I lose focus, you know what I mean? And these are still things that I'm practicing, even though I'm talking about it. But it's my experiences in life too. Sometimes I go through them times, I write down my goals, and then I might slack for a little bit, lose focus, and then snap back into reality. But it's all good though. I'm only 32 years old, and I'm not gonna say like I'm a late learner because I don't feel that. It's just everybody got their time. Everybody go through what they go through in life, and live and you learn. You know what I mean? You're gonna have your time. But I could tell y'all this one thing for sure. The stuff that I really put my mind to and really wanted to achieve, I did do it. Even, some of the stuff that I talk about that I didn't achieve is just honestly because I ain't pushed it like that. So it's very understandable why, I'm not there on certain parts. What goes up must come down. Remember 2008 housing crash. Yeah, I definitely remember, especially in California City. It was like they was building houses on every block, and then it came to a dead stop. And they just recently started going back up as far as in California City, which that's one mistake that I made in life, y'all. Even though I was going through a lot of stuff, but during that crash, if I would have got my roofing license, man, racks. Yeah, rent is very expensive. As I'm looking right now, man, just a decent apartment is like 1,400, 1,500 in the AV area, Antelope Valley area for like a one bedroom, two bedroom, which is decent. I'm not trying to get no ghetto ass shit. For a decent apartment is around that much. A house, easy 1,800, 2,000 for like a two or three bedroom house. It just goes up and goes up. Yep, exactly, Keish. We all fall down, but as long as you get back up and keep pushing, you can achieve them goals for sure. And I like my downs in life because I wouldn't want things easy. I mean, man, if just say it wasn't a generational curse or whatever the case may be, and I had rich parents or whatever, I'm not sure if I would be in the same mind state. And some people get lost in life due to the fact that they had everything growing up. Unfortunately, some people have everything growing up and still turn out to be decent people, but I see more of the opposite. So, I mean, I'm, I can't complain about my life in general. Through all my downs, all my struggles, it just made me the person who I am. And it makes me appreciate the things that I do get in life in due time because I had to go out there and get it myself and grind and, be in that mind state to do it. It makes it a good feeling at the end of the day. And that's not to knock anybody out there that grew up, blessed and fortunate, because hey, man, you blessed too at the end of the day. Because that's one of my goals is to make it to, my kids ain't got to go through the things that I went through. But I'm not gonna teach them like everything is easy, and, but I'm gonna do whatever I can. My kids is definitely not gonna struggle, and as long as as long as I'm alive and able to provide, I'm gonna do everything I'm gonna do for my kids, even when they're adults. So that's just how it should be. And then of course, once your child is an adult, they gotta respect you and stuff too, man. So there's some good parents out there that tried, that did everything in life, and they got them disrespectful ass kids that don't appreciate nothing. And it's a tricky situation because you're a parent that loves your kid, but your kid barely loves your ass. Some people lose a lot over going through them situations, which it's hard to even give advice on that type of situation because it's a very sensitive situation, especially when it comes to parents and their children. Kids is acting like that because the parent is gonna love their kid regardless at the end of the day, and it's easier said than done. But I tell you one thing for sure. I try to raise my kids the best, to be respectful, and hopefully none of my kids go that route as an adult. But I know if it gets too much, it gets too much, man. One thing Bible teaches is respect your parents, for sure. But what's up with everybody in the chat? Everybody in the holiday spirit for those that celebrate in the holidays. How do y'all feel about this Christmas coming up, like this year? On my end, I gotta kind of like force myself because of my situation. I wanna but at the same time I still feel good because it goes back to having that faith and just knowing, everything gonna be good. But my goal right now for this week, y'all, is I've been trying to find this place. So hopefully I get it this week. My goal is to have it by Christmas. But in God's name, though, it's gonna happen for sure. And it's not nothing. I'm just telling y'all what I'm going through. My goals. It's not for. I'm not going through a bad situation, y'all. I'm just in the middle of moving. Everything is all good. So I don't want nobody out there to get the misconception of what I'm saying. Just in the middle of just trying to find a spot. That's it. Everything else is there. I got the finances. Everything is good. It's just about finding a decent spot to have my family in outside of California City because that's the whole thing. I didn't want to re-sign my lease and I don't want to be out there like no longer. I wasn't even supposed to be out there this whole last year. Um, so I'm definitely wasn't gonna do it again. Yeah, that's just pretty much it. I see Keisha all day. She out there in the spirit though. I see everything you doing, Keisha, on your Facebook. That's what's up though. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Family time, being settled, being happy with your loved one, your children. And man, it can't get no better than that. Being warm on the holidays and being blessed and fortunate enough to do any type of activity. I mean, it is you blessed damn near nowadays to even be alive. To be able to hop in your vehicle and go do anything with your family, your loved ones, your kids. Y'all still in there? I don't see no comments or nothing. Y'all talk to me. I'll talk back. Don't have me in here talking to myself, y'all. I know I'm a content creator and that's my job, but yeah, no problem, Keith. Now for real, it's real talk. I pay attention, man. That's what's up, man. That's stuff to look up to. As far as just being with your family and being happy in life to a certain extent. Being happy throughout all the BS that we go through. But what's most important, y'all, is your household, your immediate family. Always got to make sure, no, that's locked down for sure. Before you do anything else in life. Even, there was times in my life, man, I wasn't even putting my family first. Years and years ago. But and it was reasons behind it, relationship issues. I would plan, I would try to be the best man, try to plan things out to go certain ways. I always had a goal and always had a plan, but that don't mean like the next person is with it. And that's something like we was discussing the other day on the other live is um being in a relationship and dealing with folks that's not on the same level as you. You're never gonna get no goals accomplished dealing with anybody in life that's bringing you back, especially when you know your intentions is good and pure and you really trying to get somewhere, but it's just, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a relationship, as it could be any type of relationship, friendship, like anything. You got to know where you're going in life and where you want to go. Anybody that's altering that or slowing you down, I mean, it's pretty much common sense after that. Day one says, I definitely feel blessed. Yeah, that's what it all boils down to. Because honestly, we blessed for a lot of reasons. We blessed to be right here, just listening and being on this YouTube. You know what I mean? And those are the small things in life that like I will look at, that I do look at. Just seeing what everybody else goes through, because eventually, look, there's gonna be a time in your life to where it's gonna be some type of tragedy, some type of downfall, some type of sad moment, some type of dark tunnel. It's always a time and place, and shit, we all got that time and place. That's why we just gotta appreciate what we do got now. When I go through bad stuff, y'all, things don't work out, or things is not in my favor, or I'm unfortunate at the time. I just really think about what other people out there could be going through and what I still do have at the moment, because it could be people out there going through that same issue, but then going through multiple other issues at the same time, or don't have, maybe going through this issue, but don't have a family or friends or a house or a car or anything to go to for any type of support at all. Some people is just really out there by themselves. Like some of them homeless people is just really people unfortunate to not have a family, to where we might all the be. I mean, I know it's a couple times to where my mama saved me as an adult, even though I never wanted to go back to my mama house. And but it is them is times that saved me from actually like being homeless. To where if it wasn't for my mama or somebody at the time, a friend or whatever, could have been way worse. But basically, that's the whole point. Like things could always be way worse. But yeah, back to goals. Let me hear some of y'all goals. Like anybody got goals in here? Just like write down one goal. All right, look, write down one goal that y'all got for next year. I know everybody got their New Year's resolutions. What they gonna do at the end of the new year? I don't even care if it's cutting somebody off. I know a lot of people say that they go. I know I see a lot of people put that on my Facebook. Like, I ain't messing with this person. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't doing this. But yeah, just if y'all listening right now, just write down one goal that y'all got for next year, going into 2022. So true. At times, I just need to listen to what you bring to the table. Strangely, it helps me feel better. Some people from this case have became family, and I'm so grateful. Yeah, exactly, Stephanie. That's why, sometimes I just like to, well, I'm just now getting into doing lives like this to where we all just talk and just talk our own problems out, give advice, whatever, because um that's what that's what life is supposed to be about. Is but we get separated by so much stuff nowadays. Is nobody trusts nobody nowadays. Nobody talk to nobody nowadays, and it's not good to hold in stuff. Um, it's I know it's crazy, man. Because I just had somebody call me. I'm not gonna say no names or nothing, or get too much into details, but I had somebody call me the other night. He's suicidal and stuff, man, going through some personal issues, and it wasn't really too much advice I could give, but the basics. You got a lot to live for. You got a child to live for, and it was like 5 in the morning on my end. But the only main advice I could give is just you did the best thing by calling somebody, and then on my end, the best thing I could really do was stay on the phone with that person. So I woke up, and I just laid in the bed and just talked to him. And, he felt better and stuff, and just made me think a lot. Like, damn, it's crazy. What's going on, Lyric? Business plan already done. My goal is to get my nonprofit finished. Yeah, you definitely gonna get that done. Seems like you've been, as far as I know, you've been very dedicated and motivated about what you're doing. Almost every day I see you posting something about it, and that's what it's about, writing them goals down and doing it, being dedicated. Also putting it in an atmosphere like this is a good example right here, y'all. Say you want to be a business owner, right? Just say you want to go wash cars, okay? And you got that in your mind state right now. Hey, I want to go wash cars. Just add Danny to the group. Hey,
Hey,
Danny,
what's up?
saying
How's
this
it going?
pretty good.
What are we talking about? I was watching my baby niece, so I just got here.
Well, the main topic is goals, but it always go all over the place. But we is back on goals right now. But what I was saying, like, say you want to start a business, boom, you want to, and say it's detailing cars, but nobody knows you out there. So putting forth to that would be making your flyers, talking to people every day, business cards, flyers, going on the internet, doing whatever you could do to advertise, and that's the type of energy that's going to bring it back. Like, that's helping you accomplish your goals successfully.
Yeah, definitely. Networking, right?
Yeah, like any factor that plays a part into getting your goal accomplished. Just putting that energy out there, and it depends on what you're doing. But like to say, for instance, if it's a business, for the most part, that would be advertising yourself, letting the world know what you do, so you could accomplish your goal in your business and be successful.
What are your goals, Ray Sean?
Man, I got a lot of goals. I be having too much goals that, man, jeez. But I mean, all right, just starting right now is getting back to a settled point in life. So, because look, one thing about me, I don't know if you call it OCD or not, but I like to be like somewhat organized when I do certain things in life. Like even with working in with roofing, I haven't, it's a lot of reasons why I haven't been roofing, but one of them is not being organized. I got my tools in storage. My truck got burnt up, and I'm in the middle of moving and doing YouTubing, and so I don't, even though I still could, but I'm not struggling to where I have to go do that right now. But um, it's just, part of what's stopping me is just not being organized how I want to be. So it's that's one of my first goals right now is, of course, finding my apartment, getting out of Cal City, getting a lot of stuff in my life back organized. I want to continue this YouTube stuff while also, trying to find the right approach to YouTube and not be like every other YouTuber. And
Yeah.
I do want to, get back into my roofing, but I want to get licensed, which is study my books and go take my state test and things like that. And yeah, that's pretty much I think that's enough right there to get you guys an idea of where I'm at. It's pretty much up from there. If I could accomplish all that, which I am, so I should rather say when I do accomplish it, um, it's a different set of goals. You know how to just keep going and keep moving up. And I'm the type of person I ain't never gonna stop setting goals ever. Like even at the retirement, it's no such thing as retirement in my life. To a certain extent, like I'm gonna retire, but I'm still gonna keep going. I'm gonna retire like legally, I guess you could say, or however the hell that shit goes. But yeah, I'm gonna still stay active in life and still have goals. Shit.
There's always like inner work that you can do too, like goals. Like for me, I would say that my main goal in life is probably to remain spiritually strong. And especially after like the loss that I've gone through in my life and everything, like I realized that I need to find that love within myself, that I can't look to somebody else for it, because people are not here forever. You can lose it in a second without expecting it. So I think that that's one of my main goals, is like finding that love within me and keeping that.
Okay, turn left on
Yeah,
Plymouth
that's
Pike,
beautiful.
Street West.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's like a lifelong journey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of back to what we was talking to the other day, and it's. I mean, that's why I ask people first of all. Look, let me remind y'all, man, y'all gotta pop them lenses out, see the world for what it really is. It's a doggy dog world. All right, so
Mhm.
you always gotta just think optimistic, and sometimes I say a lot of shit, but it could also go a lot of different ways. Like, you know what I mean? So back
Yeah.
on to what you were saying is your self love, not to be selfish though, but make sure you straight, because it goes back to how can you love anything else, or love anybody else, or do anything for anybody else in general if you're not
If you're
100 with
not good with
yourself.
yourself, yeah.
Hmm. That's actually a really selfless way to be, if you think about it. If
Can
you
you
take
guys
care
hear
of
me?
yourself first, then yeah, we could hear you. Then you
Okay.
are available for everybody else. Like that actually allows you to give more of yourself when you're good first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
hear you.
gotta take care of your mental, your spirit, and your soul.
Yeah, your emotions.
Hmm.
Make sure that you're emotionally stable. Because when you're like
And you
caught up
said
in,
something about spirituality, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Like
because
your
when you're not
chakras
good
need to be
within,
balanced.
yeah, when you're not good within, it's like then your mind and your heart and everything is like
Chaotic.
consumed by
Yeah,
whatever's going on within you. So you got to get that straightened out first, so that you can actually be consciously aware when you're with other people and when you're helping other people, and not
that's
just
right.
doing it like mechanically.
Hmm. I agree, Queen. Because you can't do for others if you can't do for your own self.
Hmm.
That's why it takes a lot of meditation, chakra balance. Um, they call it like to purify and cleanse your spirit. But that's deeper in the topic.
Yeah.
But there is so many ways to go about it. Like listening to positive affirmations. I listen to Rockstar Affirmations on YouTube, where it's like a chant of different people and their voices, just like speaking a whole bunch of positivity into your
Hmm.
mind while you're laying down, resting or sleeping. That way, when you wake up, you're refreshed and you're renewed again, and I don't want to call it brainwash, but maybe like programming positivity into your spirit.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. A lot of people do that. I don't do anything like that. Like, I actually like I like listening to Gnostic lectures, like from gnosticteachings.org and stuff. Like, a lot of times I'll put that on before I'm going to sleep and just listen to, different, like I almost feel like I wake up and I understand like ancient teachings and things like that. You know what I mean? Because like
Yeah.
it is going into your mind while you're asleep.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
Yeah. Yeah, I like gaining all kinds of knowledge. That's what makes me happy. I want to know everything that there is to know.
Oh yeah. Gathering your insight, wisdom, knowledge, understanding, the way of mathematics and alphabet.
Yep. The
How you
trivia.
guys doing?
Good.
My
That's
bad, you
good.
guys. I had to dip out for a little bit. I'm doing good though. I'm blessed. Can't complain.
Amen. That's right.
Trying to stay away from the, shit, everything negative.
Oh yeah, me too. God got my back though, so it's all good.
Yeah, for real. That's part,
There's a lot of things though, when it comes down to the positivity and energetically what you consume yourself in, from what I learned today. And it was a big lesson just off of the strength of watching other curators and the issues that they got going on. But it opened up my eyes not to just trust anybody. Like, really do your research, do your homework on who you are getting involved with. You know what I mean? Because the stuff that I learned today is some people that I looked up to going to find out they're racist. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I didn't even know that.
Are you sure though?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Because you gotta look at
Yeah.
the source who's saying that too.
I looked at it too. Like, it was the whole Carfax was right there in front of us. It was on the screen. It was a record being displayed. There was an agent or some, he's a secret PI or something like that, named Jimmy or something, and he was talking about it too, compared to the other person that I don't want to name drop.
we ain't gonna say no names.
Yeah, I'm not name dropping. I'm not.
Say no
But
names.
basically, going to find out that like there's a hand signal that certain people use, and it's not just for Trump, but it's for. Am I allowed to say what it's for though?
Yeah, just yeah, as long as we don't get in trouble.
What?
I already
It's
just go
it's
ahead.
for white power.
Okay. Go ahead, finish the story.
Give me 1 second.
Well, let me tell y'all this. I know for sure it's a lot of racist people out there. For some reason,
Well, I just watched something earlier where a certain person was calling a bunch of people out, and I was like, who is he to call anybody out when he was up there hanging out with other people who actually for sure are racist, that we heard them say really bad words out of their own mouth. And it's like, so, that's your homies right there, but yeah, you're trying to call out other people. Like, what gives you the right? That's why I'm just saying, like, is the source credible? But I wasn't fully paying attention either, because I was like cooking dinner and then getting ready for my niece to come over, so I didn't catch like every single thing. That's why I was asking.
But yeah, just to touch bases on that too, like a lot of I mean, look, this is going back to being optimistic, open-minded, because I always try to listen, to both sides. A lot of people out there is white power, but doesn't mean that they're racist. It's like, even though most white power organizations leads back to being racist, but that might be the organization. That don't mean like the individual directly is racist. It could go both ways, whichever you participate in, but at the same time, it's like a lot of pro-black people out there. Like, I'm pro-black, but that doesn't mean that I'm don't like any other race. Like, I don't have.
No, just give me a moment. I'm gonna break it down.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying your situation that you're talking about, Lyric, is wrong, because I don't know the situation at hand. I'm just looking at it like another perspective on white power. So there's some people out there that feel like that. Oh, you got them people that say they pro-black, that they claim black power, and I know it's different, y'all, because like most like damn near all the pro-black organizations is not racist. If you know your history, you know what they're here for is to protect against the racist stuff. So our history of pro-black is not racist, but some of the history of white power, pro-white, or whatever it is. But
Well, I think what you're referring to as like the non-harmful way is like separatists, which I would say would be like white people who move to like Idaho or something, and they're in a predominantly white community, and they just want to raise their families there with people that are like them, but they don't necessarily want to harm other people.
And that's the
or
thing,
just
I'm
to
not
keep it
racist.
simple,
Like
is
my
you
son looks
some of
like
them
a whole
people
blanquito.
that just
He
say
just
white pride in general, and then people think, oh, they're racist because they say white pride.
no, but it didn't say that. It
I'm
said
not
let's.
no lyric. I'm not talking about. That's why
Oh, I
I
apologize.
stated it earlier before I said what I said. I'm not
Okay.
talking about your situation.
Oh, I was
I'm,
interrupted by my kids. I apologize.
yeah, I'm just talking about like in general, like
My daughter's a little
because
riled up because it's her
I'm just saying
birthday.
that off of like personal experience. I didn't ran into some people that feel they want to be prideful of being white, but they're
Yeah,
not racist.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just because you're proud of your heritage and where you come from doesn't mean you want to discriminate against other people. I can see what you're
No,
saying with that.
Yeah,
that's
because
true.
and it's also because of the misconception with white power or white pride, which it does make sense though because of our goddamn history, but that's just being one-sided to shit in life instead of just thinking of the possibilities, you know what I
Well,
mean?
plus you got all these freaking white trash people who don't even take care of their own freaking families, and then they want to go around like gang banging some white power stuff, and then it's like they don't set a very good example, you know?
Well, it's
Yeah,
not.
like
I
this
mean,
one person got
It's
a
not.
record bigger than Don Wells, is
It's
what I'm
not
saying. That's a
really.
hypocrite.
This is another reason why it's not a good example because
No, but Danny, listen to this. How are you going to be an advocate for Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie, but going to find out that in your past history, you went to jail several times for domestic violence and
Oh yeah,
strangulation?
yeah, I did
Come
see
on,
that.
man. Make it make sense, is what I'm saying. It's hypocritical.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm
Well,
not
yeah, because
racist.
when
I
you're the
love
victim, you're
the
not going to
rainbow
go to
of
jail for
people.
that.
Yeah.
all right, y'all, I'm back.
Hello.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
That's right.
Everything is go. It's a greenhouse.
Oh,
But no,
can
Rayshawn,
I
it's
stop
just
real quick?
crazy. Go
Can I
ahead.
just point out something that Shannon said? She said, by the way, there's a meteor shower tonight. Look up. She is absolutely correct. And you might still be able to see like 5 different planets in the sky at one time, especially if you have a telescope. I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Hey, look.
Huh?
Why don't you go look outside real quick?
You're going to see
Me?
Uranus,
Yeah.
you're going to see Mars and
'Cause
Jupiter.
you ain't gonna be able to see none of that shit.
I know
Yeah,
because
you
they
are.
were spraying the sky earlier.
Nah,
No,
we got
you
clouds out here.
will.
We
Yeah,
have
they
clouds.
formed them this morning. I watched them I watched the whole crisscross pattern, and then boom, our sky's
I
all
can't see.
cloudy.
I see like one star in the sky right now. That's about
But
it.
how you know it's a
Have
star?
Have you ever noticed though that they like put all the chemtrails out on the days when there's supposed to be like some really cool stuff going on in the sky? They do it here. I don't know what goes on like where
They
you're from,
do that
Lyric,
shit
but
every day.
here they do it every time
What's
that
up,
there's
Cheyenne?
something going up in the sky.
Come
Oh,
Like
join
yeah,
the
I
everything
family.
to
noticed that.
watch.
Because they have stuff to hide.
Exactly. It's crazy.
Like, if you think about it, all the wild animals are suddenly just like coming into the suburban areas and even into the hood. You got mountain lions suddenly in the hood just walking around like,
Yeah, we were
wait a
just
minute,
talking
something
about
is
that
not
shit.
right. They coming from the mountains, but what's going on
Yeah.
in the mountains,
I know in
right?
California they burning all the mountains out here, so they ain't got no habitat. But
Why you think they're doing that though? It has a lot
I
to do
don't
with
know.
Area 51.
The only thing I could think about in the times is say you supposed to go to the mountains. So if we
Yeah,
ain't got
and
no
that's why
mountains to
they're
go
doing
to
it.
in the times, then what the fuck we gonna do? We ain't got no protection.
Uh-huh.
We gonna be going to a whole bunch of burnt shit and
No, unless you go to
dead
Noah's Ark.
animals.
But listen, you want to know what's even more crazier, you guys? Guess where Noah's Ark is at? My mom just took my daughter recently.
Where?
Kentucky.
What the?
Right.
That's crazy. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of history. It's probably the
There's
most
more than meets
history.
the eye. It is. There's a
Yeah, I mean,
lot.
because just think about it. They make it seem like all the history is outside of the United States, but ain't
Mm-hmm.
no goddamn history um besides what they tell us about the Indians and stuff. And like that's about it. Like we don't. I mean,
And
I'm pretty
Christopher
sure.
Columbus, how he discovered America, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Hombre, how you discovered that, and that's all Spaniard names.
They don't talk about how.
How they decapitated them and
Yeah,
put
they
them
don't
on
talk
sticks.
about how they brought that syphilis over either. None of that
Don't
shit.
get don't get on one about Christopher Columbus because Shannon's gonna get all kinds of crazy in about 0.2 seconds here.
Sorry, Shannon.
Oh man. No,
Hey,
she was
nah, Shirley, you
did a
gotta pop
private message. She told me some funny stuff before
gotta
about
pop your
Christopher
lenses back
Columbus.
in to see them, right?
Cause Shannon, come up, Mama.
Yeah, tell us how you feel about Christopher Columbus.
Raja,
I want to
what's
learn
going
because
on?
I might not have the answers. You know what I mean? I seek truth in everybody because we all have pieces of truth, just like religion. Everything was separated when it was the Great Flood. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the Greek gods and goddesses, the Nephilims. It wasn't just the earth. It was everything in its totality, in its entirety, from religions to language to everything.
Shannon, you don't gotta show your face, girl. Just tell us how you feel
And
about
you know,
Christopher Columbus.
it's like 1 o'clock in the morning over there. She already said she gonna listen, but she might fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
I just want her to take 5 minutes and explain Christopher Columbus and how intensely she feels about the man. Only
And
because it's so funny.
you already know once she get up here, she ain't gonna want to leave. Then she gonna be up. It's like a drug over here.
Oh god, it was so funny though. I wish I had that message
ask you
like
guys.
close, or like, you know, where I could easily find it so that I could just read it. But it was a while back, so it would take some time to scroll through and find it. But it was pretty funny.
Can you hear me?
What?
I wanted to know if I go live because I'm learning like how to do that and what have you. Will you guys come on my chat?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
You know what
That's
I
what
mean?
I've been trying. I mean, I'm
I
trying
want
to.
to be supportive of everybody and and their movement.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to always be on my channel. That's why
Well, I'm
sometimes I
happy
go to
to
other
say that
people's
I
channels.
reached 100 subscribers. So
Oh, good job.
that's yeah, I'm happy about that actually. I know it's kind of corny, but
No, I was happy about 100 because then I could get a custom link.
I don't know nothing about that, Mama.
Well, you got to go to the
Yeah, I told
YouTube
you.
studio, but on the internet and
Mhm.
not on the phone or on the app or whatever. And then there's a spot where you could go to customization and you can get a custom link. That way it's not like
Oh,
just
not
a
on
bunch
the
of
phone.
random letters. Yeah, not on the phone. Go on.
Okay,
Well,
because
you
on
could
the
do it
phone
on the
it's like,
phone.
what is this? It doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
you could do it on the phone from a desktop. Like if you hit desktop view, then you
Yeah.
could do it, but from the internet browser and not from the app.
Oh,
Yeah, you
thank you
remember?
so much for letting
You
me
remember,
know.
Lyric? I was telling you that you could do a lot of stuff off your laptop.
Yeah,
Like
you
go,
was
you could
letting me
go.
know.
Danny, correct. You could go live off your laptop before 1,000 subscribers, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to go to StreamYard or whatever and act like you're gonna set it all up for YouTube. And then it'll prompt you to go to your YouTube studio, and then you have to click a button or something verifying that you want to go live. And then it takes about 24 to 48 hours for them to approve it, and then you can go live.
Awesome.
Yeah, but you got to do it from the computer. You can't do it from the phone.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'll do it
that
from the
comes with a
computer.
charge of $50 too. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
It does? Okay. No worries.
No, it's
I
all
mean,
good.
you gotta invest to finesse your future,
It's all free game over here.
Yeah.
I really want to support channels and see channels grow. Because that's what it's all about. Especially in this, people that is concerned about true crime. Like, it's supposed to be a unity. It's supposed to be a foundation. We should. It should be the opposite of what it is. If people want to have drama and debate, and I understand that's how life is. But come on, man, it got to be people like us out there to not be like everybody else and set them examples and show people how it's really supposed to be done. But then
Plus,
also that
Lyric is
comes
a Leo, right?
with everybody understanding. Everybody has
Yes,
opinions.
I
So
am.
say you might have
Yeah, see, we got to take care of our pride, you know?
y'all hear what I'm saying?
We're all Leos up here right now.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I was just bonding with her
Yeah.
because we're all lions. Sorry,
Man,
Rayshon.
you cutting me off. Girl, that's rude. Nah, you
Sorry.
good, though. We is all Leos up here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to take care of our pride. Like, you know, free information over here. Just because we care, you know, with that lion heart that we all got. Where you go, boo?
I'm right here.
I was talking
Oh.
to my baby.
Nah, I walked in the store. I thought one of y'all pick up real quick. But yeah, back to what I was saying though is hold on.
Am I really a Leo though? Like I'm
Oh,
August the 18th.
that was Ziggy. I invited her. She said she going to bed. Hey, all y'all
Really?
content creators
Oh,
out there,
that's
man.
probably because of me, I think. I don't know.
She goes to bed?
I got a question. Okay? And I'm a free spirit, so I gotta say something, okay?
Okay.
All right. So yesterday, I was on that person's panel, you know, like not on her panel, but like in comments and stuff, listening to her stuff or what have you. And then I heard that somebody by the name of, can I say her name? Because I was close to her and then shit hit the fan between the both of them and all that stuff. Or I'll just say Jay and you guys can put the puzzle together.
I
So,
mean, yeah,
but
try not to say no names. I don't want
yeah,
nobody being mad at
she
me
was,
and all this, you know.
yeah,
I'm trying to
she was on, let's just say, let's say the person's name is Prayer. Okay. She
Okay.
was on Prayer's channel, Jay was. And so yes, I wanted to go up on panel because I had got a little agitated because I was one day relaxing, just trying to meditate, listening to my rain or what have you. And I had a lot on my mind about my son who's autistic. And somebody was in the comments and they're like, "Ooh, Lyric, you're being naughty." And I'm like, "Wait, what? What, Santa's not gonna bring no presents? Like, how am I naughty?" And they said, "Oh, because supposedly you was on Prayer's panel on live and you was talking bad about this person that you always be on her panel." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" So that irked my nerves. And because I'm free spirited, I don't play no games. I want somebody to tell me what it is and how they feel. And I rather that than leave things unsaid. So I went on that person's panel and I was like, let's be clear. I didn't say nothing about you. Show me the Carfax. Show me the receipts. You know what I'm saying? Ting, all that.
Yeah.
So then that person was like, well, I don't believe it's true, etc. and so forth. Okay, cool. You don't believe it. That's what's up. But I wanted to clear the air over that way. So I was like, hey,
shit.
how many times have I been on your panel? Oh, this is your first time and you've never been on my panel. And I said, oh, so do you look at me like a troll? And then I was like, I've been trying to reach out to you, Jay. Like, what's up? Like, suddenly you got my number, but you never reached out to me. We were supposed to work on some things pertaining to summer. Like, what's going on? You know? And she was like, she got mad love for me. And I was like, yeah, because like at the end of the day, like I move how I want to. If somebody has a, how do you put it without me sounding off? If somebody has a disagreement with somebody else, that's not my beef. You feel what I'm saying? I'm
Exactly.
neutral. I'm neutral. And I'm not going to go back and tell that and run and do this because I don't do that because I'm a hip hop artist. We don't do all that.
But
It's not in
look,
the industry to be that way.
a lot of people ain't built like that, which they should be. And if you're a
Hmm.
solid person and you gonna operate like that, you're not gonna just
Right.
believe what nobody else say. You gonna get to the facts like you stated.
Then they started
But
dissing her and talking ill will of her. But I'm not going to join the circus and be a clown ass and be a hypocrite because I have no beef with that person that I be on panel with because I look up to her. She inspires me because After 3 months, she had 11.k, and I was like, yo, that's real. That's some G shit. So I wasn't a part of their laugh out loud moments and things like that. But then somebody made me mad, and y'all could go back and see for yourselves. And they would say, "Oh, you Two-Face, oh, you Snake, oh, this and that," and that pissed me the fuck off. So I was like, "Wait, what? How am I Two-Face? Like, I didn't know I had to run back to mommy because I'm over here. I'm over here because I want to set the air clear, and because I want to tell people about my channel as well. Like, you got a network to make it your net worth. You know what I'm saying?" So I
Yeah,
was
and
like,
you can also like two people who don't like each other, and it would be wrong of them to expect you to choose. Like, unless it's somebody that you're like really, really tight with, like, and even then, as long as you don't like do anything to betray them behind their
yeah,
back, it
exactly,
shouldn't
and be a
matter.
traitor and gossip and play the
Yeah.
fence. You know what I mean? Like, that's not cool. But if I
Yeah,
was
I
really
talk to people
loyal,
sometimes who don't like each other, and it's like I just don't engage in that conversation, and I let it be known that you should probably not talk about this person in my presence because that's my friend, just like you are.
and you don't
You
want no
know?
parts. Exactly.
Exactly. It's like do that when I'm not here because now
Like,
you're
we're not
putting me
in
in a position.
elementary. We grown. We are grown adults, man. Let's keep it at that point. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
it just frustrated me that people was getting off of that panel from where I'm used to going and coming back and going over there to spy on me to tell her. So I had peeped it after the live with the prayers. I went back to the other panel and I saw all the comments. At first it was closed, but then it was open because I know that person checked to see if I was talking ill will, and I wasn't. But during the time they was doing their live, people was reporting back to her, "Oh, lyric this and oh, lyric that." But she was in my defense, and she was like, "But she didn't say nothing wrong about me, so why are you guys reporting to me?" And then there was people that in my defense, like, she's over here sticking up for old girls, so why is anybody saying anything about lyric? She's loyal. But what made me a little irritated was when I was in prayers, I felt a vibe. And then other people had gone on and they were showing how many guns they got in the screen. I'm like, that's just stupid. So then when they was, showing off their guns and they was asking me, I'm like, yo, real people move in silence. I move silently. I don't have to go about, you know what I'm saying, like flossing and fronting and acting a fool and putting myself out there so that I can get doxxed or in trouble or anything like that to show what toys I got.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, for what? That's stupid. So people was really testing. They were testing me like crazy. And then I had said at the end, "God bless," and nobody said it. And then they was trying to be funny. So I was like, I'm not fooling with it. I don't got no beef with nobody. But
That's the
I
negative
felt the
side of
fake.
the internet.
Hmm.
I mean, for the most part,
I
like
think they felt like
it's
I was a
like
troll, and I wasn't. It was just all about lyric at the end of the day. Like, I was just trying to reveal who I am personally. And also they
People
say,
don't
okay,
like
when I
that.
go
They want to
online,
suck
show
you
love.
in. They want to suck you into where they are and what they're doing. They don't want you to be your own person.
Disgusting. It's
some
miserable.
people don't like realness because they're not real. So the
Because she
realer,
was claimed,
the realer
and I don't know if
you
you
is,
saw
the
this,
more
Danny,
hate you gonna receive. Especially
but
when you tapping into this internet world, which is like 95% negativity and only
right.
a handful of people,
And no
like
offense, I'm not a peasant. And what I mean by that, like, respectfully, is that I look at myself like a royal, like everybody else should, and I'm a queen. And so queens don't entertain peasants or entertain, the collective of a circus or become that clown or that joker that throws around the little balls, you know what I mean? Juggling balls
yeah,
and everything like that. We stay on our throne and we shut the hell up and that's it. And we observe the
that's the best thing
nation.
to do. I'm pretty sure everybody in here could relate to this with
Yeah.
having problems with somebody in life. Look at that for the most part,
I was
that
minding my
that
business
person that got a
and they
problem with
tried it.
you is lower than you. Not to put yourself above nobody, but just say you a person with a job, you a person that got an apartment, car, you got
Hmm.
your things going, but then you got this person out there that ain't even got a job that's not on your level, but try to
But
find
I can
themselves
tell them how to
beefing with
get a CPN, and I can help them out with fixing their credit. And I'm a hustler,
you.
homie.
But
Like,
they're not trying to hear that because they
we could
that's
do it
not what they
legally. We don't gotta do anything. You know, we don't
that's
gotta
not what
do
their mind
PPPs
state
and
be
none of
on.
that. Ain't none of that. You know what
But
I'm
that
saying?
requires action on their part to fix their own life. And a lot of
Yeah,
people want to stay
exactly.
right where they're at
A
because
lot of
it
people
doesn't
know.
require anything.
Yeah, a lot of people know
Oh
that the
wow,
people
you're
that
right,
they hate
Danny. And I
on.
didn't even think of it like that. So you just opened up my eyes.
They wanna suck your energy because they don't want to have to create their own because they're lazy.
Wow. I told you was full of wisdom. I needed that. I really did.
Mhm.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah, that's why we
frustrating.
can't let them steal our light, you know?
Yeah, like dimming our fire, you know, like the
Because
fire
look,
that
at the end of
blazes
the day,
within.
they already know that you might be in a higher position and able to help them, but they just not fucking grown enough to, be that grown person.
But why is it that they don't big up themselves or look at themselves as something bigged up? And maybe perhaps the person that they're looking at with jealousy and envy is actually looking at them like, you inspire me. You know what I mean? So that's where
It's
it gets
just
like misconstrued.
some people is raised different. Some people is born into hate, so they become hateful naturally.
You also got to think that people got some really deep demons within them and they don't want to look at them. Like those of us who have that strength within ourselves, it's because we faced our own shadows. We know
Oh
how
yeah, you
capable
got
of
to.
negativity that we are. And we've
That's
looked
right.
at it and we've addressed it and we've grown from it and we've moved on. Those
Yeah,
people
because
don't
you
even
can't
want to
run
look
from the
at it.
dark.
Yeah, they don't even want to look at what's within themselves and admit that it's there in order to take care of it and become a better person. They'd rather just steal your light
But
instead
then
of
they'll
finding
be
it within
stuck and
themselves.
stagnant and empty and lonely and not making any movement but moving backwards. I don't understand why anybody wouldn't want self-improvement or
I
to
don't
adjust
understand it either.
themselves. There's a whole
Knowledge of
circle
self
of
is
life,
everything.
right? It's all about a circle of life, 360 degrees. God gave us free will, choices, and decisions, respectfully. And so when you get married, they call it holy matrimony, but it's a ring, it's a promise, a vow to your equal, to your twin flame, and to yourself, even as a person. So I'm not understanding it. Like, even in the cartoons, when the Lion King, the circle of life, for crying out loud, you could catch the message. It's all about a circle. It's a chain game. You know what I'm saying? Like Ray Shambi saying, excuse me, he says it's a doggy dog world. But you got to know how to fight them dogs, man. You can't get
Mm-hmm.
eaten up by them motherfuckers.
Nope.
So
But those
it
people,
just
they want to
frustrated me a bit.
be the ones in control and the ones with the power, but they don't know how to generate it in themselves. They forget that they have just as much energy and they're just as capable as anybody else.
Right.
But
So
they've
yesterday,
forgotten that.
I became the fucking puppet and allowed the puppet master to move my damn strings because I spazzed on everybody. And I didn't get two shits about their dumb guns that they had, and they was none of that because that was just stupid as a bitch to me. It was like, really, that's what we're doing. We're showing off our little toys and stuff, like. And then
Right.
I got mad and I said, I'm the type of bitch that I'll give you my address and you pull up and I can show you what I can do. You know what I'm saying? So it was crazy because I let them put me there. It's like, why are you going off showing all this stuff or what have you, and then feeling some type of way because I have a voice? My name is Voices of Power because everybody deserves to use the freedom of expression and liberation.
Mm-hmm.
Be liberable. You know what I mean? God gave us a voice, and that voice is spirit that lives within us. Our body is borrowed. It is the tent, the vessel that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just,
100%.
I don't know. It was just so agitating. And Rayshawn, what you said, it like stuck to me. I was like, yo, bro told me this too, and now I feel like a fool. Hold up.
Well, you
I'm
got to
like,
think about it
energetically,
too.
I felt stupid as hell. Like, why did I even put myself there?
Well,
For what?
it's not even the people involved. It's all the observers that are going back and running and being like, "Oh, guess what I just seen?" and blah blah blah. And it's
Yeah.
like they're trying to instigate something, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing that for? Like, you just want your 5 minutes of fame right now? Like, you
Right,
want
and that
this?
made me
All they're
mad because
doing is yeah.
I was like, does Shorty pay my bills? Does she pay my rent? Does she give me any funds? I could have sworn I pay my own stuff. I paid my car off. I have my own You know what I mean? Like
That's like
nobody's
the number
feeding me
one
and
reason
mines. I'm
not to
not over
feed
here
into nobody
asking
else
for
bullshit.
super chats or cash app and all those things or what have you on behalf of a subject. No, if you're going to be supportive of my page, it's because of the nature of my situation and you respect my movement. It has nothing to do with somebody else's identity and what's going on with their family and the sadness and the trials and tribulations behind it. No, I'm going to be independent. Even if somebody gave me $2, it was through my own independence.
Yeah, and I think too, like there's a difference between going and telling your friend or your family or somebody that you care about, like, hey, this is what's going on when you're not present, and I'm telling you because I'm looking out for you, compared to somebody being like, oh, guess what I just seen and what they were saying, and you know what I'm saying, like to somebody that they don't even barely know, and that's what goes on a lot in this I can't even speak right now, true crime community, is that people who are just simply like subscribers and they're in the chat and they don't know any of these creators in real life, or
Right.
even over the internet, they don't have private conversations with them or know them on any kind of deeper level
Right.
than anybody
And
else
I
does.
learned that.
And
I
they're trying
learned
to
that
start
today.
stuff, which,
And I
like I
learned
said,
that
is
today.
completely different than going back and telling someone who you have a loyalty to, like, hey, this is what's going on, so that they can address it because you're looking out. It's two different
Right.
things. And there's a whole lot of like the other going on where people who don't know you from anybody else to any other creator, they're just trying to start drama so that they have something to watch.
And I feel bad for the Cuban little girl that rose with that team, going to find out that one of the dudes, oh my goodness, there's such history with him. It's really wild. And now she's being persecuted. It always be the ones energetically that have love in their heart. They're truly genuine. They mean to do right by the community that get attacked. And I'm one of them.
Yeah, but
You're
at the
one of
same
them.
time, though,
Rayshawn
because
is one of
I
them.
know what you're talking about, and the person who challenged her to do something about that had no business doing that, because
that was disgusting.
he basically told her, you need to do this or else. And it's like, bro, who in the are you to tell her what she needs to do?
Who made
you feel better?
made you Mother Teresa? Exactly.
When he's up hanging out on that hill with those people who use
and trying to hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody, and you're intoxicated and zooted, dude. And then on top of that, there was a whole video on the one that I be on the panel with that somebody sent it to her. And it was a video of the lady that is up on that hill and that person you was just talking about. And somebody was questioning her, or not more so questioning her, but letting her know that that person got a vibe for her. And she's all laughing and giggly and everything like that. And people was just going off of that vibe and being judgmental and saying, oh, well, she doesn't care about her little girl, but she's over here worried about that dude. And then the other girl that was talking to her on the camera, was like, yeah, and he's really digging you, and he went home crying, and that's why there's problems in his relationship. And I'm like, yo, this is messy. This is some love and hip hop stuff, like
right?
dead ass.
I know, and that's what everybody wants. Everybody keeps tuning in to see the show, you know?
Yeah,
you know what I really would have liked to
everybody want
see?
that drama.
No, you know what I really would have liked to see? I would have liked to see those people who went to Tennessee, if they would have taken a half hour out of their time to do a prayer circle at that swim hole or something and make it all about Summer for just even a half hour, just even 5 minutes. Hold hands and pray for that little girl instead of making it a shit show about her fucking parents. Because that's all they went there for, was for the parents, not for her, you know? In my humble opinion. I mean, I didn't see anything that was directly like focused all about her.
You're talking about Summer Wells?
Yes, it was all about exploiting all the people around her as opposed to actually her. Like when we go to things for the boys, like we talk about the boys, we pray for the boys, like we beg for like answers so that they can come home safely.
Oh yeah, definitely. We cut all that drama short. That shit ain't going on
like
over
it's
here.
literally about the boys.
Yeah, ain't no YouTubers. Ain't no YouTubers coming over here. Ain't none of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
They can't do that because you're gonna put them in their place ASAP, because you don't disrespect people and what they're going through and their loved ones. That's just disgusting.
I mean, they tried it for a little. It was a couple people even after BK that tried it, But
Wow.
I was going hard in the beginning. I go back and I look at some of this shit. I'm like, yeah, I, I got
Yeah,
out
but
of body a couple times, but at the end of the day, it's just
it's
shit.
about the boys.
People was wrong. People didn't know what the hell they was talking about,
Right.
and just disrespectful. It's not even about knowing what you're talking about, because at the end of the day, in these true crime cases, like for the most part, nobody really knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Everybody goes off of feelings and emotions and
Mm-hmm.
little information that's out there, and then vibes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
But
making the best out of it that we can with our common sense that we have available.
Right.
yeah, so
Logically.
it's
Putting
not even
things
about
logically
that. But
together.
it's like I said, it's not what you say, but it's not what you say, but how you say it. Not what you do, but how you do it. We
Right.
all entitled to our opinions, but now when
But
it
we
comes
still
down
come
to the true crime
together.
community, it's
Yes, it's
about
all about unification.
how you put it out there.
Yeah.
And some of these people was just disrespectful, man. You
Yeah, these
know,
other cases, it's like they lose complete focus of the children altogether. And then they say the entire time, this is about summer, this is about summer. No, it's not.
It's
It's
about
about you
money.
creating a
It's
TV
about
show, a
money.
documentary for your
It's
channel right
about the
now.
root of all evil. It's about Dr. Phil being the devil's advocate. I said it. Wait till he comes at me.
yeah,
I'll be like,
exactly.
and what? But you gonna pay for my teeth?
Right.
Yeah, because at the end
Right.
of the day, like, that's why I operate the way I do in a boy's case, because I learned at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's not always about going on YouTube every day, and because it's certain protocols that law enforcement take that we're not
Mm-hmm.
gonna fucking know. So at the end of the day, we really don't know if we altering the case or not. And
Right, that's true.
then we go out there and we judge law enforcement, and then we judge these people and judge these people. But then
Right.
there's just protocols behind everything. So it's people gotta just step into reality. It's not really
Right.
helping nothing.
And
You
then
know
the
what I
thing with
mean?
the
Like the
boys
best thing,
is like,
especially when it becomes to all the drama and content creators bumping heads, especially like on a major scale, to that's what it's all about. Like
and Diddy, you know
everybody,
about
and look,
Santos?
everybody goes to any content creator that talks about Summer Wells is pretty much drama. And
Right.
look, for the subscribers and the viewers out there, when it comes to Summer Wells, don't lie. Like all everybody does is just go to these content creators for the drama. They don't go for a Summer Wells update, because they know most likely it's not no update. If it's not an update by the news channel or by a professional, whoever the case, the law enforcement news channel, some type of professional outlet, then what the fuck is a YouTuber most likely gonna bring besides they right there with the parents, and it's just now it becomes a reality. So
Yeah, and they're not usually bringing it back to love for summer.
they
Like that's
because
what irritates me.
it could go
It's
from
like
somebody
do
just
the
going to watch it.
It's crazy, you guys. I just wanted to mention this because I had many dreams, and I don't know if you remember it, Sean, when I was on the other panel. We're not name dropping, but you know what I mean, where I met you from. And I had said something about like a shed or being in a box of some sort. And if you go back to this person who is a major psychic that I look up to or what have you, she was on the phone with a person who is a diver and a mortician. And this person actually through sonar found something a little ways from 110 Ben Hill. And it's like underneath a bridge. They found some kind of contraption that looks like a box.
oh wow.
Right, right. And it was just, if you guys go back to your feed, you'll see it was by a person that uploaded the conversation between that lady that everybody knows that she solved one case or something like that pertaining to some children that were
Mhm.
buried. And she was having a conversation with this guy that is a diver. This is what he does. And he actually has it's reason to believe that he found something. You feel what I'm saying?
Are you
And
talking about that Reverend chick?
yes, I am. I was trying
Okay.
not to name drop, but
Well, that's why I just said the Reverend chick. But
yeah, the
yeah.
Reverend chick.
Okay.
And she came upon somebody This is very recent. And he said, like, it's an audio, and he said that he actually found something through sonar, and it's something in a box, and it's underneath a bridge, and it's a couple of ways down from that house.
Oh,
So
yikes.
prayers up, you guys, because I'm telling you, like, she comes to me a lot, and I'm like, you don't gotta come to me. There's so many people you could come to. I don't like, this is how I feel. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much going on all over the world or what have you. And I might not have all the answers, but then I also get confused because of being raised in a very strict religious background where I have my mother saying, oh, well, tú eres demoniado, you're demonized, and that's not of God, Jehovah, and those kind of things. And you don't walk your children through the fire. And I'm not walking my kids through the fire, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? And I'm not a Satanist or nothing like that. I
You can't help it if
pray.
your third eye is open and you can see it or you can hear it
My
or you
mother
can
don't
feel
know
it.
nothing about that. That's the thing. And she's very judgmental, always has been. So,
That's
oh,
to
excuse
me,
me.
that's not of God. To be closed-minded, God gave us a brain for a reason.
Exactly. You know?
He gave
And
us a
it's like,
spirit for a reason. He gave us a soul, a heart, all that for a reason. You know, we have a pineal gland in the center of our brain so
yes.
that we can connect with that spirituality. We
And
don't
that
need a
crown
church to
chakra.
tell us. We don't need a preacher, a priest, nobody else to tell us like
They're all
how like
labels.
God is within us.
Yes, it is. Exactly. That
And
is
we
what
can
I'm saying.
communicate with it and we can see it and we can know it deep within. We
But
don't need
people
we
run
don't need
from
a
it.
medium. What is a preacher or a priest? That's a medium between you
Yeah.
and God.
Yes.
What's the
Amen.
difference between that and somebody who claims to be a
Look,
psychic?
everybody is somewhat of a medium in their own level. It's just levels to everything, you know.
But I did wanted to share with you guys that I did have a dream pertaining to the other case. And I've been quiet about it because I'm
Yeah,
trying to honor the situation. I'm trying to be
yeah. No,
respectful because I
honestly,
don't know
yeah.
too much about it.
Because at the end of the day, it's like, look,
But if you want
it's
me
a
to share
very
some
it's
of
a
it, I
very
can.
touchy. Yeah, no, you can share
Are you
whatever
talking about
you.
the boys?
Huh?
Yeah, I have some new information.
About the boys?
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear it.
But what I was gonna say, is damn, you made me forget what I was gonna say real quick. But yeah,
It's
no, what I was
weird.
gonna
It's
say
like
is
I'm
like
being haunted.
it's like a very touchy situation, like just in general. So like a lot of people they don't be feeling, you know, the medium stuff and things like
Right,
that.
that's why I gotta be
And
careful. I gotta
and
thread
then look
lightly.
how I used to I mean how I still do feel is like I feel like when you when y'all get them visions and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
like that's for you guys to like
And
figure it
Danny
out
is
like some
very
type of
intuitive.
way. Like you know what
She's
I
very
mean? Like
intuitive, but she's quiet. She could either be a water sign or I'm getting air energy, maybe a little earth. I don't know if it's Virgo, um, Libra, or either Cancer or Pisces.
Who?
you hear what I
No,
was saying, you know?
yeah, I do.
Like for instance in the beginning of the boys case, it was a lot of people, mediums and stuff like saying a lot of stuff
Hmm.
and then it would go to law enforcement, but then it wasn't leading up to nothing, like you know what I mean? So
But it's not
that's what
because of what
maybe
I wanted to
came to the
share with
thought
you. Hmm.
I'm not talking in regards to that. I'm
Oh, okay.
saying how I felt about mediums just in general in regards to true crime.
Well,
I
no,
feel
Right.
a
that's
lot of
something.
people are trying to make money off of it.
Yeah.
I know that's why look, it's a whole
So
point to what I'm
yeah.
getting to as far as you even being a medium yourself, especially when you got to look how like I'm becoming a YouTuber right now, right? And for
Yeah.
me to do it in the best way, I have to look at how other YouTubers is doing it and you know the crowd's reaction to um what they're doing, and then also you know my opinion. So I'm kind of
Right.
using that as an example as far as being a medium, and especially as far as coming onto YouTube in regards to true crime cases. It's the whole point that I'm trying to say is just like I feel like when you get them vibes, like say you get a vibe on this case, you're like, man, I
Hmm.
had a dream, I had a
Well,
vision
this
or
is
something of
bothering me.
this person
Yeah.
this person being right here at this location, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's something that you should keep to yourself and make it happen yourself as your own vision and your own feeling, just based off of how shit is already going. Like, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but
No, I
it's,
understand you
it's nothing.
totally.
It's nothing to do with what you was about to say, lyric, or you know how you do your stuff. I'm just
Yeah.
speaking in like general. Like even before I met you, and this is stuff that I said on my channel, you know, prior to this live.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how I always felt. And I just look at the outside in because there's been a lot of confusion. And it's just like, all right, if I have a dream tonight and just say I have a dream of the boys and it's at a certain location and stuff, like I'm not gonna get on the internet the next day. I might tell the people, but I'd be like
Mm-hmm.
this is my dream, but I'm not telling you guys like, hey man,
Are you
Well,
the type that would go over there yourself?
he got knocked off for a second, but I think that
Okay.
also what people need to be aware of is that dreams can be symbolic and metaphorical.
Yes,
So
it
just
can.
because something's in a specific spot doesn't mean it's really there. You got to look at the environment in the background, and you have to analyze like what's there and what can that
Everything.
represent.
Yes. Yes. If you see water, you could think about emotions. If you see trees and green, you could think about heart chakra. You could think about abundance, prosperity, or you can even think about a scenery, a certain kind of scenery.
Yeah,
There's
or just
levels
like
to
some
it.
kind of earthy element, like some kind of, it could be anything.
Yeah.
The trees could represent a community of people. It could represent anything. Like it's not necessarily exactly what you see.
And what I adore about you is that you're humble because you don't say that you have a gift.
Well, I mean, I don't have visions or dreams or I don't hear things or anything.
No,
But
it's
I have a
energetic.
knowing, like sometimes, like
Mm-hmm.
I get it through feeling and like
Yeah, it's
something. I'll
energetic.
get like just like a download is what
You
I
know what
call
it's
it.
called? It's called
like,
clear sentiment.
Yeah.
It's your senses.
Mm-hmm.
It's energetically what you're picking up.
Yeah, but and like I'll feel like I see it, but it's not actually like a vision through my two eyes. It's like a vision through my
Like a
third eye.
daydream.
Yeah, like I don't
Could,
know. Sometimes I'll be like in the shower or something, and then I'll like
yeah,
just
like a
something will
daydream.
come to me. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and it's
hey,
like I didn't really
did you
see
guys
it. I'll
hear
just
what
know
you
it.
guys understand what I was saying? I dropped out.
Yeah, we do. We understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Respectfully.
I'm done with that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
were
I wouldn't.
elaborating.
And
Okay.
that's the thing. Like that's why I'm kind of like walking on eggshells because Rayshawn, I got so much respect for you and for everybody else on your panel, and even in your chat, your day ones. So I have to be fragile. I always tell you this. I gotta be fragile and gentle with what I have to say.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's why I always respected you because you know you always I feel you just a blessed person with a higher level of certain blessings, man. Not to even put a
And you
title
are
behind.
too. And you don't even claim that. You don't claim that you are a high priest.
Yeah. Yeah, I do to a
I
certain extent, but
You are a high priest. You do know that. You're like a master. No, seriously, through everything that
Magician.
you've everything he's overcame. It's like we go through our trials and error, our hurdles and obstacles, but he always finds a way. You
He's
know
an
what I mean? He
alchemist
always, yes,
by nature.
exactly. Or I look at him like a white lighter.
thank you, I
He
appreciate it.
hold, he holds that white divine light, that purity,
Mm-hmm.
and it stems from his childhood, from the past, from people with moralities and traditions, and even a strict background. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I could see it.
Like
I'm all this.
good
This ain't
people.
just for YouTube either. Like I could say that I've had the pleasure of knowing Rayshawn in real life, and he's
Yeah, I
still
know.
the same person,
And I
like
respect
all
that
across the
because you
board.
know
Yeah.
him.
Mm-hmm.
So if I step out of line, it's for you to correct me, to put me in my place. You throat check me. I don't care what you got to do.
Oh,
I
you're
respect
good.
constructive criticism because it's a way of learning.
Exactly. Me too.
Yeah, yeah, for real,
That's
real
why, you know
talk.
what's funny? My bosses at work, my supervisors have always said that I take constructive criticism really well because a lot of people argue back with them. But anytime that I've ever had somebody correct me, I'm like, okay, tell me more. Can you show me how to do that? Can you model that for me? Because I want to make sure that I get it right. And a lot of people are not like that. They'll get all on the defensive. And it's like, this person is your superior in this hierarchy. They're trying to teach you something. Like, take it in and learn from it and become better. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. Indeed. It's like when you if you think about the world, you think of it like a chessboard, you know what I mean? If y'all know about Fresh, how he did everything, that young man was very versatile and very frigid, and he could be intimidating, but he was intellectual. He knew how to move at the end of the day to save himself. And it reminds me of A Bronx Tale when it said wasted talent. We don't want to waste our talents and our gifts. We want to think outside the box, and we want to take risks, because if we walk in fear, then our life is meaningless. But if we're fearless, then our life is meaningful. It's full of so much meaning, so much definition, so much, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, y'all, let me tell y'all this from
Recognition.
experience. It seems like it's going to be hard and very fearful to be fearless. But once you become fearless, it's like God works his way and like really protects you even more than you already protected now. And
Right.
he's going to show you it's nothing to be fearless of. Like, you know,
Right.
you get what I'm saying?
And
That's
I
real
do
talk.
believe in the
And that's
third
coming
eye.
from
I really
experience
do.
to where I used to fear a lot, including God. Like people say fear God, but I fear God, but I don't
For
fear.
what?
Like, I don't fear too much in life, and I don't really fear God like that because I don't feel God is that
God is
harmful of a person.
unconditional.
Like you
Why
only
would I
fear
fear
people that
him?
you scared of. Why be scared of
Right.
God?
People who fear God fear themselves, and they fear those shadows and those demons that I was talking about earlier.
Thank you.
Because
Because if you're good within you and you have a pure heart and you have a pure soul, there ain't nothing to fear when it comes to God.
You change your name to Queen Danny, okay?
It's like your parent. Well, I mean,
and that's my husband's name, Danny. So you know, I vibe with you. I like that.
I am Danielle Leo Goddess.
That's right. Amen. That's beautiful, Mama.
Yep. Because I know that my God is within me.
And I go by the, like, my poetry name is either Nature's Kiss or Enchanted Rose.
That's cute.
Thank
I
you.
like the Nature's Kiss one.
Yeah, because, you know, it's Mother Nature. Everything that we evolve in. The trees from the roots. If you think about, what is that song? When she says black body swinging on a poplar tree.
You want to know what my day one said? Shout out to Shannon when she said about my name, like lead into that type of stuff. She was like, what she say? Something about sunlight.
Just know the trees are alive.
Like the rays
They are
from the
alive.
sunlight. You know how the sunlight has, the rays of light.
Yeah.
I forgot exactly how she said it.
It illuminates. And it brings truth. It reveals.
Ray shone the light on this whole case. Like,
yeah. But Ray, I don't know. I don't know if you and Queen Danny or Goddess. I see you like a Venus type. I swear, like you're like love. You know what I mean? Like you have a lot of love collectively that you have given, and also a lot of love.
World.
What happened, Rachel?
No, that's true. That's true because I do. Look, man, I am very lovable, but then at the same time, I'm not weak either. So,
I'm
not no sucker to this world. Like, I'm not no sucker to these snakes.
Do you know somebody by the name of George Harris?
Huh?
Do you know anybody by the name of George Harris?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my dog.
Who is that? Who is this? Who asked that?
I did. Lyric.
How do you know George Harris?
We was kicking it for a while on Facebook, kicking it, talking about spirituality and things like that, and his cousin, The Game.
Who? George who? George who?
George Harris.
The roofer?
He's in Cali.
The older cat than his 50.
Mm-hmm. Or what about Michael Cuddy?
That's crazy.
Michael Cuddy, he's another one that checks on me all the time, and he's a Crip.
Can y'all hear me?
They, yeah.
Mhm.
And he's always teaching me knowledge, wisdom, understanding, spirituality. He tells me when I'm engulfed by demons. He tells me to slow down. He knows I got a whole man, but he says he will come down here and beat his ass because he's not a man, and he will put me in a house out there in Cali.
Oh my
I
god.
love him though. I love him though. Like
No, wait,
that's my spiritual
hold on,
papi.
hold on. Oh, hello?
Yeah.
Why is it
You're
two?
you're on two
Hold
Why
on.
sides.
is there two of you?
Yeah, double. He's a Gemini. Now let me stop. He's a Leo.
Dude, he's a Leo with a ton of Virgo and Capricorn in his chart and a
Yes.
Pisces moon.
Yes, thank you.
Amal, you want to know Ray's chart? I don't know his rising because I don't know his birth time.
Hello?
Are
But
you a fire? Ma, are you a fire sign?
Wait, hold on.
Me?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm a Leo, Scorpio rising, Libra moon, and Libra and
I
Venus.
felt it. Libra, I said it, the air. I felt it.
Yeah, that's my moon and my Venus. They're conjunct
Yes,
in Libra.
that's right. And
That's
you
why
know
I
a
care
lot
so much
about
about justice. Yeah.
you know a
And
lot about the astronomy, huh?
yeah, astrology more so, but yeah.
Uh, Is there a difference?
Astronomy is the stars in the sky. Astrology is like the symbolic meanings behind it.
Oh, okay, cool. So
Yeah.
what is the something Kakashi or something like that? The the Kashi records or something
The
like that. I
Akashic
hope I'm
records. So the
yeah, what is the
Akashic
Kashik
records
one?
is that's like a metaphysical like storage of information. So
Oh
it would be
wow.
on a different dimensional plane. Like a lot of
Yes.
people say that you can access the Akashic records when you're on DMT because you're in a
Yo,
different dimension.
Yo. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
the
y'all can hear
Akashic
me now?
records,
Hey,
they
wait, hold
hold.
up. Time out, time out, time out.
This is deep though, but I wanted to
No,
ask her
this is
something about
deep.
the
You brought up
Akashic
George
records.
Harris. Nah, man, look, this personal right here.
Uh-oh. What
How,
happened? Is he
no,
bad?
how? What? No, he not bad. That's my roof advisor. That's the man. How do you know him?
I already told you through Facebook and stuff. We was talking for a long time. Like
Hell
years
no.
in.
You been stalking my Facebook.
No, I swear I'll show you screenshots. It's nothing. Like I just know
Send me
him
all right,
because
send me a picture of him right now.
come on, man.
And he's a roofer?
I don't know. He never told me about being a roofer. He said he was Game, like 50 Cent a Game. He said he was Game's cousin.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're talking about somebody else.
He's from Cali.
Hey, what's up, roof advice?
You gonna help her?
Anyway, so the Akashic records, it would be like a metaphysical storage space of like
Mhm.
everything that's ever happened and everything that's ever going to happen. So it's basically like the
Send that
like
screenshot.
Hold on. No, he could just look at my picture. If it's not the one that's like related to the game, then it's not the one.
No, but it's still just crazy that you bring that name up and
Because this one I'm talking about, he has tats on his face and stuff
oh
like
no,
that. And
hell no.
yeah, it's
But
probably not the
but
one.
yeah, but I do know a
He's
George
related
Harris.
to the game.
No, George Harris for sure.
But Ma, I wanted to ask you something because
Yeah,
you
go
talking
ahead,
about
John.
the Akashic records, right?
Wait,
So
uh-huh.
hey,
think
hold on,
about
one more time. Hey, roof advice. Hop on here. I'm gonna drop the link. Go ahead, yeah.
right. So think about the Mount Olives and Jesus on the mount on the
Mm-hmm.
sermon, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Jesus was on the sermon of Mount Olives. And I was told spiritually, it was shown to me, it was revealed that there is a tree right up on a hill of the Mount Olives where Jesus did a whole sermon with many people when he was breaking bread and sharing it and everything like that. And it was told to me that if you take a piece of that tree and you take like a really thin metal piece and you run it like a record player, you're going to hear the conversation to everything that he said because trees are living. Trees They give off oxygen, their roots go into the soil, and they breathe life. So they are actually like an entity. You feel what I'm saying? They have souls to them. And if
Mhm.
you think about like down south, how people were hung and the blood went into the roots, into the soil, and then you think about the murderous scene, how they take trees and they cut them up and make like furniture out of them. They were persecuted. It's a lot that goes with it. But basically, I don't know if you ever heard of Popper. There's this guy named, he's like a guy, a reverend or something, or a pastor, and he be on TV and he has the miracle water or something like that. He kept writing to me because I was talking to him about my visions, and he wanted to work with me and everything. And then he shared a piece of information, and he said it was it was a certain garden or something like that that starts with a G. I gotta remember it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's close to the Garden of Eden, but there is like a cave. And then when you go through that cave, those same angels are there with the two swords blocking it. But it has a lot to do with Jesus and that tree.
Okay, well, according to the Gnostic teachings, Jesus, while he may have been a real man, it's also a symbolic representation of the pineal gland, because you actually, the Christos is an oil that is within your pineal gland, and when you transmute your energy, it will transmute into cerebrospinal fluid and go back down the
Okay.
spine. So the
Oh,
tree
wow.
could be referring to the spine, and
Hmm.
and basically like your brain, all of your neurons, your dendrites, your, you know what I'm saying, like all the
Can you
branches.
tell me what a dendrite is? I don't want to act like I know. I'm
Well,
not
no,
gonna
like,
do
okay,
that.
so in the brain, like just all the pieces of the brain that like
Your
branch out,
neurological system?
like little antennas, and they send the messages throughout the body and everything. It works the same way as like a tree would with its
Like a
roots.
tree. Wow.
Yeah. So it's all like also symbolic, like
Wow.
everything is
Hmm.
symbolic for things that go on within the
Yeah,
human
for real.
body, within the human mind, and within the human
Oh, and they
soul.
send off
Yeah.
messages and everything. So would
Hey,
Yeah.
you say
especially
that
with
that
like
was similar
fruits,
to the tree of life?
fruits and
Yeah.
vegetables and shit.
The
Like,
tree of life
uh,
is within us.
yeah, exactly.
Right. Can you break that down to me, because I would love to learn. Like, see, I don't have the answers all the time, and I'm
Hey,
not gonna
what?
sit here
Hey,
and
real
pretend.
quick, y'all, real quick. This is why I love Voices of Power, because people get the misconception, oh, this lady is a medium. She able to do this and this. She should be rich. She should know everything in life. Nah, it's not about that. It's just about it, man. Like,
It's a journey. We're still
it's a
learning.
It
journey.
is.
Ain't
It
nobody
is.
perfect. You know what I mean? That's why I rock with Voices of
I'm
Power
I'm human.
lyrics. Yeah, because of,
I'm
even though she
imperfect.
got them blessings, she don't put herself above nobody, and she still asks
No.
questions. Back to the fact that you can learn from a baby, and we don't know. We're never gonna know everything in life, so it's no dead stop to anything. If you learning something and they say this the end, it's wrong, because ain't no end. It's always knowledge and wisdom out there
Yes.
and things to learn. We're never in our lifetime gonna be able to. Our brain probably can't even handle that. Like it's just so much. It's too much. But
Not
the whole
only
point
that,
is,
but you can know the
That's
same
right.
thing
But
that
she's
somebody
very
else will have a
intellectual.
different
That's
yeah,
why I
you
want to
might
perspective.
get.
hear her.
I mean, some people. I'm pretty sure, like evil people, know a lot
Mhm.
more of the truth than we do.
Of
That's why
course.
they're able to alter the truth and do what they do to put out certain information to
I
control us.
salute Danny. At the end of the day, I salute Sister Queen. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm the type of woman that I'm gonna admit when I am not all the way connected. And I am seeking truth and insight, and I do want wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and I pray for that
That's
every day for
because
God to reveal it.
the blessing that you got, lyric is somebody that's higher than you, that could tap in deeper than you can.
Yes, and I
You know
Well,
love
what I
I
it.
mean?
don't
And
know
she is
everything
so
But
full
either,
look,
of
but
she is
I've
but
so
just
like,
full of life.
I've tried to take in a lot of knowledge intellectually, and sometimes that's not enough, because sometimes you have to apply it to really know it within and know it for
Yes,
sure.
you're
And
right.
I'm really bad at that sometimes, because I have like ADHD, and I can't meditate for very long and get in touch with all of that within. but
I
I
have
do know,
PTSD, so I understand.
yeah, but I do know that there's got to be truth to some things because they just simply make sense to me. And so it's like I spend my time trying to seek out more along those paths and like
Yeah,
get to know the
exactly.
truth
Because
because
the
the
more
idea
you
has already
know,
been
like
planted as that seed.
the more knowledge that you
That's
gather up,
right, Mama.
the
That's
more
right.
you're
You're
able
so
to
beautiful.
like narrow things down and more to the truth. You know, because
Mhm.
you're already open minded, so you're able to find out different information in life outside of one source. And now you
Mhm.
could, you know, somewhat try to connect dots. Not saying you're gonna get to the truth, but you're
Yeah.
gonna get more to the truth if you're more open minded.
I will
Yeah,
get
you
to the
got to
truth,
connect the dots
Rashawn.
to try to make a picture out of something.
You want to talk about goals? My goals is to know the truth of everything before I die. That's what I always told my mom when I was a kid. Mom, there's a lot of stuff to know and I want to know all of it.
But you're not
And
though.
you're not going to die, Mama. You're going to depart and then you're going to go on living again.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just a
but
cycle. It's a
you know what I'm
cycle of
saying though.
rebirth. Yeah.
And I know I'll never know everything, Rayshawn, but that's
But
just goals.
die,
Yeah,
to
no,
say
no.
That's a
die
But
goal
it's
that
means
will
still,
never
death.
be fully
look,
achieved.
just to
There
be
will
So
in that
never be
mind
a
state.
death.
Look,
Never.
just to be in that mind state and put that energy out there. I want to know everything. Is just being you're curious, and it's like as long as you put that energy out there, you're gonna receive a lot more truth than
Yes.
not thinking like that. But
well,
just
and that's
Yes.
a
on the
goal that
fact
I'm
that
gonna still
And
continue
that's
every
why your
single day of
panel
my
is so
life.
powerful, Rayshawn. You guys, I gotta share this with you. Like 2 weeks ago, this girl, I hit her up because like she was paying me a lot for readings and for blessings and prayer candles and those kind of things. And she was doing the most. And then she wanted a baby. And so I
hey,
told
real
her,
quick
I
though,
said,
real quick, and you ain't even came on this channel and said
mm-hmm,
nothing about no type of money at all. That's another reason why
no,
I respect you.
no. And she said to me, she said, am I gonna have a baby? Because she was upset with the guy that she was messing with, but then the guy had a brother and she started messing with him and he had a baby mom that she wanted me to do a hex on. And I'm like, I don't do that funny shit because there's karma. I believe in
Yeah.
karma. I believe in the power of three, thou also see. So I believe in it. You know what I'm saying? From every tower and all that. I believe in my angels deeply. And I believe when you infiltrate and try to plagiarize God and you run on his territory, ooh, you better watch out. So
Uh-huh.
I was like, Nana, are you crazy? I don't care how much money you're offering me. I'm not gonna do that to a living baby that it ask to be on this earth. Like that's ridiculous. But then I said to her, I said, why don't you just be patient? And she said, but the doctor said I won't have no kids. And I said, but that's a man. You gotta trust in God and your army of angels. All you got to do is take it to the altar. Don't take it to no spiritual advisor. Don't take it to a medium. Don't take it to nobody but God Himself. He's going to deliver everything to you. I said, seek God first in His kingdom, and all those things will be added unto you.
Not
And
only
she
that,
hit,
but if you gotta put a hex on somebody's baby mama to get them to be with you or something, then like
right,
that's probably
no
not the right
question,
person for you to be
not
like
at all.
procreating with.
Right,
Just
right.
saying.
It's like God said, cultivate and populate and make them earth plenty.
Yeah,
What do
like
I
those
look like
obstacles
stopping
are
what He
there
got
for a
going on?
reason to prevent you from
Exactly.
procreating with this person.
Right. So you should already have it and identify it confidently, with confidence. And you should already know that you're precious enough. You're the treasure or that diamond in the rough that is amazing and is bigger and unique than anybody on this earth. And that's all He sees. You shouldn't even ask anybody to do ill will to any human being.
Mm-hmm.
So she hit me up today with pictures because I had said to her during the time, I said, wait till the winter. I keep on hearing jingle bells for some reason. I don't know why, but I think it's around Christmas. And just be patient and keep up with your physicals and just be prayerful. She was offering me $1,000, and I said, no, I will not. I said, that's like the devil offering Jesus what belonged to him already. And I said,
Yeah.
if God wants me to have it, He's going to give it to me. And I trust in my Lord. I'm never going to be a sellout. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So she hit me up today with pictures and she said, oh my God, Lyric. And I hit her up in text and I said, what's wrong? You all right? And then my spirit said something. I said, oh my goodness, don't tell me. And she said, I'm pregnant. Then I said, see,
By that
I
guy?
told you. She's pregnant by another guy
Oh,
that she
good.
was kicking it with. Yes. She's pregnant by the brother.
Oh, okay. But
She's
not the one
pregnant
with the
by
baby
brother.
mama, right?
Yeah, with the baby mama, but the baby mama was pregnant with the brother.
Oh
You
wow,
know, the brothers, they are
that's crazy.
brothers. Yeah. So she basically wanted to be with the first brother, and then that didn't work out because, you know, the other brother with the baby mama was interested in her. And then this whole time she was like plotting and scheming because she knew that the other girl that was pregnant was using him and being abusive and those kind of things, what have you. And I said, throw all your anxieties in God's hands and your transgressions at his feet by the pearly gates of wisdom. Throw your pain and all that you have within yourself and give it to him. Go to a personal place and cry your heart out and give it to him at that altar. You know, whatever you believe in, God is within you. You know, and I thought about Mary, Mary, and I said, "Is the God in me?" And I sung that to her, and I said that I call it spiritual jukebox. And I said, "See, this is what I see." So I'm not saying trust me, but at least listen, kind of. And she
Hmm.
was so excited, and she said, "How did you know?" And you know what? Respectfully, I'm gonna put it out here. I said, "I don't even know
Yeah.
because I don't even know. I just went off of intuitive, you know, my intuition.
Hmm.
That's it, and I had a trust in it because I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know everything. No, 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 no. I was in shock, like, whoa,
Well, when
okay, so
things
I need to
happen on
pay
the
attention more.
metaphysical, you can't really explain it with words. It's beyond words.
Right? Isn't it like ether?
Yeah, like it's just
Mm-hmm.
things just happen and you just know them or you just feel them or you just see them. And it's like, how can you ever explain that process to somebody? Like, because you're right, you don't even know yourself. How could you?
Right.
It's
Exactly.
something beyond the physical world. It's beyond
It is.
like verbalization. It's beyond anything that we could ever try to communicate. It's something that one would have to experience for themselves to understand.
Right.
There
And
is
then
two
here's
Rayshans
another
again.
thing. And Denny, here's another thing, right? I was having like this was back then, and I was having dreams about Kanika Jenkins, and she was giving me a whole bunch of information. And so I went and I have like a whole case discussion on it on Facebook, and I closed it. But before I closed it, I went on live and I said I leave this in God's hands. And I had said this one guy's name, but through like letters that I had seen because I was drinking and the cup spilled on my rug and it spelled the name. And I gave the initials out on my live. And then I said, whoa, hold up. Like a week later, it was then said through media and all that stuff, those initials that I said. And I said, in too deep, fuck this. Plus, I had
That's
to be a
crazy.
Judge Mathis. I was invited to Judge Mathis and I had to stay at the Acme Hotel. I was really close to comfort. You feel what I'm saying?
Hmm. I
And
want
I
to
was
address
chilling.
something in the chat real quick. Stephanie, if
Mm-hmm.
don't feel crazy for what you feel. And if people try to tell you that you're crazy for sharing it with them, then those people are not worth the information. It's not worth
Right.
sharing that part of yourself because for me at least, like my feelings are really deep and really personal and really valuable to me. And I don't share
Mm-hmm.
them with many people. And
Nope.
if people start giving me some kind of negative feedback, I think, you know what, I'm above this and I'm better than this and I don't deserve to be like criticized or ridiculed for something that I know in my heart to be true. You know,
Right.
so
Because
so
you
that's
have
when
those
you
values
yeah, like sometimes, you know, like what is that saying? Like knowledge is knowing what to say, but wisdom is knowing what not to say
to say,
and
yeah.
and who not to say things to sometimes. So
Right.
sometimes you do got to keep things to yourself, but there's
Mm-hmm.
always those places and those people that you can trust that you can share with, and if they're open-minded and they're intuitive and they're knowledgeable themselves, they'll know that you're not crazy,
And not
but,
even
but
that,
don't
God
ever feel
won't
bad for
mislead
it.
you. God will never mislead you or misdirect you. You could leave
Yeah,
him and turn your other cheek, but he'll be there with open arms because he's unconditional. He is love in its own essence. He is all
yeah,
things
but you
pertaining to
always
love.
you always got to know that you can trust in yourself even if you could trust in nobody else. So don't ever feel crazy about anything that you feel like that's your truth and your knowledge
Mm-hmm.
and your own wisdom. And
That's
that's
right.
that's like one of the most powerful things. And if you could believe in anything in the world, believe in that.
And believe in you, exactly.
Mhm.
And that will elevate your mind and vibrate you higher.
Mhm.
It's all about higher understanding, higher awareness, and higher consciousness, higher learning. You know what I mean? Stay at your highest peak.
Yeah, like
But
it's
with this,
crazy because through all this YouTube stuff, like I finally feel like I found a community of people who accept me for who I am and who appreciate me. But like my whole life, I've always felt like I don't fit in, like I'm an alien from another planet or something.
mm-hmm,
Like I look out into the stars and I feel so much more connected than I do with all these people that I look into their eyes every day. I've always
right.
felt like I don't belong. You
I
know,
felt like
like
that with
my
my
family is
very
elsewhere, you know, like
right.
my
I
people
felt
are
like that
somewhere
with my
else.
biological family. Here it is. I'm looking negrita, like a black boricua, and my family is looking white and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mhm.
used to question it and be like, "Am I adopted? Is this why I'm in group homes and foster homes? And is this why I'm being persecuted? Is this why I don't have a voice when my stepfather was being, was violating and all types of stuff or what have you?" And I tried to tell my mom, and she pulled a Summer Wells or a Candace moment and cut off all my damn hair. It was down past my bottom, and
Oh
she cut
shit.
it like I was a dude. Right. So I look at those kind of things and I'm like, well, what kind of family would do that? Like, I gotta be an alien. I'm foreign. Something's different with me. Am I adopted? All types of stuff was coming to me, and I felt crazy. And I would question myself and question God and all types of things. But then it said, what's not understood is not meant to be understood, because you don't lean on your own understanding, you lean on God's.
Mm-hmm. See, with me, like my family's really close, and I feel so thankful for my family because, like, as dysfunctional and as crazy as they are, like
Mm-hmm.
we're all loyal, like to a fault almost. You know, like I could trust my family 100% with my life. But other than that, like I've never really felt like I belong here on this planet. You know, like I've
Mm-hmm.
always felt like an outsider when it comes to like other kids and stuff. Like I didn't have a whole lot of friends, or like I've always just felt like I just simply can't trust people, and that
Mm-hmm.
they're not, like, now that I'm older, it's more so that they're just not worthy of my time because they don't have the same values as me, you know. But I
Mm-hmm.
finally feel like here, like I found people that I can actually connect with, and it sucks sometimes that they're so far away from me physically. But for
Mm-hmm.
me, I'd rather feed that mental connection and that spiritual connection with people than to spend a bunch of time superficially in the physical, in the flesh, with people who I really don't have any kind of deeper connection with, you know?
Right, exactly. And I could relate to what you're saying, because now that I'm older with my own little family, my family is team lyric. They a lot of things has changed since when I was 21. When I was 17, I was actually forced into getting married to
Oh,
a
wow.
very abusive guy because the religion wanted that. So there was a lot
Ew.
of there was a lot of hypocrisy. There was, it reminded me like Scientology. I didn't never want to say it was a cult. I just felt like it was misfortunate, or it was such a misunderstanding, because I didn't want to put labels on the Kingdom Hall or anything like that. I said it was the people that were like hypocrites, and they was
Oh,
always
so you
trying
were
to
Jehovah
steer me.
Witness?
Yes. And my family is still a Jehovah's Witness to this day. And every Wednesday and Sunday, yes, I go on my Zoom meetings and I listen to the Kingdom Hall, and I go to the circuit overseer or the assemblies, because I'm not serving man, I'm serving God.
You know what's
I
crazy
feel
though?
like,
Today, I don't know many Jehovah Witnesses, but today I just got my eyelashes done for the first time because I usually wear magnetic ones, but I actually got the extensions today. And the
mhm.
lady who was doing my eyelashes was telling me that she grew up Jehovah Witness.
Oh,
And like,
wow.
yeah, and then now I'm talking to you who said like that's just a weird. There's been a couple things today that it's been like the first time that I've really encountered something, and then somebody else has like later in the day today said the same thing that connected it. It's kind of weird, like the synchronicity. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, 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 you're fine, Danny. That's not, you know what I want to say? It's not weird, beautiful. It's exactly what you said, the synchronicities.
Mm-hmm.
And those are angel messages. It comes
Yeah,
to
that's
us
what
in
lets us
numbers.
know that we're on the right path and we're doing the right thing and we're in the moment
Right.
we're supposed to be in.
Right, exactly. Exactly. 100%. I believe that.
Yeah, it's
And
well,
I always felt
it's
like the
actually
outcast.
it's
I always
Rayshawn
felt
too,
that way.
because the lady that was doing my eyelashes, I was at her house and she had one of those Sphinx cats. And then Rayshawn sent me a picture earlier of this thing, and he's like, "What is this? Like a little baby kangaroo or something?" And I'm like, "Dude, that's a Sphinx cat." Like, and I just literally for the first time
Oh,
in
I
my life
love
encountered one
those.
today. And then
Oh, you
he's like,
did?
Yeah, and then he's showing me a picture of one. So it's the both of you that I've had these experiences with today, which is crazy because now here's
That is
all three
so
of us right
beautiful.
here.
You know,
Hey, look, that's all because
that's my favorite cat.
it's all connected.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yes.
lets us know that we're in the right place at the right time, exactly where we're supposed to be right now.
Amen.
Exactly.
That's my favorite cat. Like I'm in love with those. The one that has the extra
Yeah,
hair on the top
I
of
didn't
their
know what
ears,
the hell
right?
that thing was.
No,
I
they
thought
don't
it
have
was
any hair. They're
I
completely
thought it was
hairless.
a
Are you talking
kangaroo.
about? Wait a minute. You're talking about the one that looks Egyptian and there's no hair on
Yes.
it at all?
Yeah.
Oh, those are beautiful.
I
love
want
how.
one. I don't even really
Me
like animals
too.
that much because I don't like hair and I don't want to clean after them. But after like holding and petting this cat today, I was like, oh my God, I need one of these. Like, this is so me. Like, it got
They
off
are
my
so
black pants and left
tranquil.
no fur. I was like, I totally need one.
Yeah, they are so tranquil. I promise you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that cat just came right on my lap and she started purring and I was petting her and I was like, oh my God, I'm in love. I need one of these. But they're like $7,000.
Wow.
I was like, man, I could like buy a whole bunch of things for $7,000, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like,
You're right.
maybe somehow I'll come across somebody who has one who needs a good home for it, and then I will definitely get an animal because I'm not really a pet person, but I would
I
definitely
want one of those little monkeys. I want a finger monkey.
a little monkey. That would be cool.
I had wanted to know, I had wrote something, but I don't know if you guys will be acceptable to me reading it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I had named it My Eyes Can See, and I did like hieroglyphic signs. I drew hieroglyphic signs around it, and I wrote the gateway is open, a 0808 doors. And I wrote my eyes can see so much. It's incredible. My intuition is filled with an illuminating pure light with halos of gold white and light pink. The portal has been opened, revealing the angels' prayers and tears. The trumpets of seven will sound out silently, ringing in the drums of salvation found. The throne will rise to overlook the water deep. The sun will shine. Where am I?
That's beautiful.
Hold on a sec. I apologize. The water, okay. So the sun will shine, releasing its warm rays. The nations will cry out, O Lord of Zion. Thunder will sound like a roar of a lion. 365, 365, 365 lessons, growth through panic and sadness, but the Lord Jehovah will sustain and stretch out the days and nights, weeks and years until the great sheep is anointed by the Lamb. Cups will be poured, celebrations will be toasted, the meek no longer lost, and the weak no longer without. A faint lights of fights. We will thrive. We will be romanticized, engaged, and wish fulfilled over many lands, seas, and dry desert plains. Our eyes no longer famish. We will be successful, winning, no panic, because we surrender ourselves to you, Lord. It's because of you I'm living. Oh, gracious God, I give praise to where it's due. This gratitude to the Most High. I thank you for the oxygen and for the life that I take inside, and to the many nations that cry over Zion's eyes. Fill up these bowls in the heavenly realms and ignite our fire and make them brighter, no longer dim. Amen.
Sorry, I was muted. I was all talking and then I'm like, wait a minute.
No, it's okay.
That was nice. I liked it. That was beautiful.
Thank
I
you.
wish I could write like that.
It was something that came over me because after I prayed, I had seen like visions, and it showed me like this golden place. It was all filled with nothing but pure gold. And then it showed me golden bowls with fire in it. And it showed me seven thrones with seven kings and crowns and halos over them. And on the second stair, it showed me a transparent circle overlooking the earth. and this angel with these big heavy wings with lots of eyes, different shapes and colors, was sitting on it with four faces of a man, a lion, a bird, and a bull, a wild bull.
Like on the
Or
world card.
yes, it's weird. And then I have seen these like arches, and I seen like orbs of light going through it, like, but then there was like tunnels that was transparent and you could see through it, but it was like gold, and it would turn into rainbows, and then the orbs was going through it, in and out, and then the angel that was sitting there with these wings and the four faces, he was flapping, and then the angels all around, there was like this golden kingdom in the background, lots of clouds, and then I seen the angels and they dropped their like olive, it's an olive like leaf, like a or you could call it a palm, excuse me, I apologize, it's a palm leaf, and they were fanning it, but they were singing because they don't talk, they were singing, and they were giving praise. And when they was doing that, it showed the transparent circle, and it showed down below earth, it showed the waters deep, the mountains, the people going to the bodega stores, running into the houses, people getting shot, islands where they was doing some stuff to children. And then a whole bunch of rain came down, and I looked back up, it gravitated me back up, and I saw all of those angels. They lifted up the palm leaves and they were crying.
Yep.
And then I heard, and this is when we saved you, no longer lost. Salvation was given through Joshua, Jesus, our Lord and Savior.
That's so crazy because I just envisioned all of that like if I was there.
That's what I'm saying. It was that deep. It was showing me everything, and it was so beautiful.
There's like this spot that I like to go sometimes, and like you can oversee the whole city and all the lights and everything. And then like there's been times that I've sat there and just thought about the fact that there's like all these houses out in the city, and they're like, you know, everybody's got different things going on. Like there's people being straight up violated, domestic violence, there's families eating dinner together, there's people that are in love, people that are making babies, people that are doing drugs. There's like, you know what I mean? Like people,
like everything. Yes,
yeah, every single different situation that you can imagine is going on right here. And I can see the light from each of these houses.
All of that. Yes.
But at the same time, there I am up on the mountaintop, and I'm like in so much solitude within myself, like just being one with me. And it's like, you know, if only all these people, yeah, and you think like, if, like I feel so connected to all these people because I can see all the lights and all the houses where they're at, and I just only wish that they could feel that connection back with me so that they could take a moment and like be at one with themselves, because you know that there's like, you know, just a ton of shit going on and people are like all caught up in the middle of it.
Yes.
And they forget to be within themselves and in the moment, you know. And it's like, it's pretty powerful to think about things like from a much bigger perspective, because a lot of times we forget that we're just one of many, you know.
You had an aerial vision. You was like a rising phoenix, or more so like an eagle, the eagle's eye. You had an aerial view, and you was like basically connected through the spiritual umbilical cord of heaven, and God allowed you to see through his angel's eyes.
Well, you know,
I don't know, a chosen one.
I don't know if you know much about like the astrological sign Scorpio, but I'm a Scorpio rising. But even though I'm a Leo, like that's a square, right? So it's a really like tough position, like I have a really tough chart in a lot of ways. But but the Scorpio is like on its lower vibration, it's a scorpion, but then it transforms into an eagle, and then it transforms into a phoenix. So it's just funny that you said that, because like I feel like that's all like what my life is about, you know? Because that's where my first house is in Scorpio from, you know, the minute that I was born, even though I'm still a sun in Leo. But I feel like a lot of my life, like especially my deep spiritual growth, is like encompassed by the whole meaning of Scorpio and the death and the transformation and like all the dark and the wound and the pain, and like that's like my whole life, you know?
Yeah, but you know what? You're no longer in a cocoon. And it's like, it feels like like past a year ago, you was that caterpillar, but now it's been like the tower moment, but it's in a reverse because this is like past tense from the growth that you already took it in, and now you're that butterfly. But now, guess what? That butterfly will sit on the head of what do you call that? What are you saying? You ever heard of a unicorn that has wings? They call it like a Pegasus.
Yeah.
That's what you're becoming. You're not a butterfly. It sits on the head of a Pegasus. It will be, I see Capricorn energy, direction through the unicorn, the horn of the unicorn, but your wings are open to expand, to be like, I'm hearing like to be free. You know what I'm saying? So like um, you can explore, because right now exploration is symbolic. The exploration that I'm speaking of is a symbolic way of indicating that now, without any second thoughts or any question to anything, you are taking flight and you're trusting in your instincts and your intuitiveness. And you know that this flight that you take is going to be towards the greatness that you have encountered, because you are destined for greatness, Danny. But guess what? Your greatness has already began.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I see it. I see something big with your future. It's a business. You've been on the ground coming up. It's on the up and up, and it has something to do with the community and also with something that you've been thriving for the longest. You've been putting it to the side, and then you've been doing projects and you hadn't completed, and then now you're like, nope, I gotta be about that. I gotta make this happen. I gotta be about what I say and put in that action.
Okay. I'm like trying to
Does that
think,
sound like something that will resonate with you?
yeah, I could take that a number of ways, not necessarily business wise, like just within my soul, you know?
Well, just your soul, but also too, you gotta understand that it doesn't mean necessarily like enterprise or business or entrepreneurship, but it's the business. Let me correct that, because I'm Hispanic and Boricua, so when I say business, I mean more so when it comes down to the queen or the boss or the leader that you have already been. Just
Like
the
just on the
leadership.
earthly plane,
Yes,
like
the
the
leadership
physical.
abilities that's in you.
Well, yeah, because like whenever I do tarot and stuff, like I try to tell people like when they get like the earth cards, like the pentacles or
Mm-hmm.
the discs, like when I use my Crowley deck, it's discs or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
like I'll tell people like this is not necessarily work, or this is not necessarily money. It's just
Or
anything like,
contractable, right?
yeah, like it's anything like third dimensional, like anything tangible. So like
Mm-hmm.
when you were saying that, that's why I was saying like not necessarily business, but it still resonated with me as in like in the third dimension, like in my real life with my feet on the ground, you know?
It's your royalty. I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. It's standing in your truth and being grounded this time. It's being powerful in
Yeah, because I'm
everything that you
usually
do and say.
my head is usually in the clouds and my feet are not on the ground. Like, and I'm trying to get my
Right.
feet back on the ground, you know?
No, your feet, it's beginning. Your feet is on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You're no longer gravitated. Your feet is on the ground, and you are getting to everything that you need to be voiceful, to insert your faith. You know what I mean? To be about what you say and all of that. Because you always been about what you say, but this is more so in putting forth that action.
Mm-hmm.
I know
Yeah,
paradise, my love.
I'm like, I've been trying. I've had some like really rough things happen that have like forced me to have to like come to a lot of conclusions like by myself, you know, like within me. So
It's
that's
been
where
a
I'm
journey,
at.
though. It has been a
Yep.
journey, and you know what? It's wonderful to put yourself first, always to put you first. You've been working hard on that. You know what I'm saying? You don't take, that saying they say, let your no mean no and your yes mean yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is you saying, this is what I said, and that's that. And like, if somebody got a problem, then you're not paying attention to that. Like, you're not entertaining what they have to say anymore. It doesn't matter, because you know that what you say matters. You know that you matter at the end of the day. You've been through so many storms,
Hmm.
but it's only made you stronger. And then on top of that, you have a force with you, a very positive light with you. And it feels like a very loving, positive light. And it feels like it's telling me to stop beating yourself up. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, don't put yourself in that position to where you questioning so much and you feel like you should have changed things or you should have said things differently, or maybe it's a lot with it. And I don't, you know what, I'm also being saying, ay Dios mío, I'm being told it's very personal. So maybe if you take my number down or whatever, we'll kick it, we'll chat.
No, what you're saying makes total sense, and I've already kind of like I've
If you've
already
been hearing music or songs, that's what I'm hearing the most. Something about songs. Um, if you've been seeing like, what is it? What are you saying? Like it could be animal spirit guides, maybe, or maybe you might come upon seeing either like change on the floor or a feather, or hearing something that sounds like relative to in that moment, remembering that individual that like swept you off your feet and took your heart, like stole your heart. You know what I mean? This is somebody very close to you. I feel twin flame energy.
yeah, pretty much. Mhm. Yep.
But they're with you always. Always. And is there like a special item you like to hug or smell?
No, I hug myself when I'm sad or something. Like I'll hug myself and rock myself to sleep and stuff.
Do you think about like when you're hugging yourself, do you think about like a certain moment or like something that made you extremely happy?
Yeah.
Okay. Something about think about the smell though. I don't know what that's about. Maybe you would have bought cologne, or I don't know what that's about, but like, or even a gift that was given. Maybe it could be a jewelry piece.
I don't even know. I don't know what that would be, but
Or is it a card? It's something valuable, but like it's not something of value. It's valuable to you. Does that
maybe
make
the
sense?
ocean, because I think about being at the beach.
Okay. And what does the moon do to you, if I may ask?
I mean, I don't really feel like connected to the moon in those ways necessarily.
Hmm.
Like the moon, I don't really feel like has an effect on me, but I haven't like paid that much attention closely to really know actually.
Okay. Or maybe could it be like a moon sign? I don't know. There's somebody coming in strong. I don't want to get too personal with it, but all I know is that that's what I'm picking up. Um, spiritually, that's what I'm picking up. And
Oh shit. My boyfriend, he died during a lunar eclipse.
okay, so that's him.
Yeah, I just thought about that.
Okay, I'm so sorry. By the way, my heart
Oh,
goes
it's
out to
okay.
you.
He did it to himself. So
Yeah,
that's what happens. People shouldn't do fentanyl. That's why.
yeah, I understand that. I wasn't gonna put it out there like that.
Yeah. No,
Um,
everybody, I've done a whole YouTube on his 1 year death anniversary. I did a whole stream about it. So everybody knows my business with that. That's fine.
oh, okay. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Respectfully, Danny, you gotta understand. I don't know what I'm talking about. It just comes to me, so I'm not ever gonna admit that I know what I'm saying and this is it and I'm accurate. No, I'm not one of those. I'm just going based on spirit. That's it.
Yeah, no, you could say whatever you want though. I mean, I'm a pretty private person in my real life and I'm really
That's
reserved,
what I feel. That's why I'm
but at
trying
the
to.
same time
I
though,
walk in on
like
eggshells. You gotta
yeah,
hear
but
me.
at the
I walk.
same time, I want to know everything. So like, I don't want anybody to hold back. Like, even if it's ugly or it hurts or whatever, like
Yeah,
I would still want to hear it. You know what I mean? And I don't care
yeah.
who else hears it either. Like
But
that
I
doesn't
feel
really
like there
bother
was
me.
a. Hold on.
There was what?
Hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you guys, I'm still tuned in. I'm just, this.
I apologize, y'all. Just give me 1 second.
You all good? You good?
You're good, Rayshawn. I see you driving.
That's why I put it up there so y'all know I'm still here. Like, I'm good. Listening.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going. No, I'm just messing with you. I can't tell. It's too blurry. Yeah, no, let's see. So Stephanie, April 27th, Taurus. Taurus is that's your sun sign, but I could know so much more about your chart if I knew like the year, and also if you had the specific birth time and birthplace. I could tell you even like a whole lot more. Because just Taurus, I mean, you can look up Taurus. It's like a very earthy energy. They're all about the senses. They like things that are beautiful, things that taste good, things that smell good, like stuff like that.
Somebody supportive, like I don't know why I feel this, but I feel like you had to deal with a lot of people's emotions pertaining to this situation, and it was unfair.
Yeah. Yeah, I did, because when I publicly
was you blamed?
Not necessarily that I was blamed, but
was it indirect?
Kind of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his daughter totally blocked me from his Facebook account to where like I can't even access like our memories from his perspective or anything anymore, because of the fact that I had said on my page, somebody asked me how he died, and I said fentanyl and methamphetamine toxicity, because that's the fucking truth. And
yeah, that's the devil. When they're
and his daughter thought I was disrespecting, and it's like that's what the fuck he did. And what she doesn't remember is that her dad spent 17 years in Narcotics Anonymous, sharing his story with people so that he could help them. And that this is now part of his story, is that he died from his addiction.
Right.
And that might help people who used to look up to him and realize that, hey, you can have 17 years clean and sober, and you can go back out and get high, and you can die. And that might save somebody's life. And I'm not embarrassed of it. I'm not ashamed of it.
Including
like,
mine.
But that was my man, and I loved him. And so it doesn't matter what he did. Like, I'm not embarrassed of it. Like, that's the way that our story ended, you know?
Right. My man almost died. It was crazy. But he's still here, thank God. Like, I prayed for him. He was running back and forth undressed and saying that his heart was being clawed. His ex-girlfriend came to me in a dream, and she said, well, you're not doing any better. You're pacifying his behaviors, so I'm going to take him from you. But she got left. Like, he left her for me because she was doing too much. And then she passed away from a drug overdose. She went to where the grass was greener, ended up with the drug, you know what I mean? The drug dealer, the head honcho, and he was abusive to her and got her on idea. What is that thing? It starts with an H. Heroin. Yes. Yeah. And it's sad. And she tries to haunt me or him and all that stuff or what have you. But I said, you can't have him. It's not happening, boo. So I definitely understand. I understand it and I get it. But yeah, he's showing me a lot. You know what I mean? He's telling me about like the unfairness, the uncertainties, well, excuse my language, but the bullshit, the back and forthness, the people always putting their 2 cents into shit and saying lies, and there's some deception and mystery, and it was a whole conundrum of a collective of lies, basically.
Well, you know like what is crazy? I did have to turn the comments off on my video because somebody posted some shit that said, oh, she's the reason he got back on dope, and she didn't even call 911 and shit. And that was not me. That was there and didn't call 911. And I'm not the reason that he got back on dope. He got back on dope because he started selling it because he lost his job. And then it was in his face every day. And that's what the fuck happened. Like, that's not my fucking fault. You know what I mean?
And
People make
and
their own
Biggie said it
decisions.
best: you don't get high in your own supply. You can't.
And not only that,
Yeah.
but people make their own decisions and have to be responsible for themselves. I can't make nobody do anything.
That's
You know?
free will.
But
Exactly.
when it comes to the day that he died, like I felt completely disrespected because this person who I've never even met before in my life, and I mean, they obviously know him and came across my life somehow, but they
Mhm.
obviously don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they want to say on my comments, like, oh, she was right there and didn't call 911. She's a piece of shit. And I was like, you know what? I'm turning these comments off because I don't even want to read some shit that people have no idea about. Because
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck they're talking
there was
about. That's
actually some other
bullshit.
freaking hood rat that didn't call 911 and didn't fucking save his life. And I hate
already
that
felt
bitch
it.
for that.
I already felt that shit. That's the fucked
And
up
it's like,
thing
how
about
you
it.
don't fucking confuse me with that fucking hood rat. Because
Right.
that's not me. I would have fucking been right. Like, I would have done everything I could to save his life. I loved him.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what hurts.
So I just fucking turned the comments off. I was like, I ain't gonna correct them. I'm not gonna argue with them. They're not worth my fucking time. They're of lesser value than I am because they have
Cousins.
no fucking right to get on somebody's shit. If they would have watched my live, they clearly
Mhm.
didn't even watch it because if they would have watched it, they would have seen that I was not the one who didn't call 911. So I was
Right.
like, if you
That's a
can't even
fact.
take the time to watch and listen to my side of the story and correct yourself before you fucking step out of line and say some shit that ain't even true, you're not even worth my fucking time to correct the information. Like, go on thinking whatever the fuck you want about me, but I'm not gonna listen to it. It's none of my business. So sorry.
Right.
I'm like, I know I just got all kinds of fucking loud and crazy right now, but that shit
No,
pissed
no,
me off.
no, ma. And you have every right, as you should, queen. See, the thing about me is I will announce you as you are. And I see you as a queen.
Well,
Okay.
thank you.
I do. And I respect you. And that's the thing energetically that I want you to understand. Like, I'm not here to mislead or judge you or anything. I'm walking on eggshells, but I also felt by spirit to kind of say what it is that was being told to me. And I
Oh
just
yeah, don't
want you
hold
to
back.
know.
I respect you too. Don't hold back. I'm not worried about it.
Okay. I know you're not, because you're a G. You're a loca. You don't play no games, you know?
Nah,
And
I don't give a fuck. What? Rayshawn? You saying something? You sound like a robot. Huh? Rayshawn, you sound like a robot, boo. Okay. All they're both muted, so I guess I will take over for a second.
Yeah, no, can
Let's
y'all hear
see.
me?
I can hear you
yeah,
now.
Yeah, my bad. It was connected to my car audio, the Bluetooth.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm still here, y'all. Just listening.
and Rayshawn, I apologize. I'm not trying to take over.
No, that's what I was gonna
Respectfully.
say. Like, this is the channel to where your opinion and your voice matters, and also accept it and respect it at the same time. So, you know, a
And
lot
I
of
had the
people,
utmost respect for
even
you
though
guys.
look, we all got our channel. It's only 5 people watching, but that don't mean nothing. It's all about the energy, the connection, and the conversation that is at hand. We already know it's gonna be hundreds of people that's gonna go back and watch, and maybe you never know. Like, it could be millions of people that's gonna go back and watch and need this type of information.
Well, not even just
And,
that,
and,
but
and
the
just
people
the
that I know
opportunity.
are here. We
What I
got
try to do is provide the opportunity for anybody to have a voice. Like, even though I go against certain people, but I live and learn to not be like that. To Everybody has a voice, and everybody does have a voice. Like, shit, damn it, everybody is welcome to this channel to tell their story, whatever. Because at the end of the day, that can help us. It might be able to help us go through a situation or life issues that we going through our own self. So I would never stop,
yeah.
like, nothing. I would never stop
Share this
nobody's
on my
voice
channel.
unless
I
you
would
come up
love to
here
share this.
and you disrespectful and you just trolling or some negative stuff. But as
Yeah.
long as it's positive and we all go through different stuff in life, that's what God put us here, is definitely not to go through the same stuff in life as the next person and not tell the same story or not
Right.
be able to do the same shit that the next person is able to do, because it would, like, come on, everybody is here for a different reason. You know
Yeah.
what? It's hard for us to figure that shit out, because there's so much separation on earth in general.
Hmm.
Religion, politics,
And
games,
I feel spiritually like I
music,
was brought to
um,
you. You
like
you
all
know what I'm
types of
saying,
stuff,
bro?
spiritual stuff, religious stuff. It's all separation to where you get on these other people channel, you start talking like Lyric, you start talking like Danny, you start talking like Ray Sean. They don't want to hear that shit. They let you off, they boot you. Then it's not fair. That's what this channel is for. You do have a voice. Everybody's entitled to their opinion as long as it's respectful. And y'all, and this is what I want to do it for. Even if I'm sitting back listening, I
Hmm.
might be learning my own goddamn self. I might have 5 people in the car with me that's listening to you two ladies talk. It's all a life lesson to where you live and you learn, but also at the same time on my channel to have an opportunity to express your true feelings, no matter if I gotta sit back and listen to y'all two. Apparently, Danny, you here to express yourself. Lyric, you here to express yourself. And especially as me being a man, like, you know what I mean? It creates that balance right there. So we're mostly, most of my subscribers and viewers is women, but it don't matter. This is a panel to where you can panel up, and even though we started off with goals, but we always get into real life stuff. So it's always gonna lead somewhere else. But at the end of the day, it's a real topic, and it's not the type of shit that you're gonna catch nowhere else.
But you know what
Because
though, Rayshawn?
everybody else is so single minded to one thing, to where they limit themselves to realness too. Their channel might be based off of realness, but it's still a limit to their realness. You know what I mean? So where it's really no limit over here besides disrespect. You disrespect, I mean, shit, we're gonna try to hear you out and hear what you're saying, because sometimes people do come off disrespectful and the people don't understand that. But if it don't make sense at the end of the day, it don't make sense. Like, you know what I mean? But for the most part, y'all, man, this is what we're here for. You do have a voice.
But
Share
look,
your story.
what did I say that my goals were though? And this is like kind of helping me with my goals. You know what I mean? So it's still on topic in a way.
Yeah, it's always on topic. Anything that's real life on this channel is still on topic, no matter of the topic of the title. That doesn't matter because look, for instance, I always think real. So I might create this title, but I create a title to where if realness could get brung up in any type of way, we could always relate that back to goals in any type of way. Anything that we talked about right now, I bet you guys could go relate that back to goals.
Well, yeah, because it's my goals to find that inner peace or that spiritual strength or
So
whatever.
exactly. Yeah, so that's why we good. Everything could go.
Exactly.
There he goes again. Yeah, no, but I
But I
was gonna say
definitely
too, like
respect
there might be
everything.
5 people in the chat, but I know it like if the 2 people that have been commenting recently, Stephanie and Fern, like they're always so supportive and like 100 like on top of it with us, like I feel like they're a part of my like extended family,
Yeah.
and I have love for them as people, even if I don't know them in real life. It's still
Right,
quality
exactly.
people in the chat. So who cares if there's 5 or 500? I would rather have quality over
Right.
quantity.
And it
And
reminds me to what Ray Sean has said, including you guys.
mm-hmm.
He said it doesn't matter the number of people because you always want the real ones, like real recognized real, so it
Yeah,
doesn't matter
hey,
the
look, let
number.
me tell y'all how numbers work. Even though it's been 5 viewers back and forth, but by the time I end this live, it's gonna be like almost, I would say at least over 70 views. Which is like
Right.
when I go back and look at it, it don't make sense. But it be people that come in, they'll watch for 2 minutes. As long as you watch for 2 minutes, that count as a view. So we didn't
Right.
talk about a lot of things. We don't know what message that we didn't got out there to people, but number wise, like I said, at the end of this, it's gonna say 5 viewers at the time, but
Right.
over 200 people or 100 people then already viewed some part of this video.
That's right.
How many percentage of your viewers are female, Rayshawn?
Like 90%, a lot.
So are mine. That's how I was wondering.
I mean, because you got to think about how life is. Like we come from the true crime community, which is very sensitive and heartfelt, and a lot of men is heartfelt and sensitive, but they don't produce that to the world because of
Well,
how the world is.
you know what
They
I
feel like
noticed though?
if they show the world their true self, that they soft or whatever, because they don't like me. I don't care. I am who I am, and I know a lot of men is the same way that I am. They just don't
Amen.
express that shit.
Right.
because
But
of
I feel like the men are
they think
more
about
like
what the world thinks.
successful as creators, though. Like if you notice, there's a few females, like especially in this community, that have like really made something of themselves. But like for the most part, like it's tough for us to get over 1,000 subscribers and stuff like that. But the dudes, it's like within seconds. You know what I mean? And I think it's because it's like 90% female audience, so they're like, you know,
Right.
they're over here like gravitating towards like the men more so, like to make them more successful creators or whatever, even though they would
Right.
probably relate to us
I mean, yeah,
females
because you
a
know
lot
what?
more.
At the end of reality, like, I mean, not to say it's a man's world, but we're dominant. Not saying that women cannot be dominant, but you know,
Well,
like how
real
it's supposed
man,
to
you
go
know?
is, you know, when you in love with a man, or you know, you got your father or whatever, like you, it's some type of dependency. Even though, like me being a mama's boy, I still somewhat depend on my mama. But at the end of the day, even though she's not married or is not in a relationship, she would still love to be. And if she was, she would respect that to where we'll put the man, you know, I say like a man is like 1% more dominant just as being a man.
I don't
As
know,
far
bro.
as
I'm an
like
alpha.
if the
Yeah.
world was like if the world was the end, most women would most likely try to go to a man or something, like
I
even
would
in
go to my
relationships.
sister.
I
I
mean,
would go
yeah,
to my
I'm not
sister
saying
for that man's protection.
I'm not saying all people, because sometimes you know what, the lack of men, the lack of men stepping up puts them certain women in positions to be more dominant than some men. To where in reality, it's like that's how
Well,
the
I
world
always
is
look
supposed.
towards
Look,
men because we was
listen.
taught in the religion,
The
head of the
world is supposed
household.
to be like that, but it's so
Yeah.
fucked up. It's stronger women nowadays than men, and they become more dominant than men. But not saying that's how it's supposed to go, but that's just the reality of fucking reality.
You know
So
what's
it is,
funny?
you know, it is some down.
Oh, there he goes. Amal, you want to hear a funny story real quick? So last night, my sister was at work, and so was my niece. They both work delivering pizzas, right? And they were outside of the place where they work at, because there was this chick, and she was like trying to start all these problems with them over her pizza, and then she was accusing my little niece of like trying to fuck her man and like all kinds of
Wow.
like this shit over her pizza not being ready when she pulled up there, even though it wasn't supposed to be ready for 15 more minutes even. And they were trying to
Wow.
expedite it and do everything that they could to make this bitch happy. But she was still like causing all kinds of scenes, and then she drives off and then comes back and starts another problem again. And then
She was a nymph.
when she went to leave, she pulled out a gun like from under the seat and started shooting out her window at my sister and my niece.
Oh,
So
hell no.
my sister calls her boyfriend, and he's like, oh, like talking to his homies in the background, like, oh, my lady, she's just crazy, she's getting shot at work and stuff. And she's like, you're not even gonna come here and try to save me? And he's like, well, I'm sure that you got it right, because my sister is pretty masculine and like she can handle her own, like she's really
Man,
super.
I hate when that shit happens. Fuck.
Hold on, Rayshawn, I'm in the middle of something.
I know I
One
got
more
cut
second.
off in the middle of something, but you
But
good though.
so anyways, so she was telling me today about how all this happened last night, and she's like, that's it, he's got to go, like, we're done. I can never look at him like a man again, because even though I did handle it and I probably would have told him to leave if he came, because it's okay, it's still the idea that she's like I'm an alpha female, like to the max. I need an alpha male. I can't handle no fucking beta bitch. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm like, that's
a fact.
exactly what he's being, to not even go and like show that he cares. So she's like, I'll never be attracted
She
to
had
a
to be
man.
divine
It's done.
masculine. Right.
Exactly.
And it's like,
Yeah.
what?
Hey, I
For
don't
what?
know if y'all heard what I said earlier, that
You did?
like the way the world is going, it's like some women is forced to be that way because of the lack of what men is doing nowadays. So it, you know, it is I mean, shit. You know what? To be honest, it's probably more dominant women than it is men out there.
Well, we've
Not
had
saying
to
that's how
become
it's
the
supposed
mother
to be.
and the father in a lot of our households also. You know, because
Said
there's
what?
a lot of single moms out there too. So you got to think about it like that. Like
Yeah,
like
that's
a
what
lot
I'm
of us
saying.
have
Yeah,
had to become the
exactly
mother
what
and
I'm
the
saying.
father.
And it's like the nature of life, and where we at in 2021 going into 2022 is not saying that's how it's supposed to be, but that's how it is because of when a
The
person is
generation.
forced to be a certain way. I mean, shit, that shit is gonna be mastered to a certain extent. So
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
like I know
There's a
in my
generational
household,
curse on top of that.
well, and if something breaks in my household, like something electrical or something, I gotta watch a YouTube video and figure out how to fix that because I'm the only one. If I need to fix the garbage
Exactly.
disposal,
And
I
not
gotta
saying
figure out
that's
how to
how
do that.
life is supposed to
Or
be,
it could be a
but
Mercury retrograde.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
you
like,
get what I'm saying, Danny? That's not how
yeah,
life's supposed to be. But at the end of the day, as a woman, that's what you forced to do because of whatever whatever consists of your situations in life. A man is
From
not
when
there
you
to
was
do that.
giving birth. When you're giving
But
birth,
that
you
is
were
a
supposed
man's job,
to
though. I mean,
nurture
hmm
and to be affectionate, and you were supposed to be the superwoman, you know,
but now
holding
we
it
also,
down for the fort.
we gotta show how to work. We gotta show how to do
Mm-hmm.
everything now because there's a lot of times not a male figure present.
That's
yeah,
right.
exactly. Yeah.
Like
That's
I
when
had
they
a
say
13
Happy
year old.
Father's Day is Happy Mother's Day too, because women are fathers too.
Well, yeah, and you know what? I will never take away from my baby daddy because at one point I obviously loved him enough or cared, or at least was attracted to him enough to lay down with him and
Right.
make a baby.
Yeah,
And I'll
exactly.
always be grateful to him and give
Mm-hmm.
credit where
Sure.
credit is due because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have my son. So as much
Right.
shit as we've been through and as much problems as we've had and everything, we've come to a point where we can actually be in the same room and get along. And he pisses me off a lot of times, but it's like I still try to like keep that love for him at the center of my heart. That way my son can have, his mom and his dad and not have to feel bad about where he comes
Right.
from,
That's
Exactly.
a lot of decisions that I'm not even gonna say women, but a lot of people in general don't make because sometimes you get the men that's able. I got a friend right now. I'm gonna release her story tomorrow. Actually, she's actually supposed to get on this live. I'm gonna release her story tomorrow, and it's kind of the opposite to where the father has more control, but it's not right. Like you know what I mean by the courts. And it's not fair to her, and it's just a big old mess. But it's crazy, yo. But it just goes due to the fact that
well, we still can't make our kids like our kids still shouldn't know nothing about that drama. Like you
Right.
shouldn't
yeah. But
badmouth your child to
it's
other
more
parents
of
in front of them and
she
stuff like
tried to
that.
do the right thing in the beginning because she became homeless and gave her child up to the father, and then like eventually throughout time, like it backfired on her to where now she's fighting for custody and stuff. And
Yeah,
like I
same
said,
thing with my autistic son.
y'all gonna
His
hear
father
more
is
about the story
abusing him.
tomorrow.
It's the same
Um,
thing. I'm still
yeah, so
married,
yeah,
but I'm with
that's
somebody else
basically
for
the point that
16
I'm
plus
getting
years.
to where it's most likely, most times it's the mama in that position, but now it's stories out there like her story to where she's getting done like this by the father,
By the father.
and it's not fair.
But
And
he's a
now I'm saying that as
narcissist.
a man,
Mm-hmm.
not fair at all. Like I don't even, man,
Well, no, because the child needs their mother too.
yeah, and the child is
Exactly.
suffering too at the same time
Yeah.
because he wants his mother. But like back to what you were saying, Danny, it's not fair. At the end of the day, it's like it should be understanding amongst everybody in every type of ways.
Yeah.
Going back to the appreciation of this person bless you with a child, and that's
Mhm.
it. How many people have been out there in relationships or they have not been able to be pregnant for a
What kind
certain
of
amount of
parenting
time,
is that
right?
called when you still are with somebody and then your kids are involved and you just want to keep it
Co-parenting.
Yeah.
co-parenting?
Yeah, I
It's-
had to actually, when I had a
Back to
case
what I
with
was saying though, how many
PCMS, I
people
was
out
forced
there?
to take that, and it taught me a lot about how to respect the other parent in front of my child and how to remember that moment where we made the baby to where because they made us do exercises like write down 10 things that you like about the other parent.
yeah,
And
that
when
you
everybody's
appreciate.
going through a divorce and a breakup, it's really hard to find 10 things. And it's like,
Yeah.
name 10 things
Yeah,
that
they
10
low key
qualities
trying to tell
of this
you
other
like
person
they
that you would
playing like
want your
devil's
child to
advocate.
get.
They know why you here, like to take your money, but they still trying to tell you the truth. Like at the end of the
Yeah, but
day,
it
you
made me
feeling
have
how
to
you feeling
examine
right
things.
now. But
Yeah.
look, this is what I get out of it. You feeling how you feeling right now, but I bet you at the end of the day, any person could write damn near 10 things about that other person.
Mm-hmm.
So it leads back to what's the whole point of y'all being in our faces right now? Because of emotions and feelings and shit. Like, it's just getting them
And it has
people
nothing to
involved.
do with the baby, or it has
Yeah,
nothing to do
getting
with
them
their
people
child.
involved ain't never good. And
I
Well,
would
that's
yeah,
just how I
never
feel.
have
well,
my
Advice
they,
child
to
be in the
they,
middle
advice
of
to
something because of a
everybody out there,
disagreement.
y'all. Look, listen real quick, because it's very important. A lot of people going through this shit.
Okay.
unless it's very serious. Like getting them people involved in y'all business with y'all child is very childish if y'all cannot come together and agree to yourselves. Now it is circumstances out there to where people cannot come to agreement. Now, what is based off of, if it's just this person is ignorant, this person is ignorant, I don't know. But sometimes, you have to go to that extent. But for the most part, most people don't, and most people be based off of emotions and feelings,
But you know what
and
though?
that's
Sometimes
why
when that
they
does happen
involve
to
these
you, you
people.
gotta take what you can and learn from it and grow and become a better parent because of it. That's what I did. I took in all of this information that they were offering to me through all of their quote unquote services that I didn't feel I needed. I still knew that I had to do them, and I took advantage of every second that I was involved with them because
Right.
I figured I might as well. Like I have to spend the time. I might as well at least pay attention. And like one of the things that they taught us in co-parenting that I think is so valuable for people that are raising their children together but separately is that
Mhm.
they told us you need to think of it as a business relationship that you have with this other person, and your common interest is the child. You want your child to be profitable. You want your child to grow up and to produce fruits from their labor, to be, a productive member of society, all that.
Yes.
So you got to make sure that you and your business partner do things that are productive for the business and for the product, which would be the child. And so that,
Exactly.
like, when you have a business partner, you can't let emotions get in the way, because that's gonna fuck with your profit that you're able to make or whatever.
Mm,
Like, you don't want to be in competition with them because this is your
exactly.
partner. So if
Yeah,
you can
Yeah.
remove the
and then look,
emotion and
most
look at it
people.
as a business relationship and a business contract, then all of a sudden you look at the situation much differently. And then you realize that you have to take your child's feelings into consideration and into
Consideration. Yeah.
account, and
Yeah,
yours
exactly.
no
Because you
longer
got to think about
matter.
it like that child is going to grow up and that child
Yeah.
is going to ask questions. And if they don't
Well,
ask
yeah.
questions or not, look, that child, it's like we was childs at first. Did we not,
They're
like
sponges.
somewhat for the most part of us, did we not grow up and somewhat figure out the truth of what happened to
Well,
our
yeah,
parents?
they're not
No matter,
stupid.
no
And
matter
they
if it's
told us
good
the
or
Yeah.
truth.
bad,
They
we got a
said,
Yeah.
you don't.
backstory. We got some type of backstory on something to where
Yeah.
if we might have been altered our whole life and think
Or
this is what's
programmed a
good,
certain kind of
once
way.
we get
Either
old
way, the
enough
truth
to
comes to the
understand,
light. Yeah.
look, hold on real quick. Look, once we get old enough to understand what's reality and we want to know, like damn, mom, you told me my dad was bad my whole goddamn life, and now I'm 18 and able to go on my own and realize like you took him to court for nothing. You did this and you did that. Like now it's always a point in life to where the ball is on the other side of the table. And
Well,
when
yeah,
it
they
comes to
told us, they
kids,
said you don't have to badmouth the other parent, because if they're actually a piece of shit, like you said, your
yeah, if
child
they're
will
a piece of
already
shit,
know. Your
I mean,
child
they
will
appreciate.
already
But
figure
look,
that
Yeah.
but
Your
look,
child would
out.
okay.
already
So look,
collectively gather
so
that
look, real
energy.
quick, y'all. Look, real quick. Let me say this, y'all. So if that parent is a piece of shit, does that mean keep that parent out your child's life? Because look, I had a friend one
No.
time
Hell
that
no.
he wasn't doing
Well,
too good in life.
sometimes depends on if they're
But
hurting
look,
the same thing the
listen real
child
quick. Let me
did.
tell this story, Danny. Let me tell this story. Because this is real shit. I had a friend, you feel me? His mama was cool. His stepdaddy, he had his stepdaddy's last name. His stepdaddy was a teacher. They lived the best life. But that kid still came up a troubled kid, right? So as he got an adult, all he wanted to know out of that perfect life of having a stepfather, having a mom, that basically that facade, what he used to come and tell me is, I just want to know who my daddy is so I can know the other side of me, my fucked up parts of me, because I know everything good, but I don't know why I'm fucked up the way I am right now, because I might not know my daddy because he might have been a fuck up. But all he wanted to know was why. And as an adult, that once child, as he grown into an adult, all he wanted to know was his father, no matter if his father was a serial killer, a drug dealer, or a preacher. But it affected that child's life when he got older. And that
That's
really
really
fucked
sad.
him up to where everything seemed good until he got old enough and started going through negative stuff in his life. And he wanted to know where that negative came from, no matter if it was from his daddy or not.
Well, yeah, because that's half your story. That's half your DNA.
Yeah. It
So,
is.
like, if you don't know that because the person thinks that they're protecting you, they're actually not, because they're not showing you that side of yourself. And it leaves a lot to be
Terrifying.
unknown from within. And how can you really truly know yourself if you don't know your roots? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
it would
exactly.
take a whole lot of like meditation and self work and stuff like that for anybody just naturally to come to a point that they're okay with not knowing where they come from.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe if he just knew who his daddy was, like personally, he wouldn't have so much of a problem with himself. Not
Yeah, that's
saying,
why I
but
feel
look,
so sad for people who have
not
closed
saying that his
adoptions because
mama,
they don't know where
not
they
saying,
come
look,
from.
real quick though, not saying that his mama kept him from his daddy. I'm not saying that out the whole story. I don't really know, but I just know from the story that he told me. I don't know how his mama ended up with the stepdad. I don't know none of that. It could have been anything in life. It could have been all positive that seemed like negative in the end. I don't know the backstory. He don't know the backstory. But all he wanted to do was just know who the fuck his daddy was.
Mm-hmm. Hey guys, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna stay on, but I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna go downstairs and smoke real quick so you guys can hold it down while I'm gone, right?
Of course,
Yeah.
it's my channel. Like
I know, that's why I'm messing with
Danny
you.
over here acting like it's her channel. I know you've
That's
been
why
on
I'm
here.
being
I
funny,
know
right?
you've been. Hey, no, look. Shout out to Danny though, because I in lyric. I know y'all been honing it down.
Yeah, so you
Please,
guys will be good for 10 minutes while I go smoke. I'm still listening to you
yeah.
guys though on my phone.
Give me some
Yes,
time to
queen.
talk. See,
I did wanted to say, like, while you guys was talking, I was shuffling and speaking to spirit, and this is for the both of you. I got purpose, and it's a purple card, which means like royalty, being an acceptance of who you are becoming, and it's purpose. I know what I'm here to do. So, in reference to that card, purpose, I get like just off of meditating off of it that you're chosen to reincarnate on earth for one major goal. And we're talking about goals, right? So spirit is here. And that goal basically is to express love in all
yeah,
that you do.
I'm good.
You know what I mean? Because the obstacles of this physical
Can
dimension,
I
we got
can I
third and
touch
fourth
bases on that
dimension.
real quick? Not to cut you off.
Yeah, definitely.
What it like? I don't, man. I expect a lot of out of my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I used to want to rap, and I know rap. You know, when you die, it could your music could live on forever and ever. One thing
Yeah,
I learned throughout
legendary.
life is the impact after death, and the way we going into life now is that's where most people like for the most part is which has something to do when you're alive too, is your
Mm-hmm.
impact when you die. But when I do my YouTube and all this stuff, like I wasn't very successful in music. So I just like always trying to just think of something and do something. But now I'm doing this YouTube, even though it happened on accident, it's
Mm-hmm.
still a digital imprint that for when I die, like I know I got my viewers right now and certain people that tap in. But I just
Yeah,
know when I die, like reality is people gonna go back and listen to my YouTube. They're gonna listen to my story more than ever before than when I was alive.
right.
So
And you
that's
got
why
a
I
long
always
life to
like,
live.
you know, I'm not the most perfect person in life. Of course not. Nobody is. But
Mm-hmm.
I try to be
But that's what makes
keyword,
you greater.
keyword, look, keyword, try to be the realest person I can on the internet because this is my digital imprint. When I die, right
Mm-hmm.
now, I might die right now and then tomorrow
Mm-mm.
be a upcoming YouTuber
But
that
you'll
died
never,
and
nope, you won't. No, you won't.
now everybody is coming back, to my channel. So I think about that message that that I'm trying to deliver right
Mm-hmm.
now in this moment as I'm speaking. Is
Mm-hmm.
this something that people is gonna relate to when
Mm-hmm.
they come back and look at my shit?
You got a long life to live, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, but no, that's no, yeah. I'm not saying I'm gonna die tomorrow.
No, I
I'm
know,
not
but you gotta,
I'm not saying
words
that,
are
but
spells.
but that's just part of wisdom is in
I
learning
always,
how
I
life
always,
is. That's how life is. Lyric,
no, I
not saying
know, but I'm the
life is
type that I'm
supposed to be
always
like that.
listening really hard, and
Because
then I change
yeah,
the
for the
narrative.
most point, your
Hmm.
legend should be off of what you live in,
You
it
gotta
is.
understand.
It's
I'm
most
very
people.
sensitive, so I apologize. I
You
really
said
care
what?
about you. You're my brother. I'm very sensitive, so I
I'm
apologize.
sensitive too. We all sensitive up
No,
here.
no,
Like,
no. But words are spells, so that's why I just told the universe that
oh, when I
it.
said if, but that's
Yes,
but I'm not speaking
I
into
know that,
existence.
but sometimes the
I'm
universe
speaking more
listens.
of reality than
Mm-hmm.
existence. Like, you know what I
Right,
mean? Because I'm
Right.
gonna live forever. So let me tell you that.
That's
Like, you
right.
know,
Amen.
and
Amen.
no matter if I die here on earth, like just know
You're
like
always gonna always.
yeah.
It's
When
infinite.
we that's what all of us, like it's not
Yeah,
just me, we all
that's right. Everybody in its collective. But I did wanted to tell you with purpose, these obstacles of this physical dimension, we got third and fourth, it could distract you from your goal. And it's easy to lose your way, but here on earth it's full of these obligations and it requires your conscious attention. But that doesn't mean, Rayshawn, that you can't infuse all of your decisions with caring and compassion. Because basically, what your ancestors, your angels, and your spirit guides are indicating is that your purpose in life is not your career, what Danny was saying. Rather,
yeah, I
it's,
already know that.
it's,
It's not I don't do
it,
this to be the
right,
biggest YouTuber. If I do it to
exactly.
be a YouTuber is to be the biggest realest YouTuber without seeking like,
You see,
benefits and
and you're
shit like
reading my
that.
brain because I was just about to say, because it's the career that's guided by what? Your purpose. So,
Exactly.
what activities you speak into your soul, right?
Yeah.
What
Like my real
That's
ones
what's gonna
know
bring you joy.
my real ones know, my day ones know why I'm on you don't even gotta be a day one. I'm gonna say my
Mm-hmm.
real ones that know me know why I'm on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. And you was brought to me. Let's be clear. But you
Oh
gotta
yeah, that's for
understand,
sure. That's why I respect you, and
and I
that's why I
respect you
always
more.
make it clear on how I feel about what. I'm not even gonna say what you do because that's why I always correct myself and say what you blessed with. But
Mm-hmm.
I feel like when certain people in your life come to you, or it's
Mm-hmm.
brung to your face, like on our end, we
Mm-hmm.
can't say who brung each other to who like I can't say um
But I bet you didn't know that I look at you
we
like my
like
mentor,
we got
like
put
my
me
teacher.
and you we got put in front of each other's face for a reason. Like I didn't come
Yeah.
to you, you didn't come to me, but we came to each other. You
Yes.
know what I mean? And then
And
like
it's
your profession,
beautiful.
what you blessed with, should I
Mm-hmm.
say, is like I respect it. Like I wouldn't okay, like let me say it like this. I want to go to no psychic, even though you're not a psychic. I feel when I
No,
call
no,
you a
no.
psychic, that's disrespectful because
Thank
I
you.
fucks with lyric, you feel me? So
Mm-hmm.
that's not it. But this is the moral of the story. Like, people that's blessed to do that, man. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what a lot of people say out there. Even though you could explain all day, you know what, lyric, people still gonna say you're a psychic. People still gonna say, I just read a comment on your channel today. A lady tried to tell you tapping in the negative energies and shit. Like, how can you say that about this woman when she praised God? I never really met a median that goes back and praise God, like the way you do. Like, you different. You do what you do on your
Mm-hmm.
own person, and the energy level is right there. And I respect that. I don't care what nobody else think. Like that person that made that comment don't know
Mm-hmm.
what the fuck they talking about.
Right.
They talking
And I
about like you
ignore it.
talking to demons and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, come on, man. I already read lyric like the first week I met her. We connected. Like, I don't feel nothing negative or wrong with what you're doing. And that's the problem to with other people because they already paint that picture of you and not
Right. And
even
I
know.
understand
They
it.
don't.
And it's okay because everybody is entitled to their
Yeah, it is
opinion.
okay. That's their life, man. If they don't
Yeah.
understand, they don't understand. That's just shit.
But it's
Like even
beautiful.
though
The
like
message with this card, because what your angels are saying is that this is the direction your soul is calling you towards to best convey your own unique expression of love and to make a contribution to your world and the world around you. And if you are not happy with your current circumstances, then that's your soul telling you that there is a better way to manifest your own distinct gifts. So you just got to pay attention and listen to your intuition. And it's your connection to spirit and the voice of your very soul.
yeah, nah, I feel it. That's why I stick with this YouTube because we all come. I'm pretty sure we all here, and
Mm-hmm.
before we got here, we was all to the point in life. We don't fuck with nobody. We don't trust
Right,
nobody personally because that's what life taught us. But then, boom, here comes a situation on the internet to where you find realness again.
right.
And then most people say, "Oh, it's over the internet. How is that real?" It's not even about that. It's about connections and understandings, and that's what it's all about. And
That's right.
just as far as like just me being on the internet is just be prior to the internet, like a lot of people knew who I was,
Mm-hmm.
but then it was more, just up and downs, whatever. But I just look, story short is just the internet and this YouTube stuff
Mm-hmm.
allow for people, for more people to see the real me outside of the
Exactly.
negativity and in the rumors or allegation. It's
Right.
dumb stuff that don't really matter in the personal life, but you got them haters that are bring that to attention and make it seem like that's the whole point, which is really not. To where they just look at all the negative stuff, and even though the good might outweigh the negative, like
Mm-hmm.
in real life, people still look at the negative. You could do a
And
million
that's crazy
positive
because it's
things.
like I don't know you, Rayshawn, but the thing is, through spirit, we was led to each other, and you're my spiritual soul brother. And the thing
Yeah,
is, what I
exactly.
see
I
is
heard your
that,
voice
like,
on Ziggy's channel. I'm like, as soon as I heard your voice, I'm like, all right, she got some melanin in there. Who is this? Not like that, but you was like the
yeah,
only melanated person on that channel. So I'm connection,
yeah,
like you feel me? Off
yeah.
top.
But you gotta know who you are, and I keep on seeing a high priest, a master of the game. It's like you have all the strategies strategically. Put out your blueprint. Like, don't fall back from your blueprint because you have the answers within that blueprint. And I keep on hearing that you are the chosen and that you will illuminate the path of righteousness and truth. There is something big about you, and it goes back to your childhood. And some things maybe that is misunderstood or people didn't listen to you about, but it's very deep and only
Yeah,
you
no, look,
and the forces.
my childhood, real quick, it's not really that disturbing to where
No, it's
it's
not
just like it's just
disturbing.
like an average
No, it's
American
not. It's
struggling
just
person
it's but there's a
from the look
spirituality about
from
it.
the yeah, the
You was always
spirituality.
the
Look, but
voice.
no,
Like
I'm
people
trying
would
to
go
tell
to
you,
you and they
I'm
would
trying to
look.
tell you where you get into with my childhood is from my
Okay.
birth,
Right,
from
right.
birth. It
From what
was the
happened.
the first
Right.
words my mama heard from them doctors is it's 50
Hmm.
50 chance we have to do surgery on your son. It's 50 50 chance he gonna make it.
And I could relate because I was 5 months old, and that's what they said to me too. Well, they said it to my parents, so I could definitely relate
Yeah,
with.
so at that moment, like if you believe in God, what that tell you? God had to make that decision, right? Do
Right.
you want this human to go right now? Or like, do and I feel like if he allowed me to be alive is for a fucking reason, a message, something. Even if it's just this message, just to balance out, to bring people together. And that's what's needed in these times of life is bringing people together, connecting you
Right.
with a person like Danny, connecting you with other type of people to where like, it all adds up because we connected on our own. And it's like, shit, um, just, yeah, man, for real. But that's just to go back to where I feel what you're saying on a childhood. Cause my childhood could have been a little bit better, but it wasn't that bad. Like, you know what I
No, it
mean?
wasn't. But what
It
I see
wasn't
is
that
that
bad to where it's like, damn, I didn't been beat. I
but what
didn't.
I see is
It's not
people
nothing like that I went through to change my life. It's just,
no, but people is attracted to you because of the wisdom, knowledge, and a way to understand. Because you had that fortitude of the spirit. Because you had that attraction energetically. They will be able to, look up to you. Or some of them would hide it, but they still will ask you for your advice. And you gotta
yeah,
understand that it
exactly,
was like a spiritual journey for you.
exactly. And to go back to numbers, like God tell you, it's only gonna be a certain amount of few
Mm-hmm.
that's blessed for so much and fortunate for so much, and but them numbers was very few. Now go look at the numbers of people that's watching me. It's very few, but the few that's watching me is them people that is blessed by God. Like,
Right.
that's even if you just listening. You don't
Right.
always have to be a prophet. You don't always have to be a
No, you don't.
preacher. You don't always have to be that more fortunate person. Now understand this, y'all. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody's more fortunate than you, it's not nothing to get jealous of. It's
Right.
more fortunate people than me. Like a rapper or artist that speaks the truth, like a Tupac or anybody that's on a positive level, is more fortunate than me.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, because they control more masses than me, they have more money than me, they on a higher level than me. But I would never hate on them. I glorify them. You know what I mean? Even if they make the wrong decisions or not, man. That's somebody out there that was a prophet that made the fucking wrong decision. And he didn't
Right.
utilize his own prophecy on the mind state that God gave him for a balance to be 50 50 and make your own decisions, no matter if you decepted by anything. Like, you get what I'm saying? That's why I respect certain
Exactly.
rappers, and I don't just look at them as they rappers. And they done fucked up, and you got them good rappers that still rap about little certain shit, but are they glorifying it or are they talking about their life story? It's a difference, y'all. But you can't judge them if you're gonna go watch the Scarface movie, if you're gonna watch The Purge, if you're gonna go watch Halloween, because shit, they fucking the movies and all that is I mean, nowadays the rap is pretty bad. I ain't gonna lie, but a couple years back, it's what's the difference between going to the movies and watching a horror movie or
Right.
listening to a rap song? And some of these rap artists, a lot of people don't pay attention, so they don't know if it's glorifying or not. They don't know the difference. For the most part, you got some that glorify it, which is when I say glorify is like they don't have no good intentions. They like will really teach you to go pick up a gun, do drugs, and go
Mm-hmm.
have multiple kids and do that. But then you got them rappers that really care. When I say they really care, is they say they really care, then they go
Mm-hmm.
put back into their community, and then what they rap about is just their story. Like, you know what I mean? And,
Mm-hmm.
and and if you have common sense, you should be able to separate the difference like you do when you go watch Scarface.
Exactly. Because the other card that I just drew while you was talking is called failure. I understand that a mistake is only an opportunity to learn. See how spirit is speaking? And when I
Yeah.
meditate on it,
'Cause I
what
have
I
I have I
hear,
have a lot of failure on my end. I'm not perfect.
right, exactly. And what I hear when I meditate on it is that, like, I think of it like life on earth is full of experiences. And it is our human brain that views the outcomes as good or bad. You know, we got negative and the positives, the yin and the yang, the balance that we look for. And the soul, it simply speaks of the views of the chances to be able to grow and move forward. You got to learn to see the big picture of life instead of the minuscule things, you know? So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like the failure to accomplish a task is merely the opportunity to evolve in your greatness. And the negative connotation of the word failure can prevent you from trying again. So we got to come together to realize that there is no judgment involved with our soul's lessons. And we got to realize that what we view as a failure is just our soul speaking and telling us that there's another path to take, and embrace the maximum when one door closes and another one opens, because it's time for us to stop any negative emotional investment that we're pulling in. We have to know what it is and what's the outcome, and kind of revel in the knowingness that everything is going to be a revealment in its own essence, and it's meant to, no matter what. We got to be true to our dream and the creative process and the innovativeness of what it is that we are going towards in our life moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. Real talk.
Hey, Mama. So you see, you guys, it's all about, what it is that you collectively are taking in as an individual. We go through our ins and outs, we go through our exits and our entrances, we go through our incompletes and our completion, we go through our interior and exterior forms, and we go through our moments of deja vu, daydreaming, or our eyes opening. Three, the third eye. You know what I'm saying? And as a collective, sometimes we run from spirituality. Sometimes we're raised on our own beliefs, and we go by the moralities and the traditions of life and what we endured in. And sometimes we worry about what somebody else has to say, but we got to learn to celebrate ourselves and to appreciate the nature of our own situations, independently within reason. And that's what it's all about. Sometimes we're not always going to win. Sometimes we set ourselves out for failure. But even in that moment of distress, even when we can't even trust ourselves, as long as you're prayerful and you know it's the God or the goddess in you, there is a better outcome. There is a way to no longer be restrained or a prisoner in your own mentality. confined in your own prison of thoughts. And there's a way to escape that hourglass and not to let the sand
Man,
hover
for
over your
real.
face and cloud over you, or you become claustrophobic and you can't breathe. There's a way to escape. You got to find your own stage to escape from. And you got to find a way to say, you know what? Been there, done that, don't want to do it again. You got to do the do. You know what I mean? If you
Yeah,
feel
hey,
stuck and stagnant,
real
then
talk
listen,
though.
I don't got a car, then you better troop it. You better find a way to no longer be stuck. You got to be mobile. Sometimes you got to
Hey, for real. Hey,
drag
hey,
yourself.
look, hey,
You
real
got to
quick.
walk and then run.
You know how I eliminated that shit out of my life? Is
How?
always stay with two vehicles. Point blank.
Is okay. I know
Hey, look,
that's
I
right.
don't care what I gotta do. Like, if I gotta struggle to, I mean, I don't care if I got a 2050 car. I'm gonna have a two. I might have a 1989 bucket in the background.
1999 Buick.
Yeah, in the
Okay.
background, ready to go. Like,
Yeah.
but
And
it's just,
I will go to Walmart and I will sell my paintings for like 80 or 100 a piece. Or I will paint right on the scene and go on live on Facebook and tell them to pull up. And I will make my money. And within the day, I made close to $500. And I'll do it all over again until I had a good
well,
amount
I
of money
mean,
to go
yeah,
buy me a
shit.
car.
If you making anything doing 500, I mean, I ain't gonna say anything. There's a lot of evil shit you could do for $500. But if you're doing something
Yeah.
positive for $500, then shit, you should still be doing the same thing and making double, triple, quadruple that.
Well, you're your
Uh,
own boss. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're the manifestator of your own creation and what it is that you evolve in or what you want to bring into your greatest form.
yeah, exactly. Which people gotta understand. What you just said, man. Not saying that you cannot take stuff into consideration and learn. But at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, you got to put that into your own format, your own recipe, and create
Mm-hmm.
your own recipe for your life, for your
Mm-hmm.
goals. Look, going back to goals, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Us telling our story right now, no matter what Lyric go through, no matter what I go through, no matter what Danny go through, this is our life stories that anybody listening should
Can
learn,
relate to.
could possibly learn from. Not saying you always have to learn from everybody's story, because of course not.
Right.
You like everybody doesn't go through the same stuff, but it's similarities sometimes. And for the most part, what we talk about over here is just shit. It's shit that everybody, because we spiritual, so you got to be open minded to all that shit, even if it's not relating to something that you've been through. It's something that you can go through to where you listening now. It could prevent you from going through what we might have went through. But it all comes back to how you take stuff into consideration, how open minded you is, because a lot of us is closed minded to a lot of stuff in life, like a lot. And that's the best thing I'm learning in my life right now is to be optimistic, open minded to everything. I don't care what the situation is. If it's not 100% facts, then it's something that I might need to sit back, mind my business, and learn and
Right.
go off. It's not my position to tap into that shit. People got to understand that too. It's a lot of stuff that people think that they're doing good. It's really not your position to do what you're doing, because all you're doing is causing harm at the end of the day. But you know what? Your feelings and your vibes and your emotions. Not saying your feelings and your vibes and emotions is always right or always wrong, but you got to know your place though.
Yep, that's a fact.
Which all boils down to self focus. You know what I mean? Knowing what's wrong, what's right. Um, shit. The only thing you can really do with other people is tell your life story and give advice. And, shit, but not to be judgmental. Ain't nobody in the position to judge anybody. That's why I don't like the government, because they have judges. Like, man, what is a judge? Just look at the title of a judge. It's a judge,
Right.
and then they say they believe in God, right? Or they this is the how they the deception, should I say? You go to courts, you go to these government shits, and they tell you they believe in God, right? But then they have judges that judge you. You're not supposed to judge nobody in life, especially I don't know how many been in court, but it's not fair. Some people get judged that don't even need to be judged.
Right. Or persecuted.
Yeah, prosecuted. That's like, it's not right because and man, all I can say is prayers to all them judges out there. Most of them judges know what they're doing though, so them prayers only could go so far when it come to judges because believe it or not, these judges they're most for the most part they're not of God. They know what they're doing. They're Masons and they're all types of demonic stuff, and that's why they're comfortable of judging other people's life
Yeah.
outside of religion, knowing that they're wrong and not caring. Because at the end of the day, you not supposed to judge nobody, and definitely you're not supposed to be a judge.
That's a
What the
fact.
fuck? That's like damn near saying you're God. So when you go to court, like you facing these enemies, man. That's why God tell you the devil is going to control so many. Is the devil is going to control for a certain amount of time, but he gonna have control over us peoples, and our enemies is gonna be the devil's peoples, which is the government and all. That's why, man. Look, I'm a big fan of Tupac. Put that K to Illuminati. I ain't gonna get into details, but for those that's educated, you should already know. Put that K to Illuminati. Yeah,
Oh yeah. Run through it like a 12-gauge shotty. I know what you're talking about.
yeah, oh God. And that's his last album dropped, and he got murdered after that. So just think about it. So I respect Tupac. Tupac stood up to the industry. No matter what he did, like he might have rapped about gangster rap or whatever. He was just a human that was caught up in the middle of spiritual battles on a
Warfare.
different
Yeah.
level to where, a lot of these artists and stuff tell us they gotta sell their soul. The devil comes in a dream. Just because the devil ain't came in our dream, we not on that level. We not no prophet like that. So of course the devil not gonna come to our dream and offer us to sell our soul. Y'all believe in the Bible, right? Y'all believe in them stories, right? It says it in the
Oh yeah.
Bible. It just wasn't materialistic shit in the beginning. It was knowledge in the Bible. Go back to the beginning. Adam and Eve, whatever that may consider of, but it consists of fucking selling out for what? Knowledge.
Right. Danny has said in the comments that she will be back.
Come on. She said she disagreed with something. Well, I don't know. Get on here. You got to talk about that on here, Danny. We're not going to go
Yeah.
back and forth about your comments. And you on the panel. But no, if you disagree, you disagree. Like, that's cool. We're not
No, and
all
that's
here.
okay.
We're not
It's
all here
free.
to agree. Let me tell y'all
Yeah.
that for sure.
It's
Because
human nature.
I expect for the most part of us to agree on certain stuff, but I
Right.
definitely don't expect all of us to agree on everything. And that's part of the point of the channel where your opinion and your voice is accepted outside of your opinions because that's part of your voice. And that part of your opinion, your voice might be right in the end of life. We don't know. I know can't nobody on here really say if anybody is wrong or right about anything that they feel. I know I can't say that.
I wouldn't say it.
Yeah, because even though I might feel I'm right, you're wrong, but shit, can I prove it? That's what it comes down to. And a lot of stuff in life, man, lyric, you already know we can't prove a lot of shit.
Right. That's true.
So I like to listen to people and be optimistic and hear what other people religions, other people beliefs, other people's stories, like all that.
I'm the same way.
But look, my phone about to die. I don't want it just to cut off like that. And well, hold on. Let me see. I do got my keys. So we should.
Okay.
No, we good. I think so. If it cuts off, it's just my phone died. I'm trying to charge it right now. Let me see.
Is Danny back on?
No, I think she's still in the comments.
Okay.
I just got back.
Hey, Mama.
Hey, no, okay, so what I was saying is that's why we get gut feelings about things, because we do have an ability to judge and we should listen to that.
Right, that's true.
But we should judge others, not like, well, I don't
But
know.
it's okay to agree to disagree. I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with that. Yeah, I definitely
I mean, I don't
respect
agree.
that.
I don't agree with the court systems and the way that they necessarily do things, because they go
Well,
by
no,
law.
anything with the government is bullshit anyway.
Yeah, they go by like the legal law, like legalese and all that. They don't go by natural law, you know. But we
Exactly.
absolutely can judge people by their morals.
They rather keep kids in the foster system for things to happen to them with families that's not even touching or abusing them, just so that they can guinea pig the children, put them in mental health, and get more of a check, leaving them in the foster system. And that's something I can relate to. They
Yeah,
had
they
me on
just wanna make
psychotropic
money.
medication, and all it was, trigger warning, you guys, my stepfather, he was doing very messed up things to me, and his son had the audacity to be left alone with me while my parents went on vacation. Well, my mother and her husband, and they went to PA to go do something with, you know, the brothers from the Kingdom Hall. And I'm not saying all Jehovah's Witnesses are like that. I'm just saying certain individuals that were like that. Let's be clear, because I would never be blasphemous on Jehovah's name or the religion or the Kingdom Hall.
Well,
It
you
was
can't
just
make
those
blanket statements either and say that everybody is a certain way because they belong to an organization. That would never
right.
be true. Yeah.
Right. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying it was a certain individual that they were messed up or what have you. And my stepbrother, he took my prize from me, you know, and it's
Yeah.
like then he threw a washcloth at me and told me to wash up. And I was only 13. Like,
Oh my
dude.
God.
Yeah,
so
I was
sorry.
I was in my nightgown, in my little pajamas, being just innocent, dumb, naive, and gullible. And we was in the basement, and he kept on trying to watch like porn with the static and everything at the time. And I'm like, I don't want to see this. I want to see Full House. I was
Yeah.
innocent, you
Oh my
know?
goodness.
And he tricked me, and then I noticed I was bleeding, and he threw a washcloth at me and told me to wash up. And from there, that's when it was like I felt some type of way, and I didn't understand why Jehovah allowed it. So then I was in a dark place, and I basically turned traitor and turned to the dark side, broke my mirror, locked my room door, and was waiting for my stepfather to try me. It was bad all around the board, you know what I mean? But I came from that. And then when I told my mom what was going on, I was put in group homes and foster homes while everybody else was having a good time in the summertime and all those things. And I'm like, why can't you just love me? And they placed me with a racist family who put me in a basement, tied me up, and put a black rat on me. And I still got like the mark on my finger where I had to get stitches and stuff. And
Oh my
that same
goodness.
family, she was deep into Godsmack, but now I love Godsmack. And she was deep into Brandon Lee, big time, the Crow. And then she took me to the beach, and there was people dressed in like black capes with hoods, and they were deep into witchcraft and stuff like that. And she
Oh my
tried to
God.
hang me, but it was crazy because while I was going through my persecution and being a Jehovah's Witness at that, it was like I was fighting from the other side of not acknowledging that my great grandmother Sophia, who I'm named after, was a spiritist. So I saw visions, and then she said, I'm going to help you. And it was at White Lady's Castle where you could hear the lady crying because somebody had did something to her daughter and she turned into a ghost, and it was crazy. So basically, what they was trying to hang me, like the tree that they was trying to do it at, and they was going to set it on fire, the big railroad nail, whatever it was, it fell apart and I fell, and
Oh my God.
everybody started running. It was like really, really dark in the woods and everything, and they started running because they said that something was coming against them. And I was supposed to go back to that place, but then the next day they placed me in the waiting room to go with another family. But I look at everything like it's a testimony, but it's also me. It's my life. It's what I've been through. And either I can feel bad about it or I can move forward and feel good because I made it.
But you know what? That
So
lets you know what positions to not allow your children to be in.
And that's sad. And let me welcome you to this. So I was in a home invasion and they wanted me to name the people and I refused. So those people stole every informational piece that was pertaining to me and my children, from birth certificates and, like Medicaid cards and those kind of things, and birth certificate, everything. And they wrote a letter saying that there was a price on our heads or whatever. So I placed them with my soon-to-be ex-husband's family because they were already going to daycare there, going to find out that my children, my son who's autistic and my oldest daughter, they were going through SA big time. Like
Oh
my
my God.
autistic son, they had him in the basement, handcuffed to the radiator, and they were sodomizing him. And
Oh
my
my
daughter, she's having problems now. She's 17, and she keeps on saying, "Mom, I gotta go to the psych unit." She went, she was uncomfortable and everything like that, but she's having visions. And they was doing things like fellatio and locking her in the room and having gang on her at the age of 4 all the way to 6.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
it was terrible. And it took a lot of me during the time to just recognize Jehovah. And the thing is, with me, it was weird because I also recognized my great grandmother. So I was a little bit of both, which could be hypocritical because I was, in my heart, I wanted God. That's it. But also too, I was so full of rage that I wanted to dance with the devil. So I felt at times like God and the devil would save me from what I really freaking wanted to do. Oh my God. And I still kind of want to. The dude hit me up on Facebook. He had the freaking audacity to hit me up and ask me to be his friend. And this other dude from the home invasion came forward. This was like a year ago, close to November. And he was like, "Do you forgive me? Because I went to the Botanica and they said you're too strong of a force to fuck with." And I said, "Yeah, I forgive you." But then in my heart, I said, "You're going to die, you piece of shit." And then come December, he passed away because he was standing on the block and they shot him up. But I
Good.
already knew. I knew it was coming. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's crazy because my neighbor, I
that's
didn't even
karma.
know this. She kept reaching out to me and going to find out that was her baby's father. So she has something to fucking do with it. So when my TV was missing and I seen it in a vision, she actually did have my TV when I went to a party and I was looking at it like that's my TV. So she
Oh
broke
wow.
into my shit. She broke into my shit. She messed up my life, and she had her baby daddy go and pull some other bullshit with me when I left my husband to go be with somebody else because I felt there was so much danger. You understand what I'm saying? So you start getting, everything comes to the surface. Everything is illuminated, and the truth
Yeah, but
does.
that's why you're so intuitive, because you've been through these situations to where you've had to see, everything come to light, and you've had to see all the pieces of the puzzle and how they actually fit together. So now you have this more clear vision of how you
Right,
can see things before they happen
right.
to save you from those type of situations again.
Exactly. And anybody would say, like, I had people question me. They're like, "Come on, Lyric or AKA Tiffany, why didn't you go and fuck them up?" And I said, "Because what good would I be locked up and my kids not have their mother after going through such, devastation?"
Exactly.
But I wanted to. Don't get me to lie. But
Hmm.
still, I had to be stern. I had to take pride in my children. And I had to realize it was no longer my life I was living. It was the life of my children, and they mean the world to me.
Yep. Yeah, I felt that same way when I went through DCFS. Like, I felt like I was doing everything that they wanted, and I had this crazy worker, and she was like so against me, but she would be nice to my face and then write things in the report that didn't even happen. And like, she was like working behind the scenes, like with my baby daddy, trying to keep my son for me and trying to get him custody and all this stuff. And it was like, I just had to maintain like get still within myself and like remember why I'm doing all this and why I'm jumping through all these hoops, and that it doesn't matter how many times that I get smacked in the face. Like, it's worth it for my son because he needs his mom at the end of the day. And there were so many times where I wanted to go lay down on the train tracks, or I wanted to take a bunch of pills, or I wanted to do something to just like end all of it because it felt so unbearable to me. But it was like, what good would that do? That would only prove all these negative things that they're saying about me, that I'm crazy and I'm this and I'm that. And that's exactly what they want. And I'm not going to give that to him or to them, because my son, him and his life, that's more important to me than any of these fucking people, you know? And I ended up getting him back. And like now his dad don't even call him or nothing. And like, I feel bad because he's like 13 years old and probably needs his dad more than ever. But at the same time, I can't force his dad to be in his life. And like I was saying earlier, I still have a love in my heart for his dad for giving me him. But I'm not going to hold his hand through being a father either, especially after everything that he put me through. It's like, oh, where are you now? You know, but my son is old enough and smart enough to see everything for himself. I don't got to say shit about it, you know?
Right. And my son's 21 and in the Air Force, okay?
How do you have a 21-year-old son, girl?
I'm 40 years old.
Oh, wow.
So I have 5 kids plus my 3 stepchildren actually. So it's like about 8. So basically my son, who's 21, he's in the Air Force, and I would never, even though he has a notion, I would never say that during 2000, when I was working at the mall in New York or what have you, his father set me up for the pre-hype. My mother, once again, was on some bull. And because he was an all-American boy or what have you, she wanted me to kiss his bottom, but he was deep into drugs, doing mushrooms and LSD and all that. And I tried to tell her that it was dangerous with him, and I had nowhere to go. So I went to a party, but I ended up being the party. They was spraying painting the walls and punching the walls in and writing pow and punch on some comic book shit. And he gave me a drink and he put powder in it. And I'm like, what is that? But because I was naive, gullible, and dumb and religious and all about spirituality, I fell for the pre-hype, like, oh, he's just putting sugar in it because it's flat. No, it was a roofie, and I was the party, and there was like black lights and everything like that. And I woke up, and when I woke up, I had a whole bunch of semen and all types of weird stuff on me. And I ran to the house and I called the police, and then we all got locked up, and they said trespassing on the 2nd degree misdemeanor or what have you. And then I found out 2 weeks later I was pregnant.
Oh my God.
And I knew that even though 10 dudes ran up in me and they did the rape and everything like that, that it was baby daddy, that it was the one that I was, you know, in a relationship with or what have you. And we had our issues, but he had left early, but he had made the whole situation occur. But I won't tell my son, hey, this is how, you know, this had occurred. I will never, I will hold it to my grave, because it's not fair. He didn't
And
ask
it's
to be
not,
brought into
yeah.
this world.
And that's not going to do anything to help him. That's going to make him feel
It's
bad
not.
about his half of his DNA, where he comes from.
Right. And I was in jail for 6 months until they found out that I was the victim. And I had to get 10 dudes DNA tested, even though I already knew that it was the dude that I was already with. So, you
Yeah,
know, you live and you learn from your situations, but you don't make it like a pity party. You just become stronger through it all. And
exactly.
I thank God to this day that I have my son. He's my world. He's everything to me. He treats me like queen when he has issues, because, you know, if you look at my color, my son has blonde brown hair and blue, green, yellow eyes. And people tease him and say, oh, you're blanco, you know, you're a white boy. And he's like, dude, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm French and German. Like, what's wrong with you? I got white in me, but that doesn't matter. So when he's on the base, he has his little ghetto friends get on the live feed with me, and he calls me. He's like, Mom, set them in their place. And then they see me, and I'll pick them out and I'll do a reading on them off of GP, just off of intuitiveness. And I'll say, well, that's why you're a bully, because you didn't get the love that you need to receive, and that's why you do this and that's why you do that. So now they learn to respect me, and they
Yeah,
learn to respect him. But he has what do you call that, like, he is he has a complex. He has a complex, and he doesn't understand. He thinks that he should be my color, and I said, God made you and designed you to who you are, and it's for a very reason, and you're a very handsome man. So you don't got to worry about your color, because it's not what's on the outside, is what's in the inside, and you're beautiful either way. Like, you're handsome and beautiful, so you don't gotta think like that. You don't gotta be my color, because I had to go through the same complex, questioning things and feeling like an alien and foreign, you know.
Mhm. But you know
So
what
at the
though?
end of the day,
We live in this country where there's so many mixed people. Like my son, his dad is
it's a
Mexican.
boiling pot.
Yeah, and my son's dad is Mexican, and so he came out. He looked nothing like me. Like when he was in the hospital, if I didn't know I was the mom, like if it was the opposite and I was the dad, I would have wanted a DNA test because I would have been like, this kid looks nothing like me. Like he looked like a little Mexican baby, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I need like a maternity test, you know, like fuck a paternity test, like for the dad.
Right, like, was my baby switched at birth?
Yeah, I'm like, I look like the babysitter, you know what I mean? But it's like
Yeah.
that doesn't matter. Like he's still, I mean, you could tell that he comes from me and he comes from his dad, and it's like it's that beautiful mixture, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like none of that matter. It makes me sad sometimes that in this day and age that people are still so judgmental over something so superficial as skin color, you know?
Right, exactly. And his dad keeps on asking me for forgiveness. And he said, I didn't mean for that to happen. I was mad at you. And I thought that you liked my homeboys. And I didn't know that that was going to happen to you. I left early and then I came back and I found you in this state. Yeah, it was
That's
like that. And
crazy.
he said that he wished he could turn back the hands of time, but it was already done. So I was like, look, we're not going to make it this big thing. We're just going to let it go and keep on evolving towards our greatness, because everybody got a story to tell that just makes them stronger and gives them the power that they need, so that they can exemplify the courageousness and the love to those that are feeling down and out and feel as if they have nobody to lean on.
That's what lets me know though that you have like such a strong and beautiful soul like deep within, especially like the fact that you were raised Jehovah Witness, but you still
Mm-hmm.
understand like so much intuitively about like the real truth of being, you know, and spirituality and like the things that are deeper than just what you're like taught or programmed here on this earth. Like there's something
Right.
greater than us out there, and you've been able to tap into it. And you know, you're wise beyond your years to know that even when you have a negative experience, it doesn't have to define you. Like it could just be a part of your story.
That's it. And I thank you for that, for seeing that in me.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, because a lot of people, they get stuck in their traumas and their negative experiences and the times when they have been a victim. Because I think that I feel like it's safe to say that we've all been a victim of something at some point in our life.
Yes.
But it's
Mm-hmm.
like, do you stay there? Do you allow that to define you and who you are for
No.
the rest of your life?
Mm-mm.
Or do you learn from it and move on? Because that's what
You
life
gotta
is
move
about.
on.
It's about evolving and ascending, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and transforming things. Like that's what everything is about. Even from the moment that a child is conceived, it's transforming those cells into more cells, into more cells, until it forms into a baby, and then it becomes a person and it breathes the breath of life. And you know,
Yes.
it's like that's our every single day we're transforming into a new being. Like everything, all the cells in our body are constantly rejuvenating and dying, and it's this whole birth and rebirth and death cycle that keeps happening over and over. And that's how we have to look at our
Yeah.
negative experiences.
Like a clock.
Yeah, it's like a
When
piece of
one
you
goes,
might have
another
died
one is
that day,
reborn.
but a new
Mm-hmm.
part of you was born through it and because of it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I've always was the one to believe that even though I went through something, somebody else been through something more.
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of feeling woe is me, I can learn from somebody else.
You know, I was just talking to my sister about this today because like you know, we witnessed domestic violence as kids and stuff, and we've
Yeah.
been through raids where, you know, the cops came and put guns to our heads and made us all sit down
Mm-hmm.
while, you know, while they handcuffed our dad, and you know, like all kinds of crazy things that, you know, we went through. And my mom used to tell me when we were kids, you know, like if the cops come, like you've never seen, you know, dad with anything, like, you know, because my dad used to sell dope when I was little. So it was like,
Right.
you know, I always knew like you don't say certain things to the cops because they'll try to take you away from us. And like
Mm-hmm.
the parents fought like crazy. Like I mean, I can't even tell you how many times I was scared that my mom was gonna die. And like there was a lot of things that I went through that no kid should ever have to experience. But at
Right.
the same time, I was telling my sister, I'm so thankful that I had the parents that I did, because it could have been a lot worse,
That's
you
right.
know? And it's like, I appreciate them and respect them that they did the best that they could. They were just caught up in their own problems. And
In their own depression and
yeah,
anxieties and just life
and
in
it's
its
like,
essence.
well, yeah, and my dad only married my mom because he was Catholic. Well, he was raised Catholic. He's not Catholic, but his parents were. And when he got my mom pregnant with my sister, they were like, well, you have to marry her because you're having a
Force.
baby.
Yeah.
And they were
Right.
never really in love to begin with, you know? And then 10 years
Mm-hmm.
later, I come along and they actually planned me thinking that like another baby is going to make everything better. And it obviously
Right.
didn't, because it never does. And so,
Right.
like, I had a resentment to them for the longest time to find out that like I was planned, but they didn't even love each other like that. Like, why would you bring another child into the world? Like, for me to suffer, you know? But like,
Yeah.
I can understand now that I'm older and I'm wiser, like I can be grateful to them for trying, you know, the best that they could, even though they were imperfect themselves, you know, and I can forgive them
Exactly.
for their mistakes because of that.
Right. And it took me a long time to forgive. It really did, because I didn't understand it until I myself became a mother and
Yeah.
was breathing life. And now I'm going through it. I'm really going through it with my oldest daughter. She wants to be Mrs. Independent, but then she's treating her situation like it's shit. Like, you have a whole boyfriend,
Yo,
supposedly,
yo, yo.
and
Hey, yo.
you're living with the boyfriend's family. So you don't want to stay with your boyfriend because when you went to New York with my mother, you feel like he cheated on you. So then basically the mother's still allowing you to stay there. And she's has you staying in her room. So instead of you being humble, loyal, and integrate and sleeping on the floor, you have her sleeping on the floor and you taking her bed. That's fucked up.
Oh, wow.
That's not cool. I wouldn't even be able to sleep. I'd be like, damn, I got Mom Dude sleeping on the floor. That's not cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff I'm dealing with my oldest daughter. I'm trying to let her see, like, you can't be like that. You got to understand, like, that could have been a test. She could have been testing to see what kind of person you are, and you failed.
Mm-hmm.
You allowed her to give you her bed, and you sleep in her bed while she's a little older, and maybe she might have back problems and all types of stuff, and she's sleeping on the floor, and you're okay with that? Mm-mm. That's not cool.
Yeah, that doesn't show very much gratitude either.
It doesn't. It's very selfish
And
and
it's hard
selfless.
sometimes because as a parent, like we want to teach our children like how to make the right decision and stuff, but then like at the same time they're their own person and they have to learn through some kind of lesson themselves. Like she'll probably get put in a position one day where the
She's
same
gonna
kind
fall
of
on her
thing,
face.
yeah, the
She
same kind
is.
of thing will happen, or everything will get taken from her and she'll be sleeping on a floor somewhere. And it's like, but maybe that wouldn't have happened if she would have just realized that now and fixed the situation now.
Right. If she would have showed some appreciation.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Well, why can't they both sleep in the bed? They're both women.
That's what I thought. Like caterpillar up. Get
Yeah.
your blanket, her blanket. But she is a victim of SA. But at the same time, if you don't want to sleep with your guy or you're feeling ill will about it, but you say you have nowhere to go, even though you could come home to me, why can't your dude sleep on the couch and you go sleep in the room? Or why can't he sleep somewhere in that same room and you sleep in the bed, but you got his mother sleeping on the floor? Tell me where that makes sense.
Yeah, that's not right.
It's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not good. What's the word I'm looking for? Like,
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
can't live long acting like that. And I'm
yeah.
just keeping it 100.
Yeah, but at least you recognize that as, you know, the mom, and you're like trying to, you know, teach her that. But like I said, she's going to have to learn for herself. And it's probably going to be a hard lesson when she does, you know, because karma will come back to us. And sometimes,
Exactly.
yeah, sometimes we got to allow our children to make their own decisions to where they have to feel that karma. And it's hard because you don't ever want your children to suffer, but it's like that's what they need sometimes.
Right. When
know
I
there's
found
been
out from my
times that
cousin, I
I've
was
had
like, oh
to.
my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. That's not cool. And my daughter won't tell me because she know I'm gonna correct that. I'll pull up real quick and be like, you gotta be out your rabbit ass mind.
Why don't you just come home?
I don't know what her issue is. Like,
Because it's still not independence if she's relying on his mom.
right. And she could come home, but she just chooses not to because she knows that it's gonna be strict.
Yeah,
She
but
wants
she
to be
probably
out at all
needs it,
hours and everything like that. So she'd rather be in the streets.
man.
And there's not so much I can do because if she comes home, she'll run away and then she'll be in worse, in a worse predicament. So I just rather her learn on her own.
Hmm. Yeah, you got to look at the lesser of the evils sometimes.
Yeah. But I would never do anything so cruel.
But at the same time, though, if his mom allows that, like she has to be a little bit accountable and responsible for her own self not having boundaries.
Right. But I know that what she does is she does so many different hairstyles for his mother, like expensive braiding and those kind of things off of GP.
Oh, so the mom's getting something out of it.
Yeah, she's getting something out of it, but that's still not right. Damn,
Yeah,
Dad, I would have bought a futon and had her ass sleep on the futon while I sleep in my bed.
yeah,
Like, you
right.
won't
Or an
catch me
air
sleeping on the
mattress.
floor.
Yeah, get an
No,
air
that's
mattress or
crazy.
something.
Yeah,
That's funny. I mean, it's not, but it is, though.
exactly.
That's crazy.
And
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff that I am concerned about because I'm like, she has to elevate her mind a little more. She's in such a low vibration and she's saying that she's having anxieties and hearing voices. And I did the virtual therapy, and then the therapist hit me up and said she needs psychotropic medication and that she PTSD and also might be psychotic. And I already knew that part because when she was freaking 14, she took like a tennis racket and tried to hit me with it, and then when we was close to the kitchen, she grabbed like a pot of oil and was trying to throw it at me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Mind you, she was in the care of the system, so she blames me for a lot of things that happened to her. Even though I was trying to protect her, I didn't plan for those things to happen. And as soon as I found out, I pressed charges and did everything I needed to do as a parent would.
Yeah, well, she has anger, obviously, that she's not dealt with,
Right, she has a lot of anger.
and that takes a lot of therapy sometimes. But you like a lot of times you have to go through many therapists to find the right one.
Yeah.
So it's probably and you also have to put in the work yourself to want to get better and to want to work through it and to want to like look at all those shadows and look at all those demons within you and be
Right.
able to address them and then forgive, because she's got to
But when
forgive
you're
you at
constantly
some
walking
point.
in the dark and
Yo,
in denial, then you're
Mike. Hey,
stuck.
Mike check. Can y'all hear me, y'all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I've been gone for like 20 minutes. Y'all some real ones though. Thank you for keeping it going. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
I've been like, man, I've been going through so much trying to keep my phone charged. And it's like the simplest thing in like fucking the devil working is like this is the moral of the story what I've been going through. Some bubble gum got caught in one of my chargers that went in my phone. So with my phone, it read that it was moisture. But in the middle of going through that, I'm switching chargers, switching chargers. So now this gum is going to like every charger that I got. So, as I try to switch it out, it's still reading moisture. So
Wow. I
that's what
had
I've
that
been going through
happen
like the
yesterday. That's
last
crazy.
2 days. It's just like, shit get realer. You start touching bases with real shit. The devil gonna work. And the devil gonna work in the smallest ways. And that's an example right there.
Right.
Rayshawn, when you gonna take responsibility that it was you who put your charger in the phone with the bubble gum on it?
Hey, do you understand? I got a 2-year-old kid.
You have to be vigilant in your own life. You have to pay attention. You have to be consciously aware at all times of all of your surroundings.
All right, you want to know something? When you speak into existence, that's real. when I named my son Rome, it was for multiple reasons. But one of the reasons is thinking he's gonna be active like me, and then my uncle, and then like I spelled Rome as the city Rome, but I was also thinking like him being a roamer, and
Roman.
that's exactly what the fuck he is. He roamed through everything.
Mm.
So I kind of like put that in existence, but at the end of the day, I'm shit. He's curious, so I'm happy for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's an explorer.
That's right.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, y'all, I gotta get off here because I gotta get some sleep. I'm tired and I have work tomorrow.
Okay.
But if you guys stay on, I will still be in the chat probably for a little bit till I pass out.
No
Yeah,
worries.
I'm
I don't
on
know.
here for.
Rayshawn might have to go.
No, I'm
Yeah.
good.
But I
Oh,
did have
okay.
a very
Good.
nice time talking to you, Lyric. Thank you.
Same here. Thank you
Mm-hmm.
so much.
Rayshawn, it's always a pleasure. I love you. So
Yeah, you already know, Danny. Much love, peace and blessings.
see you guys later.
Alrighty, sweet
Okay.
dream.
Blessings.
Yeah, my bad, Larry. I don't know, like what you guys were talking about, but I know you guys held it down, so I appreciate that. And shit. Luckily, StreamYard and I guess StreamYard, keeps it going until I end the chat.
Right.
So I appreciate you guys for staying on here.
Oh, we appreciate you allowing us
'Cause
up
If
here.
if y'all didn't stay on here, it would have just kept going and like nobody would have been talking and it would have.
That wouldn't make sense.
Then I'd be all nervous. I'd be like, man, I don't know if it's still recording. Like I'll be trying to watch what I say.
Yeah, no, I
Phone be
understand.
dead. I still be nervous. Like, damn, my shit's still going live. Can they hear me?
Yeah. But it
I
was
don't know, but
meant.
what was y'all talking about? Maybe I could like recap, give my opinion. I
Oh,
was
I was
literally
just,
gone for like the last 30 minutes, like in and out. I didn't went through so much stuff right now. Trying to get back on here is ridiculous.
I was just talking about basically being in a religion. I don't want to be blasphemous and hypocritical or put labels and, like just talk ill will of it or what have you. But that there was a lot of hypocrisy and that there was a lot of misconduct because of the labels, and that people that I was supposed to trust let me down. And then basically because of whatever had occurred to me in my childhood, broken home or going through the motions from group homes and foster homes and racism and people tying me up in the basement and being about Brandon Lee and Godsmack. Now I love Godsmack, I swear I do. um I had a girl and she was a blanquita, like a Caucasian girl, and she was deep into Brandon Lee, and she tied me up in the basement. She tricked me basically, and then I basically got like a little drunk with her for the first time. I never even drank liquor, and she put a black rat on me, and she like kind of scared the fuck out of me. And then like because of all the different things that I've been through, it actually made me a little more stern and stronger. And then I had noticed because of the stuff that I went through that my children encountered something similar that
Yeah,
wasn't fair. And so
yeah,
now
exactly.
I have my older daughter and she's acting a fool, and I have my autistic child and he's going through abuse in many ways, and it's not fair, and it's just a generational curse, or it could turn into a
Exactly.
genocidal
That's
curse.
what I was just gonna. That's what I was getting to out the information that you was just providing. Is that's where that generational curse comes in. Not to
Mhm.
blame anybody or everybody, because a lot of people don't have understanding on that.
Mhm.
Well, it's half of the shit that we go through in life, good or
Mhm.
bad, is a generational curse.
Yeah.
God put certain people here for a reason, and
Yes.
them certain people is like the beginning of our history. Now, if we know that or not, um, we don't really know. But the fairness and reality of life is that generational curse had to start somewhere, even if it's back from just to put
Where it, right.
Adam and Eve, just not to put a
Yeah.
title on it, but to put a title on it fucking had to be some type of Adam and Eve here. It had to be
Mm-hmm.
some type of male, some type of woman in the beginning of earth that had their own decisions that might have made the wrong decisions, and we here
Sin.
now.
Yeah.
And then it's some people that's blessed enough. This is where God breaks that balance. Shit, some of our grandparents or some of our parents, anybody down the line could have most likely broke that generational curse, but did they? I don't know. That's
Right.
you go through what you go through. That's for you to answer. And shit, it depends on your life. But if you're struggling, then most likely, you're struggling for the most part of your parents or their parents. But you're born into this, and you're born into this because of your parents. But the only reason I say that is to be better parents to your children. I cannot tell you this to try to fucking go build a relationship with your parents or try to understand what your parents did or your grandparents did. No, it's more for those that do have children to break that curse. And
Right.
even if you do have children or not, you still might be in a break your own curse. You know what I mean? Break that curse in general. But that's just the reality of life. So where shit, a lot of parents don't even understand. They bring these kids in this fucked up world, right? And then kick them out at 18 and expect them to know everything. But you as a parent didn't do everything to teach your kid to kick them out at 18.
Right.
All you did was send them to school and shit and get this
Mm-hmm.
false education and send them to church and like what the fucking government wants you to do. And then what else they want you to do is kick your kids out at 18 with they half-ass education and information that they provided to you
Right.
your whole life. So
And just
it's
have them
putting
be
us
on
in a
their own.
position to naturally not even think about breaking that generational curse.
Mm-hmm.
But that shit is real. It's
It
real.
is.
And some is fortunate, some is not fortunate. But spiritually, I believe the less unfortunate that we see like on earth physically is more
Mm-hmm.
fortunate than what we think.
I'm
But
just worried about my daughter. She's 17 and she's living with her dude. Well, he was her dude, supposedly, or what have you, and then he's kicking it with somebody else or whatever because my daughter keeps on trying to be violent. So, long story short, instead of him or his mother kicking her out, they allowed her to stay. And she's not in the room with him. So, she's in the mother's room. And the mother says she could stay in that room. So, instead of her being humble and, going up because she works, she has money, she can get an air bed, she could buy a futon. She is sleeping in this woman's bed and having the mother sleep on the floor. And that's dangerous because they could turn on her. They could turn on her. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why you got my mom's sleeping on the floor and you in her bed? Like, what is that? You know?
yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
That's
why like
terrible. That's
why
terrible. Like, I know she's been through painful situations and she's been through SA just like me, and I can relate. And her story is her story and mine's is mine's. I get it. But she should have some kind of corazon. She needs to have I don't know. She has a cold soul. And like for her to be like that and think it's cool to close your eyes and
oh
go to sleep comfortably.
you
My
talking about the
my
woman or
daughter,
your daughter?
my daughter, like she has the mother sleeping on the floor and she's sleeping in this woman's bed while her son's in the room that they're supposed to be in. But then, and
Yeah.
here's the thing, and then you're on Instagram taking pictures of him in the background with his shirt off, talking about some that's mines and bitches better fall back and all this other disgusting shit. And telling his mother he cheated on you and all this other stuff when you know better. You know what
So
it is.
so how did it lead to
She's
the
just
fact
being
that
messy.
all right, so
Messy.
she's 17 and she's a minor, so it would go back to, leading to how she left out of your possession, right?
Yeah, because my cousin, the one I told you, she's from Cali and her cousin is Easy. And then she put Bone Thugs and Harmony on and everything like that. My cousin was giving her the life, a beautiful lifestyle, taking her on vacations, doing all types of things. And then she tried to fight my cousin. My cousin could have tried to kill her. And like she seriously physically went against my cousin, all because my cousin took the door off because my cousin was knocking on the door and my daughter was ignoring her. My cousin built a whole room for her and put a door and everything in her house, made a whole nother room and gave her freedom and had her dude living with her and all that. And she just wanted to know what my daughter wanted to eat and wanted to talk to her because my daughter was on that GPS 360 and my daughter was turning off the 360, and then my cousin was left to tell her boyfriend where she was at or her whereabouts when she wasn't coming home after work and everything like that, and they were looking for her, and she would get all dressed up and you know what I'm saying, and looking all good and everything, but then not returning home. So they was worried looking for her all over the place and everything ready, just ready for war. And my daughter just basically was doing some like messy ass shit. So then when my cousin was trying to pull her card, my daughter tried to physically gang up on her, even though my cousin could have pulled out on her. You know, my cousin could have been on some straight bull. And my daughter, what she ended up doing was when my cousin fell back and was like, let's leave it for the next day. I don't got time to entertain this or whatever. My daughter was in her room destroying my cousin's property. And then she broke her TV, the TV that my cousin put in there, and threw candles on the walls and put holes in it and was calling, just saying really messed up things. Then she packed up everything and dipped out the next day while leaving a whole bunch of destruction. You know what I'm saying? And then leaving the boyfriend in a really weird situation or what have you. My cousin could have like went off on him and went all the way left field and stuff. But my cousin, thank God that she's changed a bit because she's fucking crazy. And my cousin didn't take it out on no boy, but she knew that it had something to do with my daughter. So my cousin basically, you know, my daughter wanted to live that lifestyle. She didn't want to be with me because I was strict and I was, you know, restrained. I restrained from a lot of things that she was trying to do. So she was trying to physically hit me, and we was always physically getting at each other until I said this is not healthy. I was at the Black Ink crew in Buckhead, ready to go on the plane with Sky. And then I was drinking and having a good time and smoking and everything like that on Grand Avenue. And then I started throwing up. And that's when I discovered that I was pregnant with Paradise. So I couldn't go with them. So change of plans. And then my daughter, she tried to like physically harm me. And my dude got in the midst of it and was like, yo, leave your moms alone. Like, I'm not going to have this or what have you. So because he kind of got involved, my cousin said, nah, damn this, I'm taking her. So I allowed it. I said, okay, cool. So she was with her for a couple of, you know, like a little couple of years or what have you, with my permission. And then things went all the way left field because my daughter violated big time. And my cousin, all she did was bow down to my daughter and give her a whole bunch of freedom. I even found out she put her on birth control. And I'm like, yo, cuz, why you ain't put me on? Why would you do that? And I'm the mom's, you know? So then my cousin made it so that she could stay with her boyfriend. But now she's being disrespectful in her boyfriend's home with the mother. And I'm worried.
Crazy. And I listen and I understand because I'm gonna tell you my story. You know,
I don't hear you. It sounds robotic and demonic. Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
can you hear me now?
So yeah, you
Yo,
guys, you know, you gotta know
mic
when the
check,
enemy is
mic
trying
check.
to attack.
Can you hear me
Because the
now?
enemy will try it. I don't hear you. It sounds really fucking weird, like dark and shit. Like it's like some demonic thing trying to come through.
It's just my
But I
service.
rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I am a child of God. Rayshawn is a child of God. So Satan, you can fuck your ass the fuck up out of here with that bullshit.
Can you hear me now? No luck.
I can't hear you. It sounds weird as fuck.
All right, hold on real quick. Just stay on here. I'm gonna come right back in.
So, Risham, can you come in and come back? Like, can you go out and come back in? Because anybody in the chat will tell you it sounds very strange. Yeah,
Everybody
you
in the
guys,
chat say they hear me fine. I think
this
it's you
shit
on
is
your end.
real. Like, You
Yo,
can't pay attention
if
to
y'all
that
can hear
type of
me in the chat,
energy. And I
yeah,
listen to, like, like spirit box sessions and things like
lyric,
that. And I
lyric.
hear demons all the
Somebody tell
time.
lyric that it's
I hear
her.
demons, I hear angels, I hear spirit, and it doesn't intimidate me none. You feel what I'm saying? Because we're in the third dimension, but the fourth dimension is trying to come
Yeah,
in.
somebody gotta
It's
let her
trying
know in
to
the comment section that's
it's trying
her.
to be catastrophic. You know what I mean? It's a clash of the titans or what have you. And we're at a battle with the good and the bad. But through it all, we got to find balance no matter what. You feel me? And no matter what tries to come beset you, you can't allow it to take power over you. You are the authoritative individual. You are the authoritative soldier and warrior that God put forth on this earth. And you are not to crumble or fall. You are to pay attention, to be alert. You know what I'm saying? To be aware and to definitely be at your stance. And I am grounded. I don't care what tries to come at me, it will never win because I'm too vigilant and victorious for anything to come
Yeah, I
against
don't.
me.
I'm gonna let
Just
her
like Ray
talk because
Sean,
she
he's
is
too vigilant
talking
and
real stuff.
victorious too. So even though right now his voice sounds a little demonic, it doesn't matter
That's you.
because he is a child of God, and we will not speak any entity or anything negative against him or his channel. It's just a Mercury retrograde situation where the electronics or whatever is going on through the waves of energy is trying to come in and say something to me, but I'm not intimidated at all, not in the least bit, because I'm a positive, energetic force of positivity and beautiful intentions.
All right, you guys. Let me double check and make sure you guys can hear me. I think that was more on her end. I was reading y'all comments and stuff, but hopefully all she need to do is just link back in and I'll bring her back up. But I want to touch bases on what she was saying about kids, man, for reals, because that's a deep situation. But hold on real quick. I'm gonna give everybody a little breather for like 1 minute because I do have to make a phone call real quick. But thank you guys also for letting me know on whose side it was because like on my end it's hard to really figure out what's going on. But give me like 1 minute, you guys. Yeah, lyric, that was you. I'm gonna drop the link again in the comment section. You all good? That was the only way to get your attention was to drop you out because they was telling you in the comment section, but you wasn't seeing. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link right now so you could come on up while I make this phone call and uh, it'll be ready to go. Because that's I wanna touch bases on that. But I'll be right back, you guys. But that's what I am gonna touch bases on, right? Is our kids, because I'm gonna keep it short real quick, just to give you guys something to think about, because we all love our kids, but sometimes our kids grow up to be their own person uncontrollably. That's why you see them parents on Jerry Springer on whatever, like the what's her name? That one female rapper, the white girl rapper, that's somewhat famous now. But look, this is how life goes both ways. Like whatever she went through with her mama, right? In that situation between her and her mama, now she can rap about taking care of her mama. Now she a millionaire. And even though she like disrespected her mama or whatever the case may be, she able to provide for her mama now. But not saying that's right or wrong, but it's just my whole point is listen to everybody's story out there. Especially when it comes to raising our kids, because you know what? It be them people that try to be the perfect parents, right? Or is the perfect parents. And then by the time your kid gets a teenager, um, they damn near their own person and make their own decisions and cussing you out and sneaking out. And it's like when it comes to that point, when your child is doing that and it comes down to making the right, how can you really make the right decisions on what to do? Most people got all types of things to say. Oh, call the police, call this, and then like as you being a parent at that time, you don't want to just call the police on your child, even if you want your child to learn or not. Like some police don't understand that. They might want to take your child in a CPS and then take you to jail. Like, is that's like probably one of the toughest situations in life is to go through is not knowing how your kid gonna end up when they're a teenager. Because honestly, at the end of the day, we didn't seen it happen all types of ways. We didn't seen the best of the richest parents and get a kid everything in life. But by the time they 13, 12, whatever the age may be, so where they feel they can do whatever the hell they want to do, what can you really do as a parent is the question. And I don't know all the answers, but maybe we could all come together to think because I don't know if most of y'all got kids in here. I don't know if most of y'all have kids that's already grown, but I'm pretty sure for the most people that have kids, we already went through this. I haven't went through it yet, but the expectations of that for me is I'm open to them expectations while not raising my children to be like that, but you just never know. And then this is what it boils down to. What are you gonna do as a parent if it comes to that case? If it boils down to like what are you gonna do when your child is 16 or 17 years old and out there exploring the world for themselves and don't respect too much of life? What is a parent to really do? I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna let you guys think. I'll be right back. All right.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello? I can't hear nobody. Like I don't hear Rayshawn. I hear
Yeah, no, you
myself.
good. No, you good
Okay.
right now. I'm making a phone call, so we like, unless you want to
Uh,
talk, I'm on taking a little break. Well, not a break, but we're on a pause right now. But you
right,
could
but
keep it going.
Rayshawn, you gotta understand what just had happened. It was very fucking dark.
All right,
It
yeah,
was
just hold
like,
on,
I don't know.
hold
I
on, real
saw
quick.
somebody say, was she on drugs? No, I'm not on drugs. I heard his voice come in very dark and slow. It was like,
No, I think she was asking if your kid was on drugs. I don't know.
oh,
I'm not too
okay.
sure. But you could go ahead and talk to them while just I'm gonna be out for like 2 minutes.
Okay.
But go ahead and clear that up though. See what they were talking about.
Okay. So you guys, um, this has a lot to do with energy, right? So I'm telling you the negativity that's going on pertaining to my daughter and that I'm concerned of her well-being because she's acting as if like you know how they say like your shit or something like that, like your shit don't stink or you think that your shit smells like roses or what have you. All I know is that while I'm in the midst of talking and everything like that, there was this voice that came in and it sounded like as if you would listen to a song and then you will reverse it or something. Like it reminds me of like when I was listening to XXX Extension and there was some messages through it when you like do this whole rewind or fast forward thing or what have you and then you catch messages in it. The sound quality was very dark and it was like he was trying to talk and all I heard was rah, 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 rah. It was really fucking eerie. And then I had to keep on saying, Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. We are the children of God. We are God's children because that's how dark it was. And I didn't want this energy or entity to know that like it was bothering me. So I had to stay positive at all times and keep on praying. And it was very different. So I was like, okay, well, instead of entertaining what it is that I'm hearing, I had like basically exactly like the comment said, lyric, come back in, you know what I mean? Like get out and come back in type stuff. And that's what came to me, like you need a refresh or something, because the way that that sound was coming, it wasn't normal. It was some weird ass shit. You know what I mean? And that's what energy is all about. You got to be careful, because that was negative. That was some negative energy pertaining to my daughter and how she's treating this woman who basically is trying to do the job that I'm supposed to be doing. And then it was brought to my attention, and I'm like, well, she doesn't even need to be putting this family through that. She needs to be here at home. But because she wants to be responsible, diligent, and independent, she wants to go on her own vibe, on her own mission. And it's like, I'm concerned because all I keep doing is reaching out to her and telling her how much unconditional love I have for her, you know, regardless of the pain and the history that we have, or anything for that matter. Like, God is a loving God, a forgiving God, and that's what we need to do for each other. We're not enemies. You know what I mean? We're mother and daughter, and we're supposed to act as such. And I'm here to protect her and love her all the way. So I didn't understand who that voice was until I understood who it was. If that makes any sense. And I'm going to into the chat right now. Okay. So Ditham said, I had to call the police on my son in the past. Mental illness, traumatic experiences, and drugs and alcohol. It's rough. He chose to be homeless, but found himself in that process. Exactly. You know what I mean? It's all through choice. A lot of people who end up in that situation or turn to that path, they always find themselves in a predicament because they're trying to be so independent. And then they're too big or they're too prideful to understand that they might have made a bad decision. So, what are we to learn from that? Can you hear me, you guys? It says no one's talking. I just had one. Can you put your one up if anybody could hear me? Yes, exactly. That is true. Danny, that's true. Like when Barack Obama said, yes, we can, but it was reversed and it says, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. It was like that kind of voice. It was very eerie. It was very dark and it was extremely weird. Okay. So that's what I had experienced at my demise in speaking about something personal pertaining to my oldest daughter. And then, you know, Ray Sean was trying to give me his words of wisdom so that my spirit could be gratified and I can pick up on something and take some notes and it will make me stronger. But this energy was like, no, you're going to hear me. I'm talking to you now. And I had to keep on praying. I don't know if you guys heard me. I was I was pleading the blood of Jesus. Like it was disturbing. So I just wanted to let you guys know that energy is so real and you just got to be careful what you entertain. So because I was entertaining the negativity of everything that's going on with my daughter and how concerned I am, that thing, the enemy decided to attack me during this live.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I heard the last little part about just being attacked online. Like, man, if y'all
And
only
it's weird. So
understood
you guys
how much
didn't hear it
I
the
get
way I
attacked
heard
in the
it?
background of my lives, man, it'd be
But
ridiculous.
Rayshawn, you guys didn't hear it the way I heard it?
Nah, that was just your service on your end.
That was some weird ass shit. That was very disturbing. It was like he was really seriously trying to have a conversation with me, the enemy. And I had to keep on praying and saying, you don't intimidate me. I'm too positive. I'm too energetically, unconditionally in love with God and I'm his child. You know, if you go back to it, you'll hear me. It sounds like I'm pleading with spirit and I'm like, leave
No,
me
no,
alone type stuff.
no, I believe you 100% because shit, it just always with the internet service, it just goes like that in and out. Then it starts to sound like robotic and weird, and And for the most part, like ironically, it happens in the realest moments. Like when
Right.
I really get on my live and really start to speak some real shit, I really like be going through a lot. I'm telling y'all, I go through a lot just to keep the live maintaining, like from my background, from my surroundings to my equipment. Like it's all the devil's gonna work through everything around me to try to knock my live in every type of way. Believe it or not.
Exactly.
Some of this shit I don't show, but it happens. Like for reals, for reals.
And it took for him to fall back when I said I do spirit sessions or spirit box and I talk to angels and demons because it brings in balance. Like that's when that motherfucker fell back a bit because I'm like, I'm not scared of you. Like, what the fuck? And it was just so eerie and dark. It was like a dark ass voice and it was encrypted and it was weird as all shit. It wasn't even robotic. It was like,
Yeah, because no, I mean, at the end of reality, that's what it is. Is like on your end, you getting that energy. On my end, I'm getting this energy. But the energy that we're trying to put out is good. We
it's
understand that,
always,
and
yeah,
we know what
positivity.
comes. We know what comes with that. Like they try to stop it, right? Even with my phone dying, the little bubblegum shit, the shit I got to go through in
Yes.
my background. Like I done been gone minutes out this live, but
And it said there
it's
was
still
liquid,
here.
right? That
It's
happened
still
to me yesterday. Tell us
it's
some there
still
was
here
liquid.
though.
And I was blowing in the part, in the portal part where you plug it in. I was blowing in it yesterday, like, and everything like that. I'm like, how is there liquid? Like, there was no liquid around. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah,
There was no
exactly. But
liquid.
real
It
quick
wanted to
though, back
update. It,
let's
it
go
wanted
back
to
to
update iOS. It wanted to update the iOS. That's what that was.
I want to get back into the kids part real quick because you know
Yeah.
that's real talk and man I didn't seen the best of parents like you know do everything they can for their kid in life and then they kid get a teenager and
And don't appreciate nothing.
yeah so it's like this is what I want to talk about without judging nobody is like and that's starting from your story like lyric you know said your daughter was 17 and doing certain things you know what the first well even one of my first questions was you
Mm-hmm.
know what did you do on your end but not to make it in a negative way but most people would just automatically make it something negative
Mm-hmm.
without like opening their mind to this shit could happen to you too like
Mm-hmm.
it's only I mean, what the
Well,
law
on
teach,
my end, shoot.
the law teaches that kids is grown at 18 by themselves
Mm-hmm.
legally, right? But
Mm-hmm.
now it could go both ways on that. Like some mature before 18, some don't.
Mm-hmm.
Some kids got their own mind before, like, you know, shit, even the legal age of being 18.
Right.
But that's just a legal fact. Like, you know, that doesn't mean that's reality. Honestly, like we don't know. But it's just
And
like,
then even if they don't reach out to you, guess what? You make them know that you're reaching out to them. You feel what I'm saying? You let them know, like, yo, this hurts, and I'm your parent, and I'm not the enemy, and I know you're facing a lot of distractions and interruptions and enemies and darkness, and you've been through a lot of things that hurt you in your past, and you're trying to ride the waves, and you're trying to understand, and you're soul searching and everything for that matter. But just know, irregardless of what you're feeling, I'm your ride or die. I'm here all the way through. Like, I'm not going nowhere. I had to send my daughter that text the day before yesterday. Like, you got to understand, irregardless of how
yeah,
independent, responsible, and diligent you're trying to be at the age of 17, I am your number one fan. If you think that I'm going somewhere, you got to be kidding me. You know what I'm saying? Your
yeah.
name is the
But
same
look,
as
lyric,
mine, but I am the
that's
ultimate.
like one of the
I'm the
best messages.
HBIC.
That's one of the best messages to put out there in this situation is understanding that your child might go that route.
Hmm.
And but the
Never give up.
you yeah exactly. You only forced into a corner to where shit. Sometimes all you could do is just pray. You know, because
Hmm.
sometimes everybody's situation is different, so we cannot judge. I don't want nobody in here to judge nobody, especially when
Right.
it comes to their kid being a teenager. and doing the same shit that shit we probably did too. You know what I mean?
Yes. Hmm.
So I was, I didn't disrespect my mama, but I jumped off the porch way before 18 though. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
I got in some troubles and shit, but at the same time, my mama had another child to worry about that wasn't out there like me, and it plays all types of roles. But my mama was never wrong. I was never wrong. It's just life that played a role, and from
In
us
that
living and
position.
learning from that
Right.
to try to just make things better. Because
That's true.
for them parents that don't know what these parents go through, it happens, and sometimes your kids tend to be a teenager, go out there and live their own life, and then them legal aspects that you would think that people will resort to is not always the right way when you in that situation. And that comes
That's
down to
facts.
saying you can't really speak on shit unless you've been through it.
Yep.
Most people ain't been through having a kid, and that teenage kid has a mind of their own, and that might be God's will. But what we
Hmm.
think is not God's will because the legal age says 18.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And on a spiritual level, shit, I can't even put an age on it. And things happen for a reason. And is we in 20 we in 2022. You know what I mean? Nowadays you gotta
Exactly. Like, I respect the fact that she's her own human being and that she's imperfect just like me, and she's been through some pain and strenuous situations, and only she can understand it, and only she knows her own story, and that's acceptable, you know. But at the
it,
same
I
time,
mean
it's like,
God tells you a lot of stuff in subliminal ways, but one thing that he tells you in regards to what we're talking about is that every child is blessed and don't mess with God's children. So
is that
apparently he
yes.
has a plan. He has something set in stone for children, and that's just like the natural law of trying to tell you of how things could go. And it's the man-made law that confuses us because of age, and with spiritual law, I think what I believe he says what you held accountable for your stuff at like what 13, 11, or something like that. Like
Yeah.
a younger age than 18, you know what I mean? As
Yeah.
far as being held accountable for your sins and your knowledge and all that. But it makes sense though, shit. Look at how we acted when we was 11, 13.
Yeah, that's the thing that I look at. It's like, what do I look like being judgmental when I know I did my part in the world I was in? So I try to kind of look at that, and then not more so do a comparison, but I could relate. I could relate in many ways. And instead of being controversial and judgmental, I honor it for what it is and what it's hitting. But at the same time, I don't want her to be controversial and to pin me to be the enemy or a frenemy. Like, I'm your mother. You know what I mean? Like, irregardless,
I just want the best for you, you know? And that's what I want her to realize. Like, I want the best for you. I believe in you. I know that you could do better than me, but you're not going to treat me as if I'm not here. You know what I'm saying? To be responding to everybody else that didn't bring you into this world, that didn't go through the repercussions, that didn't have to go through the courts. And that's why I call it A Bleeding Heart Suffers Many Trials, or Sins of a Cry, a book I'm working on, because every day it was like a calendar in front of my face. And I was circling court dates and putting hearts and wishing upon a star and just being hopeful and optimistic that my babies was going to return to me and not go through any abuse any longer, or I wouldn't have to catch a case because I didn't want them to suffer. But to not show me and identify that respect, not to know my story and to know that this is something that mommy has went through, I endured in this, and this is what made me greater than ever. And even though you came upon your own pain, your trials and error and tribulations. I'm not here to mislead you, misguide you, to degrade you, or to point the finger. I'm here to hug you, embrace you, to love you unconditionally, to keep you safe and secure, and to go for bat for you. That means that if somebody's fucking with you, they're damn sure fucking with me. And if it means that you don't want to do no time and you want me to, I'm finna do it. I'm your rider.
Yeah, exactly. I feel 100%.
So that's just where, the frustration stems from, for her not to recognize my strengths and my efforts, but for her to hit me up when it's good for her, when it gratifies her spirit. It's like you're using me. And that's a sense of being a narcissistic gaslighting ass creature. You are cold. That hurts. Like, I'm your mother. You know, like, you're here because of me. I don't have no ill will. I'm not trying to see you lose. I want the best for you, but you're painting me to be some monster of some sort. And I get it because of what you encountered and you don't understand it. But if I was really to put the receipts out there for you, then you will be more anxious and more depressed. And it doesn't make no sense in stirring the pot and fueling the fire when I'm trying to make it go away.
Yeah, exactly. It all boils down to where we come from. We come from darkness and lightness and our
Yeah,
traits. And sometimes it might skip a generation, sometimes it might skip this person, that person, but it's still there. You know what I mean?
facts.
That goes back to the fact you could be the best of parents in life, but your child end up like this. And it's like a lot of parents out there, their life become a downfall to that because they're not educational on, like, they just feel that's just always their responsibility, which it is. But
Well, we always have our scars and our triggers, and I try to
it
make it
goes
not
both
about me and
ways.
what
Like,
have
you know
I.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I try
goes
to make
both
it not
ways.
about me and what
And
I
it,
encountered. I always tell my daughter that it's not about me and what have I been, whatever I've been through. But I could relate, and at least you don't feel alone in this for the most part. And then my mother, she plays a lot into it, and she kind of turns my daughter against me. She's like, she's always trying to make it about herself. No, I'm not. I'm trying to let my daughter know because I felt it as a young child, getting married at the age of 17, being forced into it and everything like that. That I was alone, man.
but
I
yeah, hey,
couldn't
look,
turn to
let me tell
anybody.
you one thing about history and the way we going
It
in
repeats
life,
itself.
and the way that I acknowledge stuff is it's not really meant for us to for you talking three different generations. Your generation, your mother's generation, and then your daughter's generation. The way
Yeah,
life is going is not meant for all of us to understand and be on the same
yeah.
level, just on the fact because the devil do play a role in deception, and part of
Mhm.
that is just being the way that we raised to where shit, your mother is a Christian, the way you raised is becoming better than a Christian, and the way your daughter is being raised. This is an example, not saying this is how it is. The way your child
Mhm.
is being raised is off of fucking music or something. Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
It's built like that to where it's hard for any three of them generations to even connect for the most part.
To coincide, right?
To come, besides just learn off our mistakes, and it's always something, but it's mostly for the, learning off negative shit, our mistakes, and, just the reality of life and the reality of deception.
Yeah.
And deception plays a big role, especially in between generations. Cause shit, where we at
Well,
right
I
now,
know that
we got
I
our
love
kids.
her.
Go
I
ahead.
love all my children unconditionally, and I know that it takes a lot of patience, and it also takes for me not to be in my own feelings and to feel as if perhaps I need to fall all the way back and fuck them because I didn't like how that made me feel. So, if anything, I'm gonna say, I understand how you're feeling. I respect that. You're your own human being. You're imperfect, just like me. But I'm not going anywhere. I love you unconditionally. And when you love unconditionally, you don't give up. You just keep on going and you allow them to know, hey, I'm right here, even if you don't see me
Yeah,
just yet.
exactly.
Or you
And
could hate me,
that's
but you'll
like
love me eventually.
that's
You know
the
what I'm
best thing
saying?
that you can do in this life that we facing, even though that's
Hmm.
not how we
I'd
really
rather
want
her
to
hate me
live.
now and then love me.
Yeah, but that's just we're smart enough to realize what we're going through and try to present the best way possible. But dang, it's for real deep situation, man. And it's crazy, because it could go all type of ways, man. And it's hard for people to even elaborate on the same level of what's going on. You still there, Lyric?
I was reading Danny's comment. She said
Okay,
something about 23 something. Go back
let
and
me
look
go
at it.
back to the comments. Oh, she said something about 23 ABC just uploaded like three very short mini video clips from last year regarding the boys. Can you send the links to my inbox? But damn, it was one point I wanted to get in. I kind of forgot in the midst of that, but
I did wanted
um,
to ask you something pertaining to that, if
go
I
ahead.
may.
Yeah,
Um, was there I keep on seeing a backyard and like a person and another person in the cut. I see a mask and then I see a lady that's Spanish, but she was like a defects worker or like a adoption, either a CPS worker, a foster care agent, or defects, something like that to the extent somebody of government. Um, and I feel like she has a lot to do with this, with the information or with the situation. But I keep on seeing a backyard, somebody going in the backyard, somebody seeing something they wasn't supposed to see, somebody running but then a mask, and then this lady. She's of a Spanish background.
yeah. I don't really know. Like, it's just the point that I'm at right now with all the information with the boys. Honestly, is shit.
Was there a
Uh,
mask?
all these like look. For the most part, it's either law enforcement is corrupted or they're telling
Yes.
the truth. It's either way.
No, no,
In
no. I see
in this
corruption.
situation, I just think they're telling the truth, and they got their protocol, and the law enforcement said it's a lot of people involved, and
No, this has a lot to do with
I honestly
and I
believe it's
apologize for interrupting you, but you know what I'm saying, victims, special victims unit, there's a leak and there's somebody that is corrupted. I'm not saying law enforcement in its
nah.
entirety. I'm
How
saying
I
this
feel, look.
reminds me of the Kingdom Hall, how I say there's a person, but it's not the Kingdom Hall,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
religion.
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I just believe all when it comes to the boys, I just believe all parties, bro. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
how y'all gonna take it or not, but
I feel
it's something
systematic. This
is
is system.
something
This is
it
the
gotta be
system.
something to what's held to where this person was able to do this to this person because this person fucked up because of this person fucked up and this person fucked up and all these people fuck ups add up to one fuck up to boom.
Mm-hmm. To a big fuck up, right?
Come on, we 1 year later in the case and got no answers in it. Come on now.
I know in my
We're
dream I
gonna keep
saw us.
looking.
I saw.
We're gonna stay with the same mind state the whole time.
I know in my dream I saw a lady. She looked Caucasian in a sense with long black hair, and then I kept on hearing salsa music, and I know that's like Spanish descent, salsa merengue. And then I saw a backyard. It was kind of like like a not the hood. I don't want to say the hood. I'm not trying to be funny, but like a backyard that's not too big, but kind of big. A fence that was kind of open. It had like a piece that was open, run through it or whatever. It was like a gap. And then I saw a mask, and I saw somebody in the cut that saw something. And then I saw this lady with the babies.
Yeah, I don't know though. Look, the best advice I could give about the
I
boys
just
is
think it's systematic. That's what I feel. It's
it's
just
real
systematic.
talk.
It's the
People just
system.
gotta look, man. People just gotta be open minded, man. That's it. That's
Yeah.
all I could say. Listen to law enforcement. And no matter what we all get back, we all feel it's a lot of people involved. It's a lot of people involved. I
There
feel
are.
all these motherfuckers is involved in some type of way, even unintentionally. It's just the role that was played and the
Energetically.
situation at hand, and everybody
Hmm.
fuck ups led to this
A
situation
demise.
to where
Hmm.
like shit, everybody had their warnings in life, and none of these people paid attention to their warnings, and fucking landed up in some big ass situation, and that's exactly what the fuck I think it is, just from my experience. That's but at the end of the day, it's just
I see systematic. I see government officials. I see a leak. I see, you know what I mean? Like there are, it just reminds me of in the Bible how they was talking about Babylon the Great. You got like Mesopotamia, Persia. You know what I mean? Like there's different levels to it. There's different governments that fall or something like that to the extent, but this is governmental and systematic. And everybody played a part in it. That's what I see.
yeah, yeah. Everybody played a part to where this is why I feel like the government played a part is because it was corruption in the government at first. Some shit went down, and they can't take legal actions legally because of the part that the government played. When it comes to the end of this shit, it's all based on the government. To where if they fucked up, then what can they really do at the end besides try to make everybody satisfied?
Right.
And now how to do that is not going to be that good because you have the public. So now you have to
Right.
situate around the public what the fuck to do.
No, it's
That's
a
just my
domino
opinion.
effect.
That's just
No, you're
I don't
right.
know.
And it's a
I don't
domino
know. I don't
effect.
want nobody else out there to get the misconception of anything because at the end of the day, I don't know where the fuck these boys is at, but it's
Right.
just thinking of
Exactly.
shit different besides just thinking of one side the whole time and not getting no sense made up out of it. And then you start to open your mind up and things you get a little bit of sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it all leads back to just do your research, do your investigation for
But
yourself.
let's not be negative. Like we could be optimistic with this one. I
Oh
really
no,
feel that
I
way. And I feel
wasn't
like it has something to do with
nothing I said
passports.
nothing I said
No,
was
no, not
negative.
you. Not you. I'm
Oh,
just saying in general. Not you, Rayshawn. Never. I'm saying it. In general, I feel like optimism is definitely key. I feel that like this has something to do with identity being changed and passports. I don't see anything like I don't see anything negative actually. Like this reminds me of another story that was on Lifetime, and then they found out that that person um went to another country, was in the brothels, and then they was rescued like 6 years later. So it could be something similar.
yeah, I feel you.
Either way, the truth will come to the light. But I don't feel anything negative. I'm very optimistic about this one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have to be, and yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's just
But look at even if you
you
go
just
back
gotta look
into
at
that
you just gotta look at the
look at
situation
that
at
house.
hand.
Remember that house? Was it where was this at? Was it in Chicago or something like that? That guy that had all the girls living in his house, they was chained up and even had babies and something weird like that. It was like in a very regular like hood neighborhood or whatever, and they was inside of a house and they couldn't get out. Or then one day he ended up leaving and the girl broke the front door or something like that. Like she was out and then they found out that there was like 13 girls inside the house.
I heard similar story. I heard multiple stories similar to what you're talking about.
Right. And it was years. I'm talking about, it wasn't 1 year later. It was like a couple of years later. Like maybe I want to say either up to 6 years to 9 years later. It was a big story. And they even had a book on it. And it was a Spanish guy. And he had them all chained up in rooms and he was doing things, and he had, like, one of them had a pet dog, and then he ended up killing the dog or something, and then he ended up having a baby with one of them. Like, it happened, I want to say, in Chicago. And it was in a hood neighborhood, like in a neighborhood where it was like the house was right next door to the other house, and the other house right on the block. And nobody knew about it. And then he dipped off one day, and they noticed the screen door, or like the little girl, one of the children. And then they knocked the door down when somebody was knocking, and they was able to get out through the front. It could be similar. There's optimism and hope is key. I just, I feel really hopeful with this. I feel really good. We'll leave it up to God, you know what I'm saying? But I don't feel nothing like, I don't feel nothing, nothing bad at all. But that's just my opinion, you guys.
Hello?
Yeah, y'all guys came in. Yeah, y'all guys came in kind of late. We'll
Hey,
go in
what's
the
up,
room because we're
Briggs?
getting the girls riled up. Now my
You said
sons
I'm
came in kind of late. Can you hear me, Rashawn?
hello? What
My
did you say?
Yeah,
My
my
bad.
apologies. My
No, it's my
apologies. My
apologies.
teenage.
Like that's why I warned y'all earlier. I'm in the middle of traffic, moving around. So if
No,
I
I
disappear,
understand.
it's like I'm still here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do got some new people in here. Brits, Bit Dumbs. I don't know how to say your name, but she been in here for a minute. She repping Cleveland in the building. Shout out to Ohio. Pretty much, man, is we just chopping it up, just real life situations. So if you kind of caught on in the middle of our conversation, I mean, I guess that's
Hey.
I guess you just
Yeah.
have to like kind of go back
Hey,
or ask some
everybody.
questions. Like if you jumped
Or
in the
did
middle of
thumbs? Did thumbs? Was you saying that it was in Cleveland that this happened, Mama? I feel like you were saying it was in Cleveland. Cause all I know is it started with a C. I'm not too sure. Again, I said it was on my opinion.
hey, Lyric, hold it down real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, you guys, man. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, no matter what, it's just my opinion. And I'm not saying that like what I'm saying within reason is accurate. You know what I mean? But it's just off of based on spirit and theory, you know what I mean? Sorry about that, my kids. Yeah. There's a blanket over there, Papa. All right. My teenagers. But what I'm saying is, I don't feel like it's weird because I don't feel anything negative. I really feel like there's some positive outcome. And I just feel like being hopeful. I feel like there's a rainbow at the end of the day that will come out of this. It will come out of this. All of this will stop, because God, he responds in many ways and forms. And I feel with this one, it belongs to him. You feel what I'm saying? All of these things that are happening all over the earth and everything like that, from procreation to cultivation to population to the many and the few, and those that are either lost or found through salvation. Everything is like, it's a harvest. Everything is being harvested, and it's an investment of things, from ideas, from responses, from decisions, from whatever movement you're going towards. But at the end of the day, we have to be accountable for our own actions. That's why I'm threading lightly and kind of walking on eggshells, because I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards this situation. You know what I mean? Because this is real shit. This is pertaining to a real situation. But I don't, and I gotta say this again, I don't feel negative. I feel very optimistic and hopeful. And I know that God, he's a miracle worker, and even if mankind revises minds of the revisions of man, try it doesn't matter, because God is almighty and he has bigger plans. That's why he says, I have hope for a future and plans for something better pertaining to you, in Jeremiah. You know what I mean? It just goes to show you how, all glory be to God, how wonderful he is. And he sees so many things, and he will put it in our eyes. But if it like really makes the allotted time to pay attention to what we see in its own essence. But we can't be based on our own mankind revised visions. You know what I mean? The revisions of what it is that we see through the plethora of thought. We can't be confined in our own thoughts and leaning on our own understandings. We have to know that, we're going to be in a position of identifying failure and not knowing all the answers. But it just makes us who we are today, searching, gathering our insight, doing our research, and just trying to identify things and placing the pieces of the puzzle to make some sense out of it. Nairobi, be quiet. Get off of my painting. Mira, no me joda. Get off of my painting, pendeja. Sorry about that. Um, my kitty is like doing too much. She's always chasing spirits. But you know what I mean? Like, for the most part, no disrespect to this whole situation or anything like that. I promise you. It's just that I keep on, whenever I talk, I keep on seeing a rainbow. And usually rainbow reminds me of when there was a great flood. And when the great flood had happened, then there was a rainbow. Well, first it was a dove holding a leaf. It was an olive leaf in his mouth. And then it showed there's land. And so now they can walk on the earth because it's no longer flooded. So that was like a way to say, you're good. You know what I mean? But then there was a rainbow. And that's when God said, when you see this rainbow, it means I promise you. So I just keep on hearing, I promise you. If you give it to God and you put it at his altar and you give it all to him, then he promises you what it is that you want to know. He will give you the answers as long as you assert your faith. Walk by faith and not by sight. And as long as you do that, you can embrace the momentum of truth. Rishan? Doesn't look like he came back yet. But anybody that want to get up on the stream, you know what I mean? If you have another way of viewing things, you know, you have another way of letting me know that maybe perhaps it doesn't, you know what I mean? I don't go with your vibe or anything like that. That's okay, because we all need growth. So I don't know. That's just the vibe that I feel. I keep on seeing rainbows, and whatever it is that I'm, kind of internalizing, I just go with what my spirits are indicating. They keep on showing me hope. You know what I mean? And we just got to know that Jesus is the God of salvation, and then Jehovah Jireh, our Father, our Almighty God, He is our provider. You know what I mean? So we have provision, and then we have salvation, which is like a chain or a bracelet, and it goes hand in hand. And I'm not even reading the chats because I'm on my iPhone. But if anything, I could try to do it and then put it on my TV. I don't know how that works, or what have you. But for the most part, I trust in the movement of life. And I know that regardless if I encounter it, or if I'm undecisive, that God is always going to put me at the forefront, and He's going to like kind of allow me to see my imperfections, but give me the visualizations of being corrected, making the adjustments, and showing me my way of improvement. And then, of course, I'll be satisfied with that, because then I gather insight from another source, another realm, and I can trust in that, and it won't impact me or others. So, with that being said, as much as I didn't want to go there, that's what I see. And of course, I want to be hopeful, and of course, I want to be optimistic. And I don't want to rely too much on my dreams, because it could be, symbolically something that they're trying to tell me. But either which way or form, I can just trust my instincts and go based on that. Now, again, this is my opinion. Everybody is entitled to their own truth. And I'm all ears. And I welcome everybody, and the way that they have to, you know what I mean? Like energetically, what they're influenced by or inspired by, or what they have to say. I'm open to constructive criticism. I'm gonna go into the chat right now, you guys, so that I can like answer to some things. Let's see here. Okay, so Bit Spicy like said, I think that was in Ohio. Such a crazy story. Exactly. You know what I mean? And it's crazy, because then with my story and everything I went through is not as much as what they've have encountered, and how strong those women are. It's just, it makes you wonder, you know what I mean? Good night and good morning to you, Stephanie. God bless you, Queen. Let's see here. Danny L says, they're just a whole bunch of old clips, but small parts of them, not even the entire segments from the originals. I think that's what is tripping me out. Okay. And that has something to do with you was indicating pertaining to that 23 something. Did thumbs, the girl was friends with his daughters, so accepted a ride and two puppies. Wow. Yeah, you're right, Mama. Exactly. Gail said, I think a town in Oregon. Yeah, they did make a Lifetime movie. Oh, so it was Cleveland. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Yvette Lagunas. Hello, how are you, beloved? Hi, Fern. Right. Okay, so the girls testified against them, and one girl has a relationship with her child with the abductor. He got deaf, I believe, as he should. Right. And that's the thing, I was raised on religious statures, but at this moment, it feels as if the more that I, you know what I mean, procreated the earth and became many, or learned from life experiences and got beaten up a couple of times, however it came, I've also learned that it's bigger than religion, because religion to me seems more like a trend or a label, something based on what's trendy. You know what I mean? What's popular, what's popping, what's cracking, or whatever the situation may be. And I feel like spirituality in its totality as a collective is based on everything in its essence. Um, Brit Spicy Life indicated, I appreciate your insight. Anything at this point is so nice to hear because we all have so many questions, and I feel like something happened in Cal City. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate that as well. Yeah, now I'm reading the chat. And then she said, oh, laugh aloud. She's not reading the chat. Well, either way, I'm sure we all want to hear what she's saying. Thank you so much for giving me that privilege. Right, Ditums, I wasn't very aware about the boys as well. Me too. I did. I came to YouTube. Well, I don't know. I was kind of interested in that, like random Nautica. You know what I mean? I was already into YouTube because of other things. I was into the royalty family, and I was like, "Yo, that's cool." And God bless that family because they came a long way. And then, of course, I got into the Gabby Petito and the Summer Wells case. Oh, yeah, that's true. Family dysfunction and loss of my granddaughters. I'm so sorry to hear that, beloved. Due to continued family dysfunction, took me all this to wake up. Well, at least, you're in admittance to understanding that door that you had to walk through for that moment, but you're no longer walking through that door. You're in a better part of your life where blessings will shower over you. Fern Pear said the West Baby Boys, God bless them. They've been missing about a California city. December 21st will make 1 year they've been missing. My heart, my thoughts, and my prayers go out to all of you. Ditham said, I watch on TV and chat from my phone. I'm half blind at my age. Ditto. you know, I'm a blind bat. Wow. 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 That's a hard pill to swallow. Yeah, it definitely will change your outlook in life. But it's okay because it only made you the warrior that you are today, goddess. So I've been through the chat and everything like that, and I just want you to know that, that's what my channel indicates, voices of power, because we all have the power to reveal the voice within ourselves and the vessel that God gave us, our tents that are borrowed. Our spirit is the voice. The nature of the situation, it is either it could be, remedial, or it could be deceiving. Either way, if you counteract those two, it could be a balance because opposites do attract irregardless of the situation. And if you're strong enough to identify, wow, this is the storm, but I know that there is hope, and I know that I am blessed and that I am destined for greatness, then greater you will become. And that's all it is, and that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? um let's see what else I had. Let's see here, hold on. I had actually did something. It was pertaining to a it was a poem that I had wrote, but then going to find out I was writing about I want to say Gabby Petito or what have you. I don't know. I gotta go back into my notebook. But at the end of the day, you guys, there's just so much that's going on all over the world, all over the nations, and it just takes for us to gather momentum and to know that we have to still continue on our goals and aspirations. But I will read this to you guys, okay? Um, it's a poem, and I thought it was a poem that I was writing to myself, and I had put it on Facebook on my live, and then I was like, "Yo," going back to it, it was like really important, and I was like, "Wait a minute," and I had to kind of meditate on it. But I had named it "Rejuvenate Me, Lord." Okay, and I wrote, "Sometimes I sit in the dark, shadows all around me. When I was little, I never cared for the unknown. You know, I was scared and I didn't understand it, but now I stretch my branches and my leaves and I wait for color as the seasons change and my heart is no longer lifeless. I see so differently now with this new perspective and lenses, these visions being displayed, and life as a catalyst, even in the dark, becomes so bright. And never did I even imagine that the pain would become my smile skimming through the memories being displayed and never really paying attention. But now, with this pristine clarity, I can see the colors all around me. And even then, in the shadows, I have been captivated by the tears and the sorrow. And in the midst of it all, I just managed to find my rainbow. The warmth of the sun, sun/SON, invigorates my soul, giving me the strength and the power to recognize I am the light that shines in the dark from the love that was once forbidden. And so I thought about it, and then I thought about, and I actually screenshotted it that, like, over there where they actually found Gabby Petito, there was a rainbow, and that's what led them to her. I believe it was her stepfather. And they actually took a picture. I remember the mom saying something about, like, right in front of them there was a car, and it said Gabs or something like that. It was so amazing. And then as they was, coming closer to the area, there was, in the cut by the mountains, this big rainbow by the water, and that's where they found her. So, this poem, it just reminds me of, like, welcoming every energy and every entity, and being, you know like, basically, like, accepting everybody, like, looking for the benefit and the good of everybody, being naive and just gullible. I'm not going to say dumb, because she was very intellectual, and wanting to love, wanting to respond to love, wanting to love so hard, just wanting to change the different direction in your life and everything like that, for that matter, and just being risque, charismatic and adventurous and those kind of things. And then, like, kind of prayerful and saying, oh, well, that person's going to change. It's going to get better. We're going to go and we're going to discover the stars together, and we're going to make something out of nothing. And then just noticing that the whole time, while you're over here being prayerful, vulnerable, wearing your heart in your sleeve, ignoring the fact that this love that is being brought to you is dark, deceptive, secretive, and mysterious. That this love does not welcome the love that you've actually, reflectively gave. It's like, for her to say that she found her smile again, my God, that's just deep. You know what I'm saying? I've been captivated by the tears and the sorrow in the midst of it all, and I managed to find my rainbow, and that rainbow managed to find her family. To say that I was scared and I didn't understand it, but now I stretch my branches and my leaves wait for color. It's like finding your senses, or finding what love really is, and being able to register that at that present moment. Um, wow. And then, so bright, never did I imagine that pain would become my smile, skimming through the memories being displayed, and never really paying attention. You know, like, giving your heart, but is that being appreciative? You know what I mean? Is it being honored? Is it being reflective? Is it being ministered? And she's giving all this love, but it's like she had to watch her back just to get some food. And she's over here trying to make some yogurt or something, and he's over her head hovering and stuff. He's reading freaking books of anarchy while they're over here traveling the world to seven seas and everything like that. And all she wanted was for him to be supportive, but he wasn't. So, what are your thoughts on that? Because this poem came to me when I was thinking about her. And I was just writing a poem thinking I was just being creative again, going back to the Enchanted Rose and Nature's Kiss moment. But that's what came to me, you guys. And I learned a lot for her to say at the end of the day, that I am the light that shines in the dark from the love that was forbidden. She found her light. She collected that when she was able to stop feeling enabled from accepting real love. And the real love that she was given was no longer forbidden. It's beautiful. And we'll go into the comments, okay?
Yo, Lyric, you still in here?
I'm here, but now you sound like a girl robotic type of thing. I don't know. I don't care. Like I hear what you're saying. You said Lyric, are you still there?
Yeah, my bad. I was like just going. I didn't want to talk about this shit. Anyways, my bad, y'all.
Hold on, Rashawn. I'm just looking through the chats. Maybe I might have to come back. You know what I mean? Like I gotta come out and then come back in because it's weird. Like it's fucking with me, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on your end or my end. The people in the comment section, they'll let us know right now. I think it's more on your end. I got perfect service over here. But yeah, anyways, we got 10 people in here. Um, Fern said we both sound good, so maybe it's on your end, voices. But either way it go, like it's real spit at the end of the day. I'll be in and out. Then voices of power have my back and able to keep y'all, intact while I'm gone. But it's just the whole point of just realness being brought to the table. Everybody else's life experiences and everybody capable, able to express their voice. It's 10 people in here, and I know most of y'all done been across everybody else's channel to where it's not that fair. Like everybody don't have a voice, which is I mean, shit. Everybody can run their channel how they want to. I just choose not to. What's up, Yvette? Vet? Yvette? Vet? They
I'm
gonna say
here.
that.
It sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks. I swear I need to get my tablet
No,
going
that's
so
you
I
on
can
your
record
behalf.
it.
Just hey, look, just log out and come back in. Cause they saying I'm
Okay.
good. They saying we both good. So
Well, at least it's
sometimes
not
look,
dark,
but look,
but
sometimes we both could be good, right? They could hear us both good, but you're gonna hear it a robotic on your end. So just log out and then come back in.
all right, I'm gonna do that now. At least it's not dark, so I'm not tripping.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I'll come back in. Hold on.
But yeah, Brits, that's what it's all about is you do have a voice and just what she believes in, which is just shit. I mean, is she's just a person that's blessed to do what she does, but a lot of people don't believe in that. Don't A lot of people don't even allow people to talk on a channel extensively to where you really get into the depth of how you feel. That cut you off. So one thing about me as being a YouTuber is just giving everybody a chance. That's what I started from, having a voice. And that's what it's all about. I don't care if I start off slow or not. At the end of the day, it's like real talk. It's stuff that you're not gonna catch. It's stuff that you're not gonna catch on anybody else's channel because of and like let me keep it real with the internet is fake, y'all. Reals. The internet is gonna give you like what the internet wants to hear, but not what's needed.
It kept on saying like you lost
Yeah, I
connection with your
appreciate it.
mic and that kind of thing or what have you. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is you on your end.
Yeah, it
It's
is me. My bad.
be good over here. But yeah, I mean at the end of the day we all good. But yeah, vet, that's what it's all about is for instance, like I felt lyrics vibe, right? And then I bring her on my channel like everybody feel a vibe. So shit. Apparently, my judgment is right, and where I'm going is in the right, direction. And I'm just saying that because if it
Amen.
wasn't, then it would be negativity. And for the most part, everybody I bring on my channel is love. Like I never brung nobody on my channel that is not love. I feel vibes
Right.
before I would even allow y'all to feel the vibes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's what I like to do from time to time is just like, seek healing in writing and just allowing myself to heal through whatever it is that is from the passage of my thoughts. Oh, he got jumped off, you guys. I just wanted to say to you guys, thank you so much for allowing me to be up on panel and for being acceptable to me and for understanding my movement, the way of life, and you know what I mean? Like a lot of us are imperfect and we got our own vibe and our own stories, verses and chapters, but it means a lot to me, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys because we all as a collective are warriors and we all have our own books, and we went from verses to chapters to books and new books. And so we come a long way. And for that, I seriously am truly grateful. So thank you for, this opportunity to you and to Rishan, to all of you guys.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just, I look at
Oh
it as,
God, here we
we
go
all
with
here
the
to,
weird
we
voice
all, we
again.
all here together. I want to, have that channel.
Oh
So,
God, he is so trying me.
your shit tripping again?
I'm gonna have to come back
Are you on
in
Wi-Fi? Get on
because
Wi-Fi.
the devil is a lie. Like you're coming in with this eerie, weird voice that sounds demonic, and yeah, go fuck with somebody else, Satan, because I don't got time for it. I'm not talking to you, Rayshawn. It's just if I could just record how this shit sounds, you'd be like, "What the fuck, yo, Larry, you isn't playing exactly." So I'm gonna
Yeah, I
leave
could
and come back
actually. I
in.
don't know if you could hear me, but I could hear you good. I
I
think
don't know
everybody
what
else
you're
can hear you
saying.
good. They can hear me
It's
good.
like it's weird. It's like it's so weird. .com. But you know what? I smile. I smile at things like that. Like I'm seriously laughing at Satan. Like, dude, you can't get the best of me. Are you fucking hermaphrodite? Because you're just so weird. You'd like to fucking bone everything moving. You can't get the best of me. Duh. You should know this. But yeah, I'm gonna leave and come back in. Be right back. And we are protected and healed, and we are covered by the blood of Jesus. Amen.
Yeah, I think that's more on her end, you guys. It's just how it goes, man. When a lot of positive stuff is going on, um, the devil is always gonna be in the middle, try to distract, deceive, do all them type of things. Somewhat just proves what we going through. It's like reality, like what I mean. One of the realest channels on YouTube. I don't even brag like that, but at the end of the day, when you really look at it, man, none of these people care about even the welfare of their subscribers. Like they don't care. It's all for themselves. Reality, spiritually, they don't care what the next person going through. Me on my end, I'm not here to benefit off of my own personal interests. I'd rather spread a word and try to share love, should I say, love amongst people, like before even receiving a dollar. And just know this, y'all, for those that I didn't put out way more money being a YouTuber than I received off of YouTube. A big difference. Like, man, look, numbers don't add up when it comes to that. numbers don't add up when it comes to being real. Because financially, the numbers, man, what you like? I'm still owed a lot. If it comes to that, financially, it's nothing close. Nothing close. I don't know what these YouTubers be doing where they be talking about they make thousands a month. Shit, I don't know. Maybe they sold their goddamn soul. It ain't going like that over here. I ain't shit. Nothing close, y'all. I'm telling y'all, at all. Nothing close. But it don't matter to me. Well, if I do start making thousands on YouTube, shit, I'd rather have like a lot of followers to where the numbers it makes sense, you know. I got 1 million followers, but then I got like 100,000 solid people out of 1 million. Like, you know, that would make sense. Then I make a couple $1,000s off 100,000 people. But as far as right now, like, you know, what the fuck these people be doing? Honestly, because shit, I don't look. I don't make shit over here. The most I'm gonna make is a cash app to get my 100%. But at the end of the day, I don't go live every day. I don't be on YouTube every day, so I don't get cash apps every day. Even the people that donate through YouTube, you know, um, it's not there, y'all. Which I don't care, you know. At the same time, I don't do this shit for money. I do it to connect people and hopefully spiritually connect people and change people's lives. I'd rather do that than get paid because I'm already rich as so. And materialistically, there's something about me, y'all. I don't care. I'm not materialistic. Shit. I'm glad to not be homeless and shit. I ain't gonna lie. I hate being without a vehicle, y'all. But that's just me. So I always try to stay with a vehicle. As long as I got a vehicle, I got somewhere to lay my head and I'm not hungry and I'm able to provide and you know, for the most part, I'm cool in life, man. I don't want the extras. I want the realness though. I don't want the extras though. I don't want none of that fake shit. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they doing. People be talking about like, look, this not to knock Doug. This is not nothing negative to say against Doug. But I heard a couple times last month. I don't know if it was just a rumor. I'm pretty sure at the end of the day it was just a rumor. But they were saying he made like 13,000. How the fuck do you make $13,000 off of doing what you're doing on YouTube? That's what makes me think it was a rumor because I mean, unless it's that many people donating that much amount of money, but I'm gonna tell y'all the real. It don't work like that with YouTube. I'm sorry, y'all. You gotta really work your way up, and there's certain ways to do stuff with advertisement, and which is something I'm still learning. But I think even with my 1,800 subscribers, um, I still couldn't figure out how to make 1,000, even if I wanted to a month. I'm still old from last month. I made $40 last month, and YouTube does not issue out your money unless you make over $100. So shit, no even telling if I'm gonna make that $100 this month. So how with whatever these people is doing, I don't know. Have I ever seen Mr. Beast who gives? Hold on, sorry about that, Chris. I'm like driving and still trying to read these comments. Have you ever seen Mr. Beast who gives this guy all the money to do the weird stuff he does? I don't see how people get that many followers just to watch them do nonsense. I mean, so look, is nonsense and all that type of stuff outweighs reality. Like it would seem like, you know, a channel like mine's, even without the look, it's not about working every day on YouTube. Because look, this is an example right here. When Benny lost his YouTube and he had to start all over, he wasn't going live every day, but when he go live, he'll get multiple hundred, you know, people to viewers, should I say, he wasn't going live every day. But when he do go live, he got the viewers. But oh, shit. Most of the people, that's what they want. A lot of people run from the truth or even run from type of shit like this, which I understand. I ain't gonna lie. Like shit, I hear somebody else YouTube. Like sometimes now I would listen. Now I pay more attention to a lot of whatever anybody positive got to speak. But prior to like, shit, go back 2 years ago, I wouldn't listen to nobody YouTube like mine. I would say all the negative shit. Like, who you think he is? God, like, who church? Might want to hear this shit. Yeah, what you talking about? What should I call you? Like, bitch, dumb? I don't know how to pronounce your name, your nickname, your YouTube name. But for now, there's a lot of people can afford that. It's just how they afford it is what they nonsense. That's why they get where they at. You know how easy I could be a troll? Do you know how much information that I know? I could fucking troll a lot of people right now. And I could be an internet sensation by tomorrow. But that's not what's right. It don't settle right in my soul. That's not, half of these people that they doing what is not cool at the end of the day. For instance, with these kids cases, they make it seem like it's good because at the end of the day, look, they really do somewhat care about these kids. Apparently, right? They spend their time to spread awareness for missing children. It's either that or you just really just benefiting off of somebody else's tragedy, which makes it more sad. But for the most part, a lot of these people care. They just do it the wrong way. They don't know what they're doing. I understand that. That's why I don't judge a lot of people because you know how much stuff I did that I didn't intentionally mean to cause harm in my life, but I had to live and I had to learn. So I can't like go judge nobody else, even though it like it wasn't no internet type shit. Which then again, the internet is a whole different ball game. You could have the best person in life, right? That will lose their integrity over the internet. So you said it's one word. Yeah, if I'm saying it right, just let me know if I'm saying it right. It dumbs. DIT did dumbs. I think I'm saying it right, but I don't know if I am or not. And that's what I hate about this YouTube. Like, man, y'all, I know how to read, y'all. But when it comes to names, I don't know how to read names, man. I'm sorry. Shit. Especially in these days, you got nicknames, you got people making up their own pronunciations and stuff. I don't know. I hate like pronouncing names. I don't really know. So did thumbs, all right, for sure. We cool on that. But yeah, though, man. Uh, the whole point is just opening up, being optimistic. Sometimes we get sidetracked, and sometimes we get forced into just thinking one-sided. You said so me. So was 11 months old when it was baby talk that stuck. All right, elaborate on that. What you talking about? Hey, Lyric. good now. Yeah, sometimes if you're not connected to Wi-Fi,
Mm-hmm.
just gotta like reconnect. You know, if you're not connected on Wi-Fi, you know your service goes in and out, like your cellular service.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's only gonna stay on a good service for a certain amount of time.
That's the thing. I am connected.
Oh, to Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
It was
But yeah, when
weird.
that happens, just this is just advice as far as the internet work. Just go ahead and
Mm-hmm.
look into the comments. You gotta sometimes you gotta ask the comment section on how
Mm-hmm.
you sound, and then they'll be able to tell you. So if they're telling you that like you sound good and the
Yeah, they
other
did.
person sounds good, yeah, so that
Mm-hmm.
means you just have to disconnect and reconnect. Like that always happens.
Oh, okay.
Sadly to say, it always happens during some real shit, but
Right. That's a
it
fact.
happens. We don't see it on the fake people channel, but it happens over here.
Right. Because you don't
Ironically,
bow.
right? You know,
You're not
coincidence.
bowing down because you're not a sellout. You feel me? So then they try to attack.
Yeah, and trust me, it works like that too, man. You don't think these YouTube people watch you and generate? I didn't. Being popular on YouTube, right? My
Mm-hmm.
algorithm is up, right? Then I
Mm-hmm.
speak some real shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
My and that video, I didn't spoke up on something that's shouldn't be spoken up on, and then that video get a strike, and then my algorithm goes down, and like I go live and nobody's viewing my live. But just yesterday, there was 40 people on there.
Wow.
I didn't do some real stuff and go. Like, it works like that. They watching. They always watching the show
Oh yeah. Yeah.
at the
The all
minimum
seeing eye.
level, like at the smallest level that you would never think.
That's a fact. You know? I don't allow that shit to intimidate me like you don't, you know? I'm just like, whatever, dude. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's,
just
it's
gonna
not going to interfere with
leave
me
and come back
because,
in.
like right now, we got 11 people tuned in. That's more than enough for me. That's 10 other people that want to listen, and you know, shit. I might.
That are tuned in, exactly. And the
It's
numbers will
adding
keep
up
on
to the
rising.
numbers. It's adding up to the numbers of what God say. It's only very
Right.
few. So my numbers in reality is adding up right spiritually.
Exactly.
Now of the world is not, but spiritually, shit, I'm up right now. Shit, 10 people
Exactly.
that's listening 2:19 in the morning on my time, which I know most
Mm-hmm.
of my viewers is later for them because they all from the East Coast, all from across the world. So yeah, I look at all that. It's enough, man.
Is
It's enough positive stuff that adds up on my end. So I'm cool. You know, I look at this 10, 11 people to where, okay, I keep putting in work. We're going to touch more people.
oh yes.
Next year, it's going to be 100 people. It might be 1,000 people. It might be 1,000 people out of 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, it's just the beginning. And it's
Yeah,
happening
so
fast, rapidly. Because there's a message being displayed and it's positivity. Things that a lot of people on the spectrum of things don't do, you know? Everybody's at competition or at a battle with the odds. So it's like, and you're on your own wave.
yeah, exactly. While facing a lot of shit that I don't even talk about because it's this my YouTube is my own goal. It's not to get on here. If I get on here and I talk about some shit that I'm going through in life, it's just I'm really going through that and I need to express to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it's a lot of shit that I go through. I don't even know what I'm going through. But this is my own passion. This is what gets me through what I'm going through. Just let me put it like that.
Yeah, that's a fact.
This is my escape route. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Without
Mine's
explaining.
too. It reminds me of what I did on that other panel with prayers. I had said
But
something kind of similar. I was like, like you don't never know what somebody is going through. You don't know if that person is depressed or suicidal or just needs to vent or is searching for some answers. You don't know the circumstance of their situation, but it's people like you, one minded and on one track, that causes the dysfunctional situation to occur instead of being open minded. And then you want to go around like a collective trying to parade and bring justice after the fact. and that's fucking fake to me.
Yeah, exactly. Because
God
yeah,
bless you.
it's been a lot of emotions I went off that was wrong as hell. It's not right, you know.
Right, right.
Especially when you're a content creator, you can't. You have to go off experience. You can't go off your emotions.
That's
Sorry to
true.
say, but that's because you're dealing with a lot of people, and you know you cannot satisfy everybody. Um, and it goes to like your numbers. Like you look at them other content creators that might have 100 viewers, right? While they're live, but look at how many subscribers they got. It's never gonna add up. If they got 1,000 viewers, they probably got like over 3 times as much subscribers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not always about that. It's about yeah, the masses you control at the time with whatever you blessed to control.
I feel
Not
like
even
it's the
control.
relativity.
I wouldn't even
It's the
say control because I don't try to control nobody. I just,
right. I
I
feel like
express.
it's the relativity in the testimony, in the story, in the equation of it being something of union, something that somebody can identify wholeheartedly. You know what I mean? Instead of feeling suppressed or oppressed, now they
Yeah.
feel
But real quick, back to Did Dums. If you just subscribed like a week ago in regards to the boys, it's pretty. I mean, I don't. It's deep situation.
yeah.
And unfortunately, I had a lot of videos in regards to the boys, but everything is on block right now. I'm not gonna get into details, but the most I'm gonna say, the fairest way I can say is integrity for the case. That's it. So I hope nobody questions me on my actions on YouTube in regards to the boys. It's all integrity of the case. That's my only answer that I could give, especially when it comes to blocking all my videos and everything that I have been doing in regards to the boys. So if you follow me for the boys, you stuck out there, you lost, you're trying to figure out what is Ray Sean doing when it comes to the boys is in integrity for the case. Straight up. 100% is nothing else I could say more or less.
And that's respectable.
It has to be. There's no
Hmm.
choice. Yeah, shit been moving. It's always been moving. It never stopped. Just know that.
Oh yeah, you always got to keep going, no matter what.
No, I'm talking about just the boys case in general. It's been moving. It's been moving for sure. It ain't never stopped.
Right.
But just know it's a lot of quietness. Let me just I gotta make man, everybody deserves this. Just
Hmm.
understand that it's the integrity of the case.
Right.
Just understand that.
Now that makes sense. Sometimes silence is the loudest sound.
Silence is the best thing in life. You feel me? So like shit, when shit gets silent, most likely is good. But from people looking from the outside, I understand. It doesn't look good. It looks like everybody gave up. It looks like police not doing their job. Like this person, like nah, it's just integrity of the case. And that's why I had to like watch how I move because I'm not no professional. I wasn't damn near for sure no professional when I got involved. But one thing about my life is I live and I learn. So if I'm not making the right moves, like you don't even have to tell me. I'm gonna realize myself and I'm gonna correct myself. And just learning true crime in general is shit. When you're a content creator and you putting out fucking everything and you don't know everything, whatever the case may be, it's not too good for any goddamn case. Especially if you're not talking to law enforcement. I'm gonna tell you, I ain't talk to no law enforcement. But I understand, like, I understand certain things and certain protocols to where I understand somewhat on how the shit might go, how it could go,
Right, certain
and how I
obligations.
could be wrong. Like, you feel me?
Yeah. Sometimes some people think that like nothing is being done, but sometimes it takes for some things, like some things are gonna be said, but some things is not gonna be put on the front. It's gonna be in the background, or it's gonna be in the sidelines, and
Yeah, for
it's
the
not gonna
most
be
part,
exposed.
y'all look, let me tell y'all this. Y'all already know how social media is. And even though they
Hmm.
say social media, like certain people could help on social media, that that doesn't mean because they went on social media and exploited everything. That's just because they might have just ran across some certain information. But then they might have fucked it up because they told it to social media. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's ways social media and certain people could help out, but people got to really think about the integrity of the case and what are you really doing? What are you really doing to help this case? If you're not talking to law enforcement, how the fuck do you know what you're doing is helping this case? Law enforcement knows the most about what they're doing, unless they're corrupt. So it could still go that way for cover up or whatever. But for the most part, protocols, and that's just shit, life, reality.
Give me a second. My daughter just woke up. Hold on.
I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. I only cause like shit. I gotta run circles around y'all. That's all I could do, man. Dude, honestly, usually that's what sucks about. That's what I'm realizing. That just sucks. I'm pretty deep. Huh? I got everybody out there thinking.
Yeah, sorry, you guys.
No, you good. I was reading the comments.
My baby just turned 3, so she woke up all excited and stuff. And I'm like, no, 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 it's not time to turn up, boo. Like, go back to sleep. My oldest is over here being loud with the teenagers. I'm like, no, no, you guys go to bed. But I'm excited for the most part. My baby's 3, and it feels good to celebrate her.
That's what's up. Happy birthday to your baby.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Nah, for real, sir. But yeah, you guys, we like 5 hours in. We still got 10 people watching. So let me see some comments. At least like I know like out of 10 people, it's probably like shit 7 fake people that's watching. But just drop a comment, drop a 100, drop something to even for those I know I understand there's people in the background that never comment that just like to watch, but just drop a comment though. Let me know how many people is up in this thing that's really paying attention, that's really listening. Because unfortunately, there's still people out there that's like,
Yeah, my apologies, you guys. So,
no, not you don't gotta apologize for nothing. You haven't did nothing wrong.
well, I mean, like if I'm up on the panel, I'm not talking. I had to put it on mute because I don't want to be the disturbance.
Lyric, I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay.
Why would I bring you on my panel? Like you've been helping me. I've been like I done dipped out of here plenty of times on this live in general. Phoned and died, all types of stuff. Y'all kept my channel going. I would never talk about you like that.
Oh, okay. No, no,
I'm
no.
never
I
talking
don't
about
think that.
like nobody in general. Like, I'm really trying to be the most positive
No, you are.
as
You really are.
possible. Like, even while going through life stuff, like I still have issues with people. I still have
That's my
differences. Like,
problem, though. That I gotta work on. because like all my life I always
Then I
been
understand. I do the
bullied.
same thing too. Like I
That
would,
always
shit,
apologizing type shit, and just
for
being
real. I go through the same
yeah,
thing.
I hate that
Like
shit.
I
It's
always
like
say, my
my
bad, y'all.
weakness,
Like I
you
will have
know?
a phone call, right? And I'll be like, my bad, y'all. But then I'll be like, I'm trying to practice on stop saying my bad. I'm
Yeah.
trying to practice on apologizing with
I don't want to because I'm not the type to be like I'm sorry because I ain't no sorry ass person. So I'll say my
exactly.
apologies because sorry is a game, but apologies is sincere and it's really coming from the heart that like I didn't mean that. And that's what I'm working on. I had to build up my confidence, not to be so apologetic at times. But I just don't want to go back to the cluster of the individual I once was. I don't want to go back to that pain and that hurt and rage. I really want to be a good mom and I want to lead my children in the right direction. And I don't want them to end up doing anything wrong or doing worse. I want them to do so much better that they gratify me and inspire me. And I can applaud them all through the days of their life because they mean the world to me. They're my rainbows. Yeah, mama, go with me. I would never change anything for the world though. It just it feels good being a mommy. Only thing I change is me. So that I could be a better individual in this world for my babies. And that's it.
yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. Shout
Yeah.
out to everybody that's in the comment section that's tuned in. Vet, Bridge,
Hello, good morning,
John,
good morning, good morning, beautiful people.
Dick Dums. I don't like saying your name, Dick Dums. Like what the fuck,
It's diddums, like
Diddums.
diddums.
Okay, all right, there we go.
You're saying diddums. It's
I know I'm
diddums, like
separate. I'm trying to pronunciate the shit.
no,
Like
I know, but I looked at it like diddums, like ditto, like yeah, I
Diddums. No, that
understand you,
makes a lot.
like ditto
Like
that,
yeah,
like
but Vet,
diddums.
like it's all about the good vibes. At the end of the
Yeah,
day, man, we all. I really want to, shit, just have that channel to where everybody could come in contact with people that you might not meet in your everyday basis, and you able to express yourself and not even express yourself. You might just want to sit back and listen and never comment, but feel everything that's being said about what we talking about, right? And then it might cause an effect in your life or help get a clear understanding. And
I'm
that's like,
actually extremely filled with joy. I feel rich beyond all measures because I was spiritually gratified when I was speaking to Goddess Queen Danny, and like she really gave me some gratification in a way of thinking and looking and reflecting differently, and it really it brought joy to my heart because there's sometimes people you just don't know the story, you don't know what they're going through or what they're going through in the now type thing, and we kind of need that. We need that push and that shove, you know what I mean? That embrace. And sometimes people don't even know, like, hey, you just gave me a nice little hug because I was going through I was going through the emotions, man. You know what I mean? But I am so thankful for you and for Danny to share, to give me the wisdom that she had. I needed that to kind of, to speak beauty into back into me, to give me
yeah,
the
exactly.
drink. I was
And that's
thirsty
why
and I needed
I'm
to
like,
drink.
man, that's why I respect you, Lyric, just because a person like you is like you still open to a lot of stuff, which you should be like, no matter who you is in life, no matter if you more blessed, spiritually blessed, financially blessed, like you should still be an open person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
And that's what I like the way you still open. Like you're blessed to like shit. Most people will look at you as a psychic, and then they look at you as a psycho. Like
yeah.
you're supposed to be rich and shit because you could predict the future, but it's not
No,
like that. Like you never came
mm-mm.
off like that. It was just always good vibes. Like it is, is people get the misconception, and that's what makes me like build my channel even more is just understanding people, and everybody does have a voice, bro. Like even to the masses, it might seem like you're wrong, but you
Hmm.
still have a voice. Like what? Who am I to say that you don't have a voice? Who am I to have a channel to be like, you can't talk on here. Your voice should not be heard to whatever followers I got, or like just say I had 1 million followers. Like the more followers I have, the more I would want to open the voice to the voiceless.
But that's why we're our own creators. So you became the creator of giving people the voice. You energetically came forward and said, you know what? You deserve a voice. Where there's those that don't give a fuck about people's voice and they just do it to gratify their own energy and pockets. You know what I mean? So, but that's why you're going to be greater than anybody. You know what I mean? This is just, I see it is so beautiful, and I'm so happy for you and your beloved family. Like, you're gonna rise so big, and these blessings are just waiting in the balance, and it's gonna start coming, pouring down, showering over y'all. You might have another baby. But you're a blessing, you know? You might not even understand that. I don't know. Not that I'm saying you don't understand it, but for you to be able to exemplify that kind of teachings, and that, to honor people and their voice is big. That's super big. And you don't have to do that, but you choose to. So that makes you genuine. And that's what makes you blessed. And there's going to be a downpour of blessings due to that. And you come a long way, and the universe sees it respectfully, and it is like ready, ready to honor everything that you are wishful of and that you're praying for. You know what I mean? From Kawasaki motorcycles and everything. Like, I see it. And I just heard right now, like, greater are you that give service to the Lord. That will set you free from anything. And so that's in reference
Yeah, I'm still
to,
here. My bad, lyric. I hear
no,
you.
no,
I
you're
hear you.
okay. And it's just in reference to knowing that, like, as much as the obstacles that you've been through, you've actually overcame them. So that just means that you're amazing. You're just amazing, and you're in alignment. And I keep on hearing atonement. So giving yourself to God, or like an atonement in the Catholics or something like that, like an atonement. It reminds me of a confession, but just giving it all to God, confessing to Him, not even speaking about it or bringing it to the airwaves or anything, because this is confidential between you and God. That's it. And not to worry, because God is unconditional and loving and forgiving. And it doesn't take for any human being or humanoid to say if you deserve this. It doesn't take for that. It just takes for you to identify that God is real, and He loves you, and He feels that you're pure and deserving of this. And I see it, and I also see something big. I see with a little boy. Maybe you have a son. I'm sure you do. But I see something big in him, and he's gonna have a voice too. So also too, to be forgiving and to understand that love is real. No matter how much it hurts, if it comes back to you, it's meant. And that's the thing about God. He's like, be forgiving, be true to what you feel, and identify what you have. Regardless of how many people got their hand in the cookie jar and they're trying to feed you crumbs or information, they might be deceitful and deceptive because they want what you got. So you can't trust that always. You just gotta, lean on the understanding of God, and He will give you the answers that you need to identify. But greater you will become in knowing that as long as you continue to give service to Him, He will serve you to time indefinitely.
Yeah, that's real talk. Can you hear me, lyric?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, just doing a little mic check. But yeah, that's real talk. That's just exactly what I'm going through in life. Is throughout the boys' case, I was just fortunate enough to be put in this position. Like I said in my prior lives, like I always wanted to be a YouTuber, but couldn't find an approach or couldn't find a way. And I look at it, it was just not meant to be at that time. And God know what I wanted. Like I really wanted to be a YouTuber in some type of way, which I still don't know. Well, I kind let me take that back. I do kind of know which way I want to go in, which is the opposite of every other YouTuber. Like even as just being a hip hop artist, like let me tell y'all this, like I'm a real one. Like it's not just that any rapper die. I'm just gonna get deep into their story. Like if I do, I'm affected by their life, and most likely they had a positive message themselves. And even if they didn't have a positive message, like I'm still able to read people outside of being a celebrity or not. It's still a human being, and is a lot of people.
It's
Yeah,
still a journey.
yeah,
Yes.
it's just I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but
No,
I
I
just
definitely understand what you're saying.
I'm just intact with life in general, and but I just want people to get an understanding on like where I come from, especially when I tap into hip hop and shit. Everything I do is heartfelt, man. If I cover somebody's story, for the most part, I was attracted in some type of way. I was heartfelt. It was heartfelt, in a major way.
It was something relative to the
And
spirit.
that's why most of the time I would start off with a story, right? And then
Mm,
might not cover because I'm either connected, get the real, or it's just not the right thing to do what other content creators is doing, which it could lead to just continuing the story and it's not meant to be.
yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm. And I definitely understand that. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the
and
day,
I
when
went
it's all said and done, what
went
you
out for a
said
couple
makes a
seconds.
whole lot of sense.
You said what? I went out for a couple seconds.
I said, and I understand exactly what you mean by that, because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it makes a whole lot of sense. It's like basically it does become like something relative to the spirit, but at the end of the day, it's like the conundrum of being able to wholeheartedly, soulfully, mentally, physically, even metaphysically put it out there to where there's no disturbance, but there's this plateau of respect. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And
exactly.
acknowledging the
Because I
nature of that
mean,
person's situation.
some people out there like it's still like us, man. That's just like all right, I got my YouTube right,
Mm-hmm.
and just say for instance, like I just blow up tomorrow. Are y'all gonna forget who the fuck I was because I blew up?
No, not at all. I'm gonna look at
Exactly.
it like, wow, that was my mentor. I really
Yeah. So when I
big
go get
ups.
killed
I
on the
really
internet or
respect
something,
that.
like y'all don't y'all lose like y'all respect because of who I like, who I am at the moment, but not know who I was, or because I'm a celebrity or things like that. So just because I'm a celebrity on that level, like you share a video of me getting murdered,
Hell no. Fuck that. And it's not happening.
like look at these channels that share
But it
these
can never be
videos,
you,
man.
bro.
That shit is demonic. I don't care what.
I
It's
know, but
no right
Manito, it could never be
intention.
you, Rayshawn, because you're chosen. I'm trying to tell you, you are
But
divinely
some of these
guided.
people is chosen too,
No, no,
and
no,
they
pero
don't
they
deserve that. You know what I
no, they
mean?
don't
Like,
deserve it. But the thing is, what's different between you and them is that how do I say this without sounding ill will? Okay, so the difference between you and them is that you're spiritually connected by the heavenly realm and different dimensions, and you're
of
open
course, yeah.
minded and
Because
free
if you share any
spirited.
video of any man getting slaughtered across the internet, bro, something wrong with you. I don't care if it's from
Right. But
educational purposes or not. Don't come on. You not
but
don't
this
do
goes
that,
back
man.
to the person that you are already. You know what I mean? Like you already know, okay, this energy is not good for me. This don't serve my soul purpose or the purpose of my God. So you're not gonna pay
Yeah,
attention
exactly.
to those kind of energies. You're not gonna be a
And
part
that's
of a
that's why
circus.
I disappear off the internet at sometimes because I feel the whole internet is negative. But when I come
It,
on here, I find that good, that positive energy, good people and stuff. So that's
mm-hmm,
why I still keep it going and generating what I got going on because it's what's needed. I
mm-hmm,
know it's negative, but who I'm blessed to be, I could bring that positivity out and connect people on a positive level and do things like that, even if it's at a small amount. That's major in God's eyes or in His
that is
spirit. So
huge.
yeah, you
Yes.
feel me? It's
So
huge. Like right
it's
now, it's
it's
huge.
you're leading
We
a
still got 10
nation.
people in here. Like, shout out to the channel for real. It's like we gonna go
Yes,
somewhere.
definitely.
For y'all that's sticking in right now, just
Shout
know
out to
y'all with
the
the
10
real.
individuals and to
And look,
the double man of people
this
that are
ain't got
gonna
nothing to
come.
do if y'all go watch drama or not. Man, look, I go on the internet and watch drama too. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And I try not to, and I even wonder why I like the drama. I ain't perfect,
Mm-mm.
but at the end of the day, I still got a message as far as my channel.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Even if I might shit, everything I speak on is negative, honestly. Somebody else's situation, kids missing, somebody passing away, somebody like true crime in general is like, can you
It's
really say it's
sad.
positive?
Yeah,
Like, you're
it
speaking on
is.
a negative situation that happened to somebody else, no matter what the case is. Oh, because they're a celebrity, right? Oh, because they miles away. It don't matter.
Yeah, those kind of things can be negative, but you know, it just allows us to be able to branch out and to collectively gather the insights and be inspired by whatever it is that we're influenced by. And even though it's negative, also too, it's like, it's like the opposites that attract. You with cold is hot, you know what I mean? With rain, there's sun. Everything has an attraction to the opposites, but it does give us that balance. So I understand it. And even though it's negative 360 degrees, there's a way to turn it around in a whole nother way to bring in that completion. Excuse me, I don't know what just happened. Okay. You know what I mean? To bring in that completion to identify what it is. Like, man, we just go through so many things, so many doors and gateways and
Yeah,
portals and
exactly.
things like
And
that
that's what
energetically.
people tend to forget. Like they'll judge the
Mm-hmm.
next person like they not going through no shit. Like, come on, man. Your life ain't nobody life perfect. Even if it seemed perfect, like these celebrities and shit, they for the most part, they got the worst of the we got a better life than them. But we
Mm-hmm.
deceived to not think that because why? Material shit. Like what I learned in life, I'm man, I would my soul is rich.
Right.
And it's people that tell me that outside of stuff that I even do in reality. Like for instance, I went to go get some food about a month ago and I ordered the food on the phone. I go to the restaurant, I hop out my vehicle. When I open the door, I see a debit card on the ground. I go
Mm-hmm.
inside the restaurant, I say,
And give
hey,
it back.
I
Mm-hmm.
give it back to them, the owner. Now, this is what means something important to me. It could have been
Mm-hmm.
from anybody, but when it's from the owner that's fucking successful and blessed their own self and don't know me from a can of paint, and
Mm-hmm.
all I did was return a debit card, and they look at me and say, "You're gonna be rich. You rich inside." Like, and it's already how I feel. It was like confirmation. You know what
Yeah,
I
it
mean?
was
I
that
look at things
confirmation.
like that. The confirmation. It's my bad. This is my
No,
Hey,
no, no,
don't
but I
watch my live
understand.
yesterday. I said the same shit. Confirmation. I know what I'm saying, y'all. My mind just,
Exactly. And I know what you're saying
I be
too.
thinking. I'm a thinker, so I think, man, I be
Swag.
thinking a
That's
lot
your
of
own
stuff. So
twist.
that
That's how
was
you
just
do it.
confirmation within myself. It's not for everybody else to know. That woman,
That's
like,
right.
come on, and I look at her position in life. She's blessed. This is coming from another blessed person that and it was man, it just meant something to me, and it's just like that's how I already feel, and I feel like that because of the good things that I did in life, and
Because the powers
I
that
used
be.
to like just being a rapper and following rap when I was young. I used to look at these rappers and be like, damn man, like they got all these millions, and like they didn't made $1 million or a certain amount of money in one day, and I didn't even make that in a whole year. That used to make me feel bad
Yeah.
or like feel some type of way, not bad, but it used to bring me down in life before I was educated. Like, damn, like but that's not what life is all about. And
Right.
to come to realize, like, half of these rappers and entertainers, especially rappers, oh, I'm sorry for my peoples. My peoples need to wake up because it's always something around black folks, and we always get the facade of fucking life. And these
Mm-hmm.
rappers ain't got half the shit that they got. That's why you got rappers like Young Dolph that really got that shit that these rappers is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They get killed because none of these rappers, they ain't rich. They ain't none of that. They just another slave to these folks. They ain't got all them. Go look on Forbes list right now. It say Young Dolph was worth $3 million. Come on, would you think we stupid? Young Dolph had
Mm-mm.
$3 million in jewelry around his neck on his worst day of stepping out to grab some breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
3 million, come on, man. That's pocket change to that man. This man, $100 million man, but he was so smart. He got Forbes list thinking that he's only worth $3 million, and that's why these people mad. Young Dolph was really not to get off subject, but this is all look. We never off subject over here because everything is
Right.
reality. Even
Exactly.
when I speak on certain celebrities, it's real. I don't just look at any celebrity as just oh they celebrity. I look at the real ones that made it that don't cooperate with what it takes to be successful in Hollywood. I
Right.
mess with the Nipsey Hustles. I mess with the Young Dolphs. I mess with the Tupacs. I mess with the people that got killed for really being different and really being God's child and being something in the industry full of devils.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's really my biggest fan. So um
I
and
kind
that's
of
that,
admired
that's why I honor
XXX
them. That's why
Extension.
I honor them in them certain ways because I feel they was God's prophet. And it was one of the best comments that I
What
seen
do
in
you feel
regards to
about
them.
XXX Extension?
Um, I feel like
He had the tree of
when
life
he
on
passed
his head.
away, I felt something. I don't know why. I felt something though. I felt something real. I
Mm-hmm.
definitely felt he didn't deserve that. And then the digging to research, he was a humanitarian. And
Yes.
he had a voice, apparently, right? We got to look at that too. You got a voice, bro, and you somewhat of a prophet. And the world is not the like people is not going to teach you nothing about prophecy. The only thing they teach you about prophecy is Jesus. And what
Mm-hmm.
they teach you about Jesus, he was the only one, and that's it. There ain't nobody else after that.
Right.
I don't feel that's true. I feel like I don't even want to get into depth in that because it gets deep, and a lot of people don't think about that because they so simple minded. But eventually, we're gonna get there. But um, back to XXX. Let me see. Let me give you the real. I did feel something without knowing who he was, so I could tell you that as being spiritual. It was
Okay.
some type of connection for sure, positivity for sure, and it's a lot of possibilities. But I just know it all leads down to look. Just to boil it down to you guys, he was not of evil, playing in the game that's of evil, and boom.
Getting caught out there.
Now the details and why and how and all that, we may never know the answers, but
Right. What
I
about Pop
I
Smoke?
felt who
Pop Smoke.
who
That guy, Pop Smoke.
oh yeah, like with him too. and I don't feel like his murder was like um I feel the story that's out there with his murder, for those that don't know, he came to Hollywood and he got robbed by some young ones. They got caught. Now this the thing, when these people get caught, now that somewhat tells you like it's not nothing to do with the music industry. It's just a real life incident. Like some of these people really die from real life incidents. It's not always Illuminati. It's not always that.
Right.
But I feel his situation was just honestly just the situation at hand. Some youngsters out
Yeah.
there because LA don't even operate like that. You know what I mean? Like that's how you really have to watch people that die from the West Coast because it's a lot of shit that's not accepted. Like how it seemed like Pop Smoke got set up by some West Coast people. No. If there was real West Coast people and connections with the industry and all that, it
Mm-hmm.
don't go down like that. Not in the West Coast. That's why
Right.
they keep that shit away from the West Coast. Because we don't
Oh, we just jumped him out. I don't know. I think about different individuals, you know what I mean, that was a part of the rap game, but I also think about them in a humanitarian
my
way.
bad
Like,
my phone had backed out.
oh no, it's okay.
But
And
yeah, as far as the
like
West Coast,
Nipsey
like you feel
Hussle,
me
I
like
got the oh my goodness,
huh?
like every time I think about Nipsey Hussle,
Oh man, we could talk about Nip all day, man.
I love him. I love him.
That's the keyway right there. That's the come on, man. That's the keyway Christ.
Yeah,
Now I could tell
just
y'all about the
so
story.
much knowledge.
My story with Nip for reals, man. Nip was that dude, man. And
He had God in him. Like everything about him was so godly.
man, for reals, like I'm getting chills right now. Just
Me too. Me too. He's
Nip
around.
was Nip was that one man.
Prophet.
That prophet. What? Shit,
Hmm.
is it a bigger word for prophet besides God? I don't know. It got to
Yeah.
be in between when it comes
No,
to
there is.
Nip.
There's
Shit. Well, if it is,
majesty.
then Nip was in that in between because he was a prophet for sure, but and that
He was
mean he might not
majestic.
look. This is how I look at prophets. The more we get more advanced in life, prophets nowadays don't consist of a country. Prophets, it boils down to the smallest factor, to your city, to
Hmm.
like that goes back to the comment that I was going to say about young Dolph. So
Hmm.
when somebody had mentioned that we lost our Memphis prophet, and that was the realest shit because Dolph was a prophet to Memphis. Now
Right.
whatever he affected on the world, and this is my feelings, y'all. If y'all do not feel me, like let me know if I'm wrong or if y'all don't feel what I'm saying.
No, I honor what you're
But
saying.
prophecy is not the world don't teach us prophets. Last we know is Jesus was the only prophet. I feel is man, all these people is prophets, especially if you're in a voice to control the masses. They're
Hmm.
not going to teach us that, but it all boils down to the smallest factor to your city.
But Nip was doing so much for the community. So much.
Yeah, exactly, man. And just the track that he put LA on even after his death,
Hmm.
he connected Mexicans and blacks and Bloods and Crips. Like, do you know how major
How
that is
big
for
that is?
California
Yeah, that is big.
to put YG? If y'all know YG or not, YG from Compton, he's a Blood. That
Yeah.
was one of his favorite artists to collab with. That shows
Right.
unity in between West Coast Bloods and Crips.
Right.
Nipsey was that Crip that was able to go to blood neighborhoods, the bounty hunters, which is in Watts, California. I got to break it down more educational for those that don't know, all due respect.
Hmm.
But Nipsey said Nipsey went to Watts, to the bounty hunters, which is Bloods, Nipsey a Crip,
Yeah.
on the train. So he caught the public train to the bounty hunters and was able to unify these type of things that was not publicized. We'll catch it on some hood DVDs or little videos here and there, but shit like that should be on the news.
Right.
But let a blood and a Crip kill each other or some gang violence going, they'll put that on the news, right? But they don't put this millionaire rapper that caught the blue line from Crenshaw to Watts with $1 million of gold chain on to go speak to the opposite side for unification,
Right. It's
or
ridiculous.
connecting. Man, when I went to high school out here in California, we was 15, 16-year-olds starting riots, race riots in school with the Hispanics
Mm-hmm.
for nothing. To later on come down the line to learn that shit in the streets, the Hispanics is the best people you could freaking link up with in life, because streetwise, you know, shit, they ain't really never did nothing to nobody. But then, like, streetwise, they got all the goddamn connections. We're in
Mm-hmm.
California, they're right next to Mexico. Not saying that's the best life to give, but if you gang banging and trying to hustle,
Right.
shit,
I get
why are
what
you
you're
going
saying.
against the Mexicans?
Right.
That's dumb as hell. But yeah, I came through that experience 15, 16 in Mojave in the fucking desert out here where I'm raised at. Race
Wow, in
wars.
the Mojave Desert.
Yes, having race wars in high school between blacks and Mexicans. To later
Wow.
on, like, I learned quick. I'm not gonna be beefing with these Mexicans for nothing. And like, honestly, I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to sell weed. I was selling weed. Let me be real. You feel
Mm-hmm.
me? So, and I know these Mexicans over here got to connect, but dealing with y'all and because y'all misconcepted, like, my whole thing making money and trying to, boom before beefing, but I can't get along with them because I'm dealing with my peoples that's fucking beating up on the Mexicans or whatever the case may be, which is just
Right.
stupid. But they got the connects. So in
Wow.
reality, in the street life, it's no whole point to fucking nothing. What's
Right.
the point?
Mm-mm.
Then
It's just
start to
defamation of character.
get
That's how I
along with
look
them. Even though I'm half Hispanic myself, but I'm manipulated by the black culture to at the time is designed to fucking bullshit. Now I could
yeah.
admit nowadays,
Pulverize.
now we didn't got off of other races, right? As
Yeah.
far as the black culture, now we killing each other. It's like fuck. God damn it.
But that's the plan. That's what they want.
Exactly. Take the black man out the family picture, then come on, man.
That's crazy. My goodness. But a lot of these individuals or even, artists have left such an imprint on our hearts.
Yeah, for reals, because it's you gotta I mean, look, um, I look at people for who they, I don't care who they is, man. Especially as seeing people come up from nothing, like
Mm-hmm.
really, like being Los Angeles based, is really seeing a lot of artists before they blew up and come from nothing. And
Right. To
and
come from the
um
bottom and go to the top. I get what you're saying.
and then the ones that really try to make a change, like Nipsey, to get killed like that,
That was some
it
bullshit,
goes back
man.
to the Jesus story.
Yeah,
It's ain't nothing new under the sun. It's just
exactly.
it's just repeated history, but more technical, more modernized, because that's
Mm-hmm.
just the reality of what it is shit, technology advance and everything gets more technical in life.
Right.
So it's that's the only difference, is the technicality behind what's going on. To where back in the days they wasn't able to kill Jesus with a 30-round clip, but they killed Jesus though
But they still did, right?
with stones and whatever. And now we in the 2020, so that what, they not killing people with stones. They're using, like, it's the same thing, man.
Oh yeah, they still doing that in them third world countries. Oh my goodness, the stuff that they do, their laws, it's just their legislations, everything. Like, God forbid you're
Yeah, they don't
stealing and
say
they
race
cut your
wars in
hand off.
Florida were bad. Now the
All
wars
types of
are
weird shit, man.
the school kids killing everyone, white, black, Hispanic, Asian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the
And
truth.
even
And
in
that's why, like,
churches.
when I speak black history, believe this, y'all, like, it started from black people being slaves. But then when I say things get more modernized, more technical, and then think about it, society grows, right? So you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
have them white folks and everybody else that don't feel that it's right to hate a black person or to hate a Mexican or to be racist in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now they look at you like you one of them. Same shit. So it's not about race no more. It's we're to the point it started from race, but we all in that same position. But you
Yeah.
know what? We still stuck on fucking we don't like each other because of race or we don't like each other because of that. So we still can't come together and realize what the hell is really going on and not realizing that we all a target, bro. It's not even about race no more. So when I speak on race, I say that because of I understand the difference, Shit, just like they
Mm-hmm.
don't care about that nigga from Africa, they don't care about that white piece trailer park trash.
Mm.
Same shit. If you're not on um, if you're not part of them, you're not part of them, bro. And even for people that think they part of them, you're not part of their bloodline. So
Right. That's why it's just best not to be part of nothing. Like honestly, I don't know how to explain it. It's like you gotta like now these days just be part of what you believe in, and what it is that God is bringing to your table. It's not about like trends and what's popular or anything like that because that's where you get stuck.
yeah, exactly. And it's just about making sense. Like, you know what? Like I say a lot of shit, lyric, but can nobody argue me down? No, I'm ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't speak too much out of my shit that I can't back up or don't make sense. But for the
Right.
most part, I make sense. Even though it might not make sense to somebody else, but I know what I'm saying makes sense. And I could damn near prove that shit in every type of way, man.
Right. I
And
understand.
that's in the simplest way. My mind is so simple. So when it comes to God and religion, I don't get into details. I keep it simple. And that
Right.
still causes an argument. Even trying to be the simplest human being, the most nicest Rayshawn ever, and loving and caring, and it don't always work.
Mm-hmm.
Don't always work. While still saying I'm not trying to change nobody. I'm just speaking on my life experience, like the same shit that the Bible consists of. What is the Bible? It's based off of everybody else's stories and their encounter with God. So
Right.
where did the Bible stop when in everyday life it might have been deeper back in the days, of course. Of course it was deeper, like apparently it's deeper. We got pyramids and all type of unexplainable
The
shit.
Sphinx, yeah.
So, of course it's deeper, but we go,
Mm-hmm.
shit. The Bible it continues. We all got our story with God, but does that mean they're gonna make a new Bible? No, it doesn't. Like they're not gonna do that.
Mm-mm.
But
Or they could have
it's
already
there
started
though.
making a new
It's
Bible.
there. Like right now, like this is a Bible right now.
Right,
You
that's what I
talking
was
about
about.
your
That's
experience
what
with
I,
God? I'm
but
talking
that's
about
what I
my
mean. Like they
experience
could
with
have already
God. Like,
started making a new Bible.
no,
You
that's
know?
why Kanye West a weirdo, man. He go through a lot of shit. I don't even know what to think about Kanye West. I think he in the middle of a spiritual battle.
Yeah, he
Honestly,
is.
that's what I really
Yeah.
think. When it boils down to Kanye West, that's how I really feel about him. So I still like Kanye West because of
Yeah.
he's a weirdo and fuck he's a weirdo and he's a weirdo, but
Yeah. But he's in a sunken place.
he's going through a spiritual battle, man. And Kanye West, he said it one time, man. Like if it was a New Age Bible, he was like, I should have a chapter in that thing. And a lot of people looked at him as he crazy. I felt him because it's like you already said you had to sell your soul. If y'all ain't hear that, go look up Kanye West admits that he sold his soul to be where he's at in music. He said he came on a performance and he said, "Yeah, I sold my soul, but it was a crappy deal. But at least it
Mm.
came with a few toys like a Happy Meal."
Wow.
Yeah, real talk. The Bible is based off everybody else's story, right? So this is this how I don't know what you've been through, lyric, but I've been through some shit. But the devil never came to my dream offering to sell my soul. I ain't never been put in that position. But apparently, Kanye West is in that position, right?
Yeah.
To where he has fucking toys and shit, right? And millions of dollars, right? So how do
Right.
we know that the devil didn't come to his dream and his personal life to sell his soul? How do we know that? But he
Yeah.
told us that. But we don't even fucking believe him.
Yeah, that shit is crazy, man.
So that shit shouldn't be in the New
I've
Age
heard about
Bible.
that many a times too from
So that
different
shouldn't be in
like
the New Age
people.
Bible. If
Yeah,
it
it
was,
should be.
exactly.
Yes.
So like Kanye say a lot of crazy shit, but when he said if it was a new Bible, I should be in there, I felt him
I
because
felt that too.
he is going through a story that's spiritual that we have not been through, and he's on a different level. We're not making millions. We're not controlling the masses.
Right.
We are profit in our own type of way. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I'm probably shit the prophet of my city, Cal City. But look how big Cal City is. It is nothing to do with on the scale of Kanye. Like you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I shit. I mean, apparently I wouldn't have to sell my soul to be a prophet of my city because it's the scales is different.
Right.
It's not. It's not the same. That's just
That's the
how life
stomping ground.
is.
So
You
you
know.
already
Yeah.
you
You
already
know.
like put your soul in, not that you sold it, but it's more so like a spiritual warfare. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Like,
And best believe, look, numbers matter to these people. Let my channel get up to 1 million subscribers. I guarantee you, before I even hit 1 million subscribers, I will like have to shake some people hands, get something because that's what they worried about, control, and the people
mm-hmm.
that can control the masses.
Right.
It's YouTubers out there getting it's YouTubers right now that got 50,000 subscribers that's getting more views than Slim 400 and he just died even after he died. I mean, because everybody died, they views finna go up. No,
Terrible, man.
that shows you right there of the reality of life. It's
Right.
rappers out there that don't even got as many viewers or subscribers as a content creator. But you would think like, how the is this for a rapper and worldwide? But you got this content creator with 50,000 subscribers, but get more views on YouTube than he does.
Yeah, shit is crazy. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense, but we gotta make sense out of it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not never gonna make sense. That's what we gotta understand. No, let me take that back. We might get to somewhat of the sense, but we're never gonna get to the. I feel gotta lead us, but like not never ever the 100% truth.
Right. Only God will have that.
Yeah, because it's not meant for us
It's
to
not
know
meant.
that
It
here.
isn't. Exactly.
I feel like our only goal here is to get with God, honestly, yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then like if you have I mean, even when you have kids, I feel it's like to only a certain extent because in reality, shit, go back to what we was talking about earlier. You could be the best of parent and then your kid could depart whenever the hell they decide to.
Yeah.
And then what people gonna say? Well, you can go to law enforcement. You know what? Your kid that ran away and decide to do drugs and want to lose their virginity. Then you go to law enforcement and you got 4 other kids involved. What you think? Can we trust law
Nothing.
enforcement? Is that
No.
the right thing to do? Is go tell on
No.
one kid? Oh, my kid is doing drugs and my kid is effing and sucking and doing this and this and this. No, because now they finna come look at your other kids and now they finna fuck with you because your one kid and got grown and is grown.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I feel good to know that my kid is not doing drugs. She just works her ass off. She goes to school and then she goes to work and she never gives herself a break. Like she
Oh,
just
so
does
so
way
the
too
your kid
much.
that you was talking about earlier with the that has a boyfriend and stuff, she works and all that.
Yeah, man, she just be working nonstop. Like all she does, she doesn't want to fail academically, so she pushes herself
All right, so
past
I
the
mean,
limit.
I didn't hear your full story because I was in and out. But shit, if your kid is doing what she supposed to do and she not, because when you first said it, I took it as like your kid just is venturing off, just like as just fucking up. But if she's venturing
No.
off as an adult
Uh-uh.
and just say like her boyfriend's mama is letting her sleep on the ground, maybe that's because she's young and she's a hard worker.
Yeah, but still, I don't feel that any adult needs to sleep on the floor off the strength of a child. Like, I feel my daughter should have some common sense to say, okay, I have money because I work, I'm educated, I go to school, and let me go get like a futon or something so that this woman is not sleeping on the floor. It's just out of
Yeah,
respect.
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but look, let's remember here, y'all, on
I
this
raised her
channel.
better than that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want everybody else to understand on this channel. I don't want nobody to feel like they perfect because of this is real life reality to where we all could go through this. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
No matter what type of parent you is, like I said, I didn't see the best of parents, like richest of parents do spoil their kids to the most. And the most spoiled kids and things like that.
She's
Shit, they kids,
overdoing it though. Like
yeah,
she
they
doesn't give
kids damn
herself
near
a
feel like
break.
they grown by the time they
Yeah.
14. But shit.
But she needs some time to sleep and she needs some time to, you know what I mean, to be able to rest up and to do her homework or, I know she does her homework, she squeezes that in, but sometimes it's just overwhelming for her because she's trying to make her grade point average. But at the same time, it's like you need to sleep and she's not really getting any sleep. And then she goes to
Yeah.
school as she
But
should,
that's
and then
that's
she
that's
leaves
like
school and goes directly to work and stays there to midnight.
yeah,
And that
so
could
it's
be
like
the
it just
the
sounds like
issues with
your
her
daughter is
boyfriend. He
just
doesn't see her. He doesn't see her at all because she's always either at school or work. And it's not her
yeah,
fault. She's just trying to be independent.
yeah. What I makes the story from what you told, well, from what I heard earlier, because I don't know if you told this already, but it's just like your daughter is just on a venture of being grown. Like what? I mean, what? Because she did it before 18, the law says she's like you're grown at 18. Like I don't even feel you're grown at 18. I still feel you got a lot more years, or like everybody's
Hmm.
different, man. Like
I
shit.
just miss my baby. I
It's
want
some
her
people.
home.
Look, go back to the people that's unfortunate to not even have a mind, which mean like they're mentally challenged, or their mama did crack, so they're fucked up, or they didn't have sexual intercourse with a family member, so the child comes out messed up. Is
My
you
my
got your.
daughter went through some essays. She did because we was in a home invasion and
You said
she
what?
was put in my daughter, she did encounter things of the essay, sexual abuse. Um we was in a home invasion and then they was like saying, oh, well, there's a price on your head and blah say this and pointed out and all this other stuff will have you. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they were sending letters and they stole like our information, birth certificates, all that stuff back. It was a couple of years way back when. And
So all right,
long
so
story
look, all the
short,
things that
she
your
was
daughter
put
is
in the
going
care of
through,
the
you
system.
just
So
could.
that's why she's sad.
So all the things that your daughter going through, you just concerned about the
It
woman
hurts
sleeping
me.
on the floor.
No, no, no. I'm concerned about her well-being. Like my baby is she's like seriously working herself to the bone without getting any kind of spiritual enrichment or any rest. She needs sleep. And not only that, like she's cranky and frustrated and having anxieties going back to the past tense situations and all that it's like, she's in an uncomfortable situation. She could just come home, but because she wants to be independent and everything, and then she got this lady sleeping on the floor, and it's like that makes me uncomfortable because my what if my daughter didn't share her story? You know what I mean? So then this lady don't know the pain and the glory that my daughter has went through. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
And
It's just
I get like concerned because I just want her safe with me. And she can have her own room and she could be good. And she don't gotta work. I'll work. I'll work harder and give her what she
so. What is it
needs.
like? Is it something? If you don't mind me asking, let me tell
Hmm.
y'all this. Like, I don't want to. I don't always like to get into super details with anybody, especially on my channel. Like, it becomes more than personal because you expressing yourself to the public.
Yeah,
So
and that's okay. I don't got
as
nothing
we
to
speaking
hide.
to the public, even though it's just me and you up here, it's people listening. So,
Hmm.
I, because I do understand, like my daughter 13, I got and I'm not going through nothing now, you guys. But even though I'm doing the best I can, like I would expect like things that other people went through, you know. So but what I'm saying is I just understand the possibilities of just say like my oldest child is 13. So far things is good. She ain't got no boyfriend. She's not into boys as far as I know. Her grades is still good. She does live with her mother. She doesn't stay with me. It wasn't a separated relationship, you know, so it's not how I wanted it to go. But I still understand that like, you know, shit, it could change that like any moment. And I gotta think about like what would I do as a father, what would I do as a parent if
Right.
my child was to, you know, do anything about anybody else's story out there. And I really think of, you know, because the first thing you would think is what you think you would do, but you cannot really say what you're gonna do unless you've been through that situation. Because
Mm-hmm.
that's how we all think. We all gonna think the best of what we would do until we get in that situation. And for the most part, you're not gonna do what you fucking thought you. You know what I mean? You're not gonna do what you thought you would have did, and you know.
I guess in a nutshell, like I'm obsessed with my baby and with all my kids, and
You
I
said
just
obsessed.
I'm obsessed with my children.
No,
They
but
mean the
like what I was
world to
gonna
me
ask you is just like,
because of all the things that I've been through and encountered during my time. It's like I don't want to reflect that sadness and that pain that I've encountered and struggled with all my life. I want to give them something better. I want to do right by them. I want to spoil them. I want to, give them such a beautiful life and future. I want to be like the milk and honey, you know what I mean? That they tap out from the mountain and then it's just delicious. And everything is good. I want them to be able to just be happy and proud and know that mommy got them. Mom and dad got them. And that they don't gotta worry or work so damn extra hard. Like enjoy your childhood. You over here working to the bone and you're not getting enough rest and that worries me. So I just love the fuck out of my kids. And my oldest daughter is a reflection of me and she has her own story and I get it. But I just feel like she's doing way too much. I understand and respect her independence, but I want to be the responsible one for her. I want her to just slow down and to enjoy life. Let me work myself to the bone so that she can have everything that she needs. But she won't let me in. But I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep on trying.
yeah, no, I feel you. I mean, sad to say, it's like, shit. Some people just get put in a. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I don't see my little, or I see it now. But some people just get in positions like that. Like, you know, I don't know why, but
Yeah, and I guess that's my selfishness. It's like, that's where I come in feeling disheartened, disappointed, and just sad. I'm not even angry. I'm just a little disappointed in myself, and I just wish that I could have been a little more better in my decisions and things like that, or what have you. Like my husband was abusing me. He even dressed up like a female, and he shaved all the hairs on him and everything like that, and held me up a knife point in the Alternatives to Better Women place where I'm supposed to be safe at. And then, you know what I mean? I run away on his birthday. I said, fuck all this materialistic shit in my house. I had a 5 bedroom, 3 bathroom house. And I didn't give a fuck about nothing and just grabbed my book bag and my kids and then went to go stay somewhere else. And then he followed me, and there was order protection, and then those people followed him, and it was a home invasion. So I'm not proud of everything that my children have went through, but I don't want to go back to those sad moments in time, because now they're tainted. I just want to show them so much love that I wasn't able to receive at the time, but now I'm receiving it. Like me and my mom, me and my family, me and my parents, we're good now. But that's because I'm older now and I understand. I just want my daughter to know that she is so amazing and beautiful and that she doesn't have to do that. She's basically stressing herself the fuck out and killing herself working overtime, not leaving any room for a moment of clarity or rest. She had her soul, everything, her body has to rest. When she went to the hospital for having anxiety, they said, "Oh my goodness, you're getting migraines and you're feeling fatigued and all these kind of things, and you're so young." And it's because you are overdoing it. You need to breathe. So I just wish that she would catch a fucking Blue's Clue and just stop it already. Like, stop. You don't gotta work. Let me do that. I'm your mom. That's my job.
Yeah, I understand you.
That's my sweetheart. And I love her so fucking much. And yes, you guys, my bad, but I am obsessed with my kids. They
No, you
complete me.
good. You good.
They complete me
Sometimes,
for
you know,
real.
you just gotta talk to some people. You gotta vent. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's also, you know, your story to help other people because it's pretty sure it's a lot of other people out there that's going through what you went through and going through the same situation to where people got to understand it is when it comes to your kid it is not just you the parent and you have control. It's not always like that in life, like, you know, that would be
Mm-hmm.
more of the Americanized perfect life, how we all would want it to be. But it's some point in life to these kids that we have get their own mind of their own, and it could be
Yeah.
at any age. Honestly, that's just reality,
They're
you know.
pieces
And
of me. The
yeah,
blood
and
that
then for the
runs through
most
my
part, you know,
veins, my heart that
um,
keeps pumping,
yeah, and for the
all of
most
that
part,
stuff.
we already came from a messed up background, and shit, we alone trying to figure out ourselves, and then bring another human being into this life, and it's, you know, it's a lot of the stuff we go through now is like not our fault. And that's what a lot of people got to understand because they start to feel guilty towards themselves. But is like I said from the beginning, is things get more advanced, like more technical, and just it's not nothing is designed for us to really be successful nowadays. It's not even
Yeah.
really designed for us to be the best parents, to grow a family and keep a relationship. Like where we headed to nowadays is like everything is designed for failure. So even when we want that in our life, is like the reality that we face is it's hard to do that, even if it's from your heart or not. This for them
Right.
parents out there that go to situations with their kids and end up in messed up situations, but that's not really what it is. That's not really our intentions, but it's just the reality of life.
Right. I agree.
But yeah, just on the fact that well, I know you love your daughter, of course, you know, but it's just, you know, you just shit. I don't know what to say. Lyric is, you know, it's only so much that could be said. Um,
No, I understand it. I do. And I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean?
yeah, because I haven't been. I don't even want to say yet, but I haven't been through that. So hopefully I don't. Because my intentions with my kids, which is 4 daughters, then my son, but all my intentions is good. And even the prior relationship like didn't work, and it's not how I wanted it to be. And I just think of the other ways, like um, I just be in my kids' life as much as possible, do what I could do as a father, and try to provide for them as much as possible as becoming an adult. And shit is pretty much in God's hands from there. Honestly,
Yeah,
my
I agree.
intentions at heart is pure. I love my kids. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do. Like shit. They could be 32 and I got a house. They need somewhere to go to get their life together. They always welcome. Um, I know one thing important in life is transportation. So I always want to provide transportation for my kids. Like I said, my oldest is 13 now. Um, what I planned in life for my kids is not exactly what's going on because I'm not even in that relationship, even though I wanted to be. And I tried to build that pyramid and do what was right. And it didn't go that way. So um but I'm not gonna blame nobody else. I'm gonna just, just do what I feel is best. And it's like, just try to get my kids ready for life. So, my kids turn 16 and they're able to get their license. I want to help them get their driver's license, get a car, make sure their education is right, educate them on owning the business, and just trying to somewhat set forth a blueprint in their life to where they know that I'm there and I'm able to do whatever I can and, hopefully make it to where they ain't got to struggle and somewhat, already guide them on the right path as far as having the right tools and the right education and the right love, at the end of the day.
And that is so beautiful. Well, I am getting a bit emotional, but everything you said has definitely touched me and given me the inspiration that I need. And I thank you for that. I am
I'm
going
just one.
to, I'm going to call it a day, night, morning, whatever it is. Paradise woke up again, and I want to hold her and just let her know that it's okay.
What was that last part you said? Lyric, my bad. I heard
My
something about
babe,
emotional, so I understand. If you get
yeah,
emotional, I understand. Jeez.
it was touching. It touched me. You know what I mean? Like it touched my heart, and it allowed me to look at things in another light.
I
My baby
mean,
just woke up. My baby that just
yeah,
turned three.
it's
And I'm
just
gonna hold her.
and you know what? I think about that because I see what a lot of people that went through lyric. I don't really want to think like that. I don't want life to go like that. But I just understand the reality of life to where I could raise my kids to be the best of whatever. Does that mean they gonna turn out like that, or does it mean that it's gonna be exactly what I projected? No, it doesn't.
No, it
And I
doesn't mean
don't think
that.
it's meant to be like that because it's too many similar situations with you know, good parents,
Yeah.
financially stable or not. Like either way it go, I didn't see an unfinancially stable parent that love their kids their whole life to where their kid come out the way they come out. Of course, we all see it with rich parents. Them be the worst kids, the rich kids.
Yeah,
For
right.
the most part, them be the first ones to cuss out their parents and shit.
Yeah.
And then they cuss out their parents, and then shit, they still go buy them a new outfit and a new Xbox and things like that. And I done seen it all, man.
Yeah, I tend to
But I
do that,
know
like
for sure.
pacifying behaviors.
You said what? Didum says, me too, Lyric. Thank you for both. And chat for putting up with my ramblings and sharing your your ramblings. I don't feel you ramble. I don't feel you rambunctious. I hate saying that word. Terzel done fuck that shit up for me. Rambunctious.
Bushes.
Rambunctious. We're not rambunctious. That don't even exist in my vocabulary. Rambunctious. Nah, you good though, Diddums. If we see disrespect, like it's gonna be put out there. Even though I got 8 viewers and there's not too many people watch, we see the disrespect for sure. That we gonna get that energy up out there. But you good though. So if you just subscribed 2 weeks ago, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for tuning in.
Yes.
Really appreciate it. You know, this channel is about your opinion and your voice being accepted and respected at the same time. And
And your voice
really just about
matters,
getting
and he
down
gives
to
you that.
the real life stuff that we could all talk to each other about and learn something in life that other people don't talk about, that they don't even teach you in life. And you know, is you get sidetracked and distracted by a lot of stuff, and we think life's supposed to go this way and that way. And your teenage kid then grew up at 14, so now you're a bad parent. Like, man, come on, man. Until your teenage kid grow up and do the same shit, oh, you're not a bad parent, but you was judging this other person. Like, you know, this is a channel to where everybody get to understand each other's story and not be judgmental, and you live and you learn.
Exactly. And everybody's
What kids
story
aren't ranked,
really
but
matters, and it's
yeah,
beautiful.
for the most part, Diddums like they all is, you know, shit. They kids, they curious. I
Oh
wouldn't
yeah.
even use that word. I would use curious. Like my kids is curious. I'm
Hmm.
curious myself. I'm still curious as a 32-year-old man. Like shit. One thing about Nipsey, I don't know who all is in here from the hip hop community, but when Nipsey passed away and his mama got up there and spoke, what stood out to me the most, she said, "My son is curious." And hopefully now he's able to figure out all the answers that he wanted to know in life, which touched me because you know I'm curious and I'm the same way. Shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes not like that. I don't never wish to die because I want to live as long as God wants me to live here. But the
And you
only
will.
reason I would say that, not to speak into energy or not nothing negative, Larry, you hear me? But just
Hmm.
because of curiosity, like shit, if I die, I will hope. It is not even true. When you die, you figure out. I will hope I like you should get some type of answers, hopefully.
Yeah.
And look,
God,
I got
God will
I got a
definitely
lot of
deliver that, and
questions.
it
It's
doesn't
not.
take for you to die.
I got a
Like God
lot of
is gonna give it
questions.
to
To
you, irregardless.
like, man, I'm curious about it. I'm deep into life, y'all. I'll be studying all types of stuff.
Hmm.
The only thing I practice and worship is God, of course. I study everything though. I study science, quantum physics,
Hmm.
all religions. I'd even read into some evil stuff. That's how I had to recognize evil and recognize my enemy to further understand God. So I mean, shit. I'm hope we got a round table with God when we pass away or get all the answers or something. Cause man,
I look at it like life is beautiful in the in between and in the outs. Either way, There's always an end.
And
So
it's always a backstory too.
yeah, there is. But you
And
know
if you
what?
don't know that backstory to anything you could talk about, fuck is you defending?
Mm-hmm. It's a fact. But God is good always. No praise
Yeah,
is due to him. And he
I
will
could
reveal
defend
it.
God. I could always
He will
defend
reveal it
God.
always. Irregardless, he will
I
reveal
could
it
always look
always.
lyric. I could always defend God, but the details I can't really defend because I can't prove shit. But I could prove to you God is real though. But I can't I can't
Mm-hmm.
prove to you His name was this. I can't even prove to you God was a He. But I know
Right.
God is a God. Am I wrong on that by saying God is a God?
No, you're not. Or
Like
you
the
can
God
even
I
prove
believe
that
in
God isn't married, you know?
you said what?
Or you can't even prove that God isn't married.
Oh yeah, definitely. How?
Right.
How? This is go off of that. That was not even in my intent. But how can I prove that? Like
Mm.
what I'm gonna do? Bring up his marriage license? Like God is God.
Right.
Like did they like if this was God, right?
Mhm.
What is it? How would you prove that he was married? Did they document it? Did the government do it? Like
No, there is no way, but it's
yeah, but
really
there's still
based
people out
on
there that would say God is married
opinion.
though.
It's based on
Exactly.
opinion. Because you got feminine divine, and then you got masculine divine. So it just all depends. And then like you got Adam and Eve, and then God said, name these animals, and because they are mates, they are partners. And then you got like, female and male and those kind of things. Everything had an equal, everything. So if everything
Yeah,
had
a
an equal,
balance.
then why wouldn't God have an equal? That's all I'm saying.
God, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I could go deep into a lot of real stuff that makes sense, but we're gonna get there eventually. I don't wanna
That's a
boggle too
lot.
many
It
people's
is. I
minds.
know.
Like, I
Yeah,
don't wanna
it is a
rattle
lot.
too many people's minds, but just let me tell y'all this for future references. I keep it simple with everything, and everything I speak on is before I like the education that I got is I just try to think of things of what people could argue. I think of a lot of ways, but what I really try to defend is what can you really defend? What can you really argue down? What can you really prove? Which goes back to being optimistic and having an open mind. I
Right.
talk to all these people that believe in God, lyric, different religions, all that. God names start with a J, where back in the day J didn't even exist. It's just like all types of stuff, like you know what I mean. But um, at the end of the day, is sheesh, it's not too many honest truth that we didn't seen ourselves that we can
Right.
really back up ourselves to defend anybody else's argument on anything in life. And the only thing I can really defend is like God, which is goes back to an energy, a positive energy, which that is proof, right? There's people with love out there, right? Like you love, right?
Yeah.
It had to be a creator to that. So that would lead back to a God, an energy, a positive energy, because it is a negative energy out there too. So, but that's where balance comes in at. So then I
Right.
understand balance, to why the creator, the most high would, do things like that to all in a general life is like, okay, what shit, maybe God wasn't perfect either. But maybe he got a perfect plan at the end. But still at the end of the day, I don't know what I know I'm positive, I got love, and I believe that's what God is and that's what the world is based off. And anything else besides that, shit, I can't argue nobody down on nothing because I can't prove it.
Right. I understand.
And I
And
don't expect like everybody else to feel like that either. That's just my opinion. And believe it or not, like I argue with a lot of people about that. They would still want to go back to like just say what I just said, right? Then they go back
Mm-hmm.
to like a religion and they be like, it's like names and shit. I'm like, bro, like at the end of the day, it's the same energy, man. I believe in the same thing. I just cannot, like, further
I
prove
believe in monotheism. You know what I'm saying?
what is that
It's monotheistic. It's only one, and it's
as far as
God. It's
God.
Almighty God. Yeah, it's Almighty
Oh
God.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
the powers that
I believe,
be.
yeah, of course, yeah,
You know what I mean?
of course.
But I
Believe in
also
the
believe
same
in
thing.
cultural diffusion too.
Yeah,
Borrowing from different ethnic backgrounds and learning. You could borrow from the foods and the culture. You could borrow from the history of the culture. You could borrow from just there's so many things to reflect pertaining to the culture. You feel what I'm saying?
yeah, it
But
is. That's what I'm saying. That's man. Look, yeah, I do not trying to be like deceptional or against any religion or man, like anything like that. I just really just be optimistic, like and
hmm
just truthful. Like, how can you really defend something that you can't prove?
right.
And that's not to knock nothing. And
I
I
don't know.
believe
As for
in
me,
God. I believe in
if
the
I
Most
was to
High.
defend
No,
something that I
but
can't
look, but
prove,
look, all religions, right, outside of worshiping the devil or being an atheist, is God, right? Like a
hmm
positive energy. Like most religions is you got God, and then you got this evil force that you fighting against. It's the same stuff. Like, and I'm
hmm
the person that sit back and look at all that and realize we sit here separating ourselves over the same story.
right. It's segregated mindsets. That's
What's
what
the
that is.
difference between being a Hebrew, being a
And a Jew.
Buddhism, being a Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
A
and I'm
Jew.
gonna just say this just based off my history, besides Catholic, because as far as I know, Catholic is based off of deception. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's still based off of shit that has to do with regular religion.
Right.
And this is still not to judge nobody that's Catholic. I don't, don't feel like that, y'all. If
Mm-mm.
you feel any way different, feel free to leave a comment. Feel free to come up on here and express your voice, and maybe shit, tell us something different or educate us on something that we might not know. I want y'all to know that, like, I don't know everything. This is just my feelings. My feelings, shit. I don't. I'm not telling y'all my feelings for y'all to believe in what I believe in. I'm just expressing how I feel so we could bring everything to the table. Like, lyric, you might be a Catholic, you might be Hebrew, you might be Muslim, you might be spiritual. I don't know, but there's some type of information that we could come to the table and make some sense of what's going on in reality.
Right. I
You get what I'm
agree.
saying? Like, so that's
Yeah.
just a disclaimer for the world out there. That's what I'd rather do to like be boiled down to just one religion or one thing to where it's more out there, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
None of these religions really teach us about our history. They don't like what about our history? Not the history
Right.
they taught us in school, but the real history.
The Relaman.
Because it is a lot of real history out there that a lot of people don't talk about. They don't teach you about. Um, the stories is out there, but you just got to run across it, and you got to take it into consideration.
Yeah, that is facts.
And shit, if I could do anything in life, I mean, I would love just to open the minds to others about reality and what's really out there and what they try to keep from us, and just be optimistic, be open minded to everything while also being a believer in God.
You said it better than me. I wanted to tell everybody thank you again for having me up on the panel. Baby girl done woke up and I just want to hold her, make her feel a little better. Put on some cartoons if she's gonna be up for a little bit and then she'll doze off. But I want to hold her
Yeah,
because,
go ahead. Do your parent duties.
yeah, my
Lyric,
baby
you did.
woke up. I want to
Yeah,
hold
you
my
did more
baby.
than enough. You've been on here for hours, so you good.
Yeah, but thank you so much, Rayshon. I really, truly appreciate you.
Yeah,
And
no,
thank you,
thank you
everybody
too.
in the chat.
Thank you too. I appreciate you. Shit. You kept half this live going. Sometimes it takes more than one at the right
Yeah.
time. But thank you too. You played a big part.
Yeah, thank you, Danny, and thank you, everybody else. You know what I mean? We're destined for greatness, and we can't allow anybody to distract us or infiltrate on our territory of the beauty that God has already welcomed to us. It's welcoming, it's coming, it's inviting. We're gonna get attracted to it, like a moth to a flame. And it's there and it's ready for us to catch it and to receive it. So just continue with the beautiful, pure thoughts and engage in the beauty of life and the foundation of happiness, joy, and agape, and the peace that is already being prepared at your very tables. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and many blessings and much peace to all of you guys.
Yo, anyways, you guys, I'm back. My bad. Shout out to Lyric though. Shout out to everybody in the comment section. Yeah, we 7 hours in. Look, I wanted to go live for an hour, y'all, but I'm one real person in life. When we start talking about real reality, shit, I could go all day, honestly. But how y'all feeling in the comment section? We got 6 people tuned in, so let me see about like 6 comments. We got Fern in the building, Getty Radio Show. Good morning. You just tuned in. Cisco in the building. Diddums, I think she went to sleep. Fern, I think she went to sleep. But for the 6 people that's in here, let me know how y'all feel in the comment section so we can continue going on a topic or back to goals or whatever. What's up, Carol? But I'm gonna let y'all know this. If y'all not talking to me, I'm about to get off. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here, 7 hours on live. I think that was enough information, man. But that's look. Let me tell y'all this. That's what I really want on my YouTube channel. I mean, the more views, the better. But as long as I got enough to get going, that's all that matters to me, man. Is because I really want people to interact with each other and let's discuss like the things that we go through in life. We There's so much in life that we get distracted about. We don't even talk about religion, finances, goals. Back to goals. It was titled goals, but I could label. I could still get back to goals on everything that we was talking about. So any subject that I bring up on my YouTube, it's all gonna go back to reality. 6 a.m. I fell asleep before you started. Yeah, I didn't did like a whole shift on here, 8 hours, which is cool. I didn't been out a cut. I was gone for like 30 minutes. My phone had died for like 30 minutes, but my real ones on here they kept it going, and that was at like 2 or 3 hours. Let me see them comments though. Drop them 100s. Cause I know it's some of y'all watching in the background, like that's that really don't rock with me. That really is just here just to watch. That's why I always ask to comment. And I do understand there's some people that watch and don't comment to protect their identity, but at some point, like that respect is deserved. I guarantee you ain't gonna find this nowhere else. No other content creator at all. Especially where we come from in the true crime, you ain't gonna get this type of content. Hey, thank you, Cisco. Shout out to Cisco, always been a real one, always supporting. For reals, for reals. All right, there, yeah, you good. Get to your mama duties. Like, it's nothing. You know how many people just play their phone and might fall asleep to me talking? Like, I appreciate that. That's what's up. I fall asleep to a lot of bullshit. So, shoot, you fall asleep to me, that's cool. I respect it. But yeah, much love to everybody in here. Like, for reals, I really, really appreciate it. Even if you don't comment, even if you on the opposite side, like, you know what, you might be on the opposite side, but I bet you can say, like, Ray Sean's still a real one, no matter what. 'Cause at the end of the day, it's like, man, I'm not here to judge nobody. While living and learning, and it's not my position. My position in life is if, like, for instance, like if my voice is moving right, like a lot of people say that, like when I was getting into it with Benny and all the drama, I always play cool. I always be that cool dude. I ain't never trip. Sometimes, well, I ain't gonna say never. I did trip sometimes, but even when I do trip, it's like I still got that like that calm voice, whatever. Like so shit. The person might not even take it seriously. But look, I'll fuck somebody up at the end of the day. Anyways, my whole goal is, to be that godly person, to connect to people, connect people, connect to people, talk about that real stuff. Good looking, Cisco, for the super chat. You know what, Cisco? Look, out of respect, you don't even gotta donate no more money, like, cause you already did enough like this month. You just donated like 70, and voices of power. Like you definitely, I know your situation. I'm gonna send that right back to you. Voices of power. It's all good, y'all. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? It's not y'all both good, but I appreciate it though, man. But y'all both good for real. I'm telling y'all, at the end of the day, like I'm a rich soul, for reals. That's something I could probably brag about and stand on. That's why I'm so humble and so calm at the end of the day. Without being the most perfect person, especially without being the most perfect man. Like, Carol, you talking about the Benny Keys diss. First off, you a snitch for the clicks and famous team boys. When I rise, so respect the name. You claim to be an advocate, you effed your life. Some Benny Keys got smut for life. Plus, Oshi came for me, weak hearts I rip. Benny Keys in this Mark ass snitches. I keep it coming while they running out their shoes, playing games with our kids. Yeah, that part. If I was on my laptop, I would play it because that's always, I don't care what we talking about. That's always positive vibes. People like, I know I named it a diss track, but that was a true life story. Like, I wasn't even worried about rapping or none of that. I just know I could rap. I'm articulate, so I could put that together. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you said, voices of power. God is God is that Wi-Fi that y'all can't see. God is that energy. And I'm gonna say this, just from what I know, I don't know if God is a physical being. Um, I really don't know, but I know is a God though. Is and what I believe in God is like the creator of us. Somebody had to create us, right? Somebody had to create the feeling in our body that comes with our creation. Positivity, even the negative, but it's still positive though. Even though it's a handful positive, but it was still a creator. I think about that every day of my life, yo. Every day. The universe is unlimited. They know more about the universe than the freaking ocean. Then you got these UFOs. Where's most of the sightings at? In the ocean, over water, over wherever is nuclear activity. In the water, you got the Navy, whatever the case may be. But there's so much to read up on, so much to learn. But at the end of the day, I still believe in God. I still believe in the higher power. Still believe in a positive energy that lives amongst all of us. But I am that person that sit back and think of how we got started without going against God. Like, and I still study science. I don't worship science, of course not, because that's what the devils do. That's the first thing that devils do. Remember what I said earlier? People were selling their soul for knowledge, not materialistic things. Nowadays, you got these rappers and entertainers sell their soul for a couple bucks, right? It wasn't like that in the beginning. It was knowledge. That's why you got the tree of knowledge, Adam and Eve. Might not be the right story, but it makes sense. Hey, Carol, who you talking about? Whoever been acting like Nina? I don't know who you talking about. I really don't watch. So look, when you catch me on somebody else's channel, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm expecting some drama because I be so out of tune. It's like, shit, I need my own entertainment too. Not to That's just real. I don't care if y'all could say I'm contradictory or whatever. I don't care, bro. We all do the same shit every day. Who gonna admit it though? Nobody. Oh, you said I don't know, like how? Well, I mean, I ain't even gonna ask how he's. I don't know. All Benny is at the end of the day is I'm gonna tell y'all, I feel like Benny really has good intentions, but this is somewhat not all there. I don't know if it's because his mental challenges or his personal life, but I don't think his intentionals is always bad. Even though he does a lot of fuck shit, I ain't gonna lie, but I think that be based off his mental, what he was blessed with. Oh yeah, I seen something about Texas. Let me go back because you did ask me something about Texas. Yeah, so Carol, tell me what is Operation Texas? I don't know what that is. He's going to get some help. The first You got to fill me in, Carol. Like, is that Operation Texas? Him getting some help, or is he getting personal help? I really don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you said, yeah, I didn't check out the videos yet. Oh, he said white boy going down there, so you got to be more specific. So white boy going down there is, what did you say? The Texas what? BK put himself out of balance by his choices, which affects and hurts others. Nah, yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. Cause look, how I look at it, like apparently BK has a voice, right? Right? Apparently, he has followings. He keeps a following. Just how he utilizes his voice. Yeah, Cisco. I'm aware of who I talked to. White boy. I sent him a well. Carol was the one that was like, he wanted to talk to me, so I sent him an email. He contacted me. I just told him about my experiences and everything I went through, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Hold on, real quick, you guys. Sound like it's raining now, so I want to make sure I'm not tripping. Oh yeah, it's raining for sure. This is a whole goddamn storm out here. Yo, you guys, my bad. Got distracted for a little bit. Yeah, man. Know how it goes. Devil always at work, y'all. What's up in the comment section now? Rain, rain, rain. Yeah, it haven't rained out. Well, but it hasn't rained in a long time. Yeah, prayers for the state of Kentucky. Crazy situation. I watched a little bit of the news today. Man, couldn't believe it. Hey, look, you guys, my bad about that, y'all. I'm about to end this live right now because I'll be telling y'all when the devil be at work, the devil really be at work on me. You feel me? Even in my background, like I'll be going through the most, y'all, and it's just it's sad. It's sad. Prayers to everybody out there though. I'm about to end this. We've been in here 8 hours, so I'm gonna tap back in with y'all tomorrow. Just remember, like y'all stay solid out there. You feel me? And shit, that's the best thing I can say. Stay solid to yourself and stay 100. Don't let nobody else slow down your progress. If anybody else is in your way, and you know what you need to do and where you need to go, don't need to be there.